Tommy! Let's see if your mate can do it! Oh!
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming players for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north, for everyone.
I'm just keeping a distance. I think we go here, Ken, and when the bowler comes in, we do this.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial.
That was the Durham coach, Neil Khalid, who's in charge for this tournament, while James Franklin is away with the franchise tournament. I thought then that after that one, Durham might make some personnel changes there. It was sort of hinted at in that interview by Neil, but they have announced the same team today, so obviously offering a chance for redemption, perhaps. So on the same afternoon that Durham lost, Middlesex made 344 for 9 at Radlett. That was against Leicestershire. It was Middlesex's 6th highest total in a one-day game, and their highest in a losing score. They fell by 15 runs. Leicestershire made 359 for 8, with Van Mulder scoring a career best 116. There was also 68 for Lewis Kimber, whose brother Nick was in the Surrey side, which beat Durham. The Foxes had been struggling on 227 for 7 when Mulder was joined by 21-year-old Nick Bowley, and the two of them then put on 113, with Bowley making 50. Stevie Eskenazi hit 50 at the top of the Middlesex order, but other than Peter Milan's 50, there was no real other big total. Joe Cracknell made 44, and there was a few got into the 20s and 30s as well, but they ran out of steam as Mulder took a career best 4 for 47, and one over from Martin Anderson proved very costly as well, went for more than 30 runs. Now Cracknell is playing today, and he is a player who some of you may well know about, because if you live in the northeast and you've seen Felling in the last couple of years, he has been playing for them. He goes to, or has been attending, Durham University. He's played minor counties for Berkshire as well. Got 44 this week against Leicestershire, and he's played for Felling in the North East Premier League last year and this year. So he's a 22-year-old, a right-hand batsman and a keeper. So Middlesex then have lost the toss. Durham have chosen to bat, so Durham are led by Scott Borthwick. We've also got Graham Clark in that lineup as well. Michael Jones, Oliver Gibson, Luke Deneathy, Alex Lees will open with Clark. Tom McIntosh, the keeper. Nick Maddinson, the Aussie. Stanley McAlinden, Chris Rushworth and Liam Travaskis. And Middlesex, it's Stevie Eskenazi will open the batting with Mark Stoneman, then Sam Robson, who's had a few runs against Durham in recent years, Peter Milan, Max Holden, then it will be Cracknell, followed by Holman, and then further down the order Martin Anderson, Umesh Yadav, Toby Greatwood, and coming in last Ethan Bamber. And Yadav is the man who got David Bedingham on the hand here a couple of weeks ago in the county championship match, which ended in a draw. A week on Thursday that one ended, and Bedingham fractured his finger, and it was dislocated. So he is missing this tournament, unlikely to be out for some weeks. Question now as to whether we will see him again this season. So Durham have won the toss and they will have a bat. And in head-to-head point of views, last time these two met was around about this time last year. It was a really hot week, so Durham had started on the Thursday with a win at Kent, scored 405 in that one, which was their highest score in a one-day game. It was the highest score by anybody against Kent as well. A couple of days later, down on the Sunday down at Sussex, the match was rained off. So on the Tuesday, they then travelled up to Radlett and ended up quite a tight game. But Durham managed to score their highest total against Middlesex in that one. The ground just on the fringes of the M25 in Hertfordshire. It was a hot day, but rain was always a threat. Durham opened the cup, as I say, with that record 405 against Kent, and then should have played Sussex. In the Tuesday encounter against Middlesex, they made 288 for 8. That included 76 from Scott Borthwick, 65 from Graham Clark, and 50 from Luke Deneathy. But it was about par at that ground. Middlesex had been 37 for 3, but then recovered, so much so they looked set for victory after Robbie White hit 55 and Peter Hanscom 75. Those two put on 130 for the fourth wicket, but crucially both were dismissed just before an hour of play was lost to the weather, and that was crucial because under DLS, with those two wickets suddenly in the equation, the balance tipped against Middlesex. They managed to get back on for 4 overs it was in the end, with Middlesex needing 55 to win. They nearly got there as well. It was a really exciting finish, but they lost that by 2 runs under DLS, finishing on 225 for 9, having chased a revised, or been told to chase a revised score of 228. Now Durham have played Middlesex 26 times. Middlesex have won 14, and with 9 of those games home matches for Middlesex. That works out at 7 at Lords, 2 at Southgate. They have lost 4 home games, one of which was at Lords in 1994. There's been 2 at Uxbridge in 92 and 2008, and 1 at Radlett in 2021. In 2008, Durham won by 7 wickets, chasing 201. They finished on 202 for 3, thanks to 58 from Shivnarayan Chandapal and 78 from Paul Collingwood. Steve Harmiston taking 4 for 31 with the ball. Now in the North East, Middlesex have won 5. 2 were in Darlington, that was in the NatWest Trophy in 1987 and 1989. There were 3 league wins in Chesley Street as well, the last being in 2000. And Durham have won 5 in the North East. In 1993 they won at Gateshead Fell. The other 4 have been at the Riverside, the most recent of those in 2007. But prior to Radlett last year, the previous meeting between the two had been in August 2014. Middlesex put Durham in Chester Street, and they were 56 for 3 when the rain ended the game. The umpires are heading out now. I've just looked at the NV Play scorecard, and it looks like Neil Pratt's going to have a busy day because they've got him down as the umpire at both ends. But it is in fact James Middlebrook and Neil Pratt.
Morning, Marcy. How are you?
Morning, Kevin.
Do you know, I deliberately stayed upstairs because I thought if I come down here for an hour, you and I are just natter for an hour. I thought let's save it for an hour. We'll put the listeners through it rather than come on here having used up all our good stuff off air. We had good fun with our videos this morning, didn't we? Either side of the stand, our competing videos.
Depends what your example of fun is, doesn't it? Really?
Well, it's a Sunday morning, isn't it?
I saw your first costume change today. Apparently when Diana Ross came here a few weeks ago, she didn't do any costume changes. She came on in a pair of jeans and a lumberjack shirt and some boots. And I am told she had 120 costumes with her. So that's almost as many as you bring, isn't it?
Are you serious about the lumberjack?
Apparently I wasn't here, but yeah.
Why not? Diana Ross is brilliant.
I don't know.
No, why weren't you here?
Because Durham were away somewhere else.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's a bit like when I was there. I mean, this is a fabulous summer. Is this post-COVID where all the ones that have been queued up for the last couple of years, they're all been? I missed Frankie Valli in Nottinghamshire. I told you that the other week when I was here. Frankie Valli, Diana Ross.
Yeah.
The things we miss out on in the summer. We didn't miss the toss though, and we haven't missed a ball bowled yet. The players are on their way out to the middle, aren't they? The umpires are out there. Fielders following. Batters are on their way now. Durham winning the toss and electing to bat first. A little bit of surprise there, Marty. Let's have a look at that pitch. It's a little bit of grass on there, not a lot.
I'll tell you what won't last long.
the Durham top order?
That window.
Oh, you cold?
No, we have the window open, but we are looking right down the barrel of the gun here. So
I see.
So I think
you're going to have to shut it.
Who's a lefty then? Well,
right arm over,
right arm over, isn't it? Yeah. So Graham Clark might not.
Left arm around.
Let's see how long it is before the windows.
Well, Yadav's bowling first from the Lumley end. The lovely Lumley end. It looks gorgeous this morning, doesn't it?
It is lovely.
The weather wasn't great the last couple of days we were up here for the championship game. But no, we were off, weren't we? Floodlights came on and...
Yeah. You brought the southern weather with you.
It's lovely today though, isn't it? Look at the castle. It's absolutely glorious. The colour of the castle above those green trees right now is as idyllic as you can imagine. Light brown in amongst the dark greens of the trees that surround the Lumley end, which is where Umesh Yadav is about to bowl, Martin.
He is, and I've done my usual.
Go on.
Where have I put my binoculars? Put them back in the air. It's Graham Clark on strike, by the way. The leading run scorer in the competition across the country last year, Graham Clark.
The man who put Partridge out of business. Good morning to David Townsend on Twitter. I don't know whether he's referring to your morning preview or mine.
Yadav then, ball in hand. Coming in. 34-year-old Indian international test player. It's gone off to fine leg on the discs. No run there. He's playing in his 120th one-dayer. He's got 165 wickets. Best bowling 5 for 26. Vidarbha against Rajasthan in 2014. Been playing Test cricket for India since 2010. And a few clubs in the IPL as well. Delhi Daredevils, Kolkata Knight Riders, Royal Challengers Bangalore. Middlesex is his first club in the UK. He comes in now, right arm over, tight to the stumps, and that's the end of Clark. Second ball duck, and that's middle and off. Straight through the gate.
Yeah, Yadav is a big name signing for Middlesex, isn't he? And, well, big impact in the opening over here. He bowled well on that final day of the championship match a couple of weeks back. Umesh Yadav very nearly opened up that game, didn't they? They were a wicket or two away, perhaps, on the final day from really blowing open what had been quite a tame match to that point. Runs aplenty. The pitch just started to offer a little bit for the bowlers on the final day. Yadav finding a bit on the opening session of this match, and Durham electing to bat first. It's a little bit bold against those white balls. One from either end. They'll do a little bit to begin with. We saw it the other day against Leicestershire, where the ball actually did a fair bit throughout, I think. But Radlett, unexpectedly so, it seemed in that second innings as though it did more. I did think for the Leicestershire bowlers. Those two balls, you have a different ball from either end, don't you? It seems to offer a little bit more. Middlesex will hope this morning to get in amongst Durham early. They'll be mightily disappointed to have lost that game against Leicestershire. Their highest score in defeat in List A cricket. Something you have to become more accustomed to nowadays, don't you? But I mean, it's fifth highest in Middlesex's List A history, and they lost. It was a bad day for Martin Anderson at the end. But he's out there again today. The one change for Middlesex from that side was Tilan Walalawita drops out for Toby Greatwood. So they've gone with an extra seamer over the spinners. Sam Robson might turn his arm over as well.
Can you hear the news?
I can. Yeah. I can. They're with Eddie Howe.
Yeah.
Are they playing today, Newcastle?
No, they beat Nottingham Forest yesterday.
Did they?
Yeah.
I
think it was 2-0.
Anyone checked on Dave Bracegirdle?
No. He supports Newark Flowserve, though, doesn't he?
Newark Flowserve?
Yeah, in the Midlands League or something. Oh, on date. Yeah, Durham have elected to bat here, and they've gone off to a terrible start. A second ball duck for Graham Clark, right through the defences. Umesh Yadav, the Indian international, bowling him. So Durham without a run on the board when that wicket fell. They're looking to try and bounce back after an awful performance against Surrey on Thursday, when they were bowled out for just 181, with Surrey winning with about 21 overs of the game to go. There's commentary here on the BBC website and the Sports app. Yadav then has gone for a costly single, quick off the mark, playing the ball across towards square leg, and Yadav coming in now, right arm over the ball to Lees, who leaves that one late. Had a bit of a rush of blood to the head the other day, Alex Lees, in the end of the second over. He decided to come down the track to Yates, told him Yates, and he was yorked, lost his off stump, and then Durham continued to lose wickets regularly after that one. You had Lees, the England opener, playing in that one. Madinson's played for Australia. Jones plays for Scotland. There's been one test as well, and I think a couple of ODIs for Scott Borthwick for England. Yadav bowls. This is turned away by Lees. He's off the mark for 1. Out towards mid-wicket. I have to say, looking down the... looking at the Middlesex squad yesterday, it's not a bad squad, is it, Kevin? So
Middlesex's squad,
they've got quite a lot of first-teamers here.
Well, I mean, if you look at 3 of the top 4, they're test batters. You know, which is pretty impressive, isn't it? Eskenazi, a Lions player a couple of weeks ago, but Robson, Stoneman and Milan. I mean, that's not a bad top 4 in any competition, and in fact, in any format around the world. That's a pretty decent top 4 Middlesex have there. So, you know, they've got aspirations for this competition this year. So they're disappointed with their defeat to Leicestershire.
Yadav in. That's left by Borthwick, and that is the end of the over. Shall I preemptively close our window before we're told to?
No, save it. All the fun of the fair. Who's going to be on strike, though?
Well, they're both left-handers, aren't they?
Yeah, but who's the more fussy? I got heckled by them this morning, didn't I, when I was throwing up the...
what were they saying?
I actually didn't say anything.
So you weren't heckled by them at all, then?
No, they just said, we're watching you, because the first throw I had up to you was a pretty limp effort. I was trying to throw up the lead. Well, I was being careful. I didn't want to go too hard on the first. Better you go a little bit under than a little bit under. I had to throw up a lead, which is more dangerous than it sounds, because the end of it's quite heavy. When I started to lasso it, to be fair, you did look a little worried. Ethan Bamber's going to bowl down below us now. So yeah, I had to throw this lead up to the commentary window so that Martin could hook up the stream, so you could watch us as well as listen to us.
Alright, well, Lees is on strike here.
Bamber, his right arm over. He's got a slip in place as he bowls to Lees, and Lees has a dabble at one that seems away outside off stump. And
stayed low, didn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the way it went away, that one. Let's have a look on the replay. Will it show us a replay? Am I allowed to touch your screen?
No.
Oh, I've remembered my iPad this week.
Well
See, there we go.
done.
Get my own iPad out. Tablet. Other tablets are available. We just forgot to take them this morning.
What tablets are you in today?
I know. Bamber's around the wicket now, so our window is safe. Oh, hold on. Who's upset? It's the keeper. He settles down again. Joe Cracknell behind the stumps.
Plays for Felling in the North East Premier League.
Well, I know.
And he's at Durham Uni.
You have informed me of some news this morning as well on Middlesex histories, as Bamber around the wicket bowls and up on his toes. Lees defends this into the offside, and there's no run. Four Middle Saxons I've been quoting in the Middlesex first team, which are Bamber, who's bowling now, Cracknell behind the stumps, Luke Holman, and now I thought it was Max Harris was the fourth, but you're telling me Toby Greatwood also played for North Middlesex.
I think so, yeah.
Quickly check now. We'll be getting tweets from Stephen Fletcher, Lorraine Poole, the Middlesex office. We say, nope, Greatwood was da-da-da-da.
He played for Berkshire in the minor counties.
Greatwood?
Yeah.
Here's Banbury bowls, and a lovely looking square drive, just opening the face. Didn't go fully through with the shot, Lees. It's as far as Holden at point, and there is no run.
There's a number of them went to Reading Blue Coat School as well.
Yes.
Which I have to say wasn't on my radar.
There's Bamber. Deep square and deep third, the two back as he bowls. Lovely line and length again, defended by Lees into the offside. Still two to come of the over. This seems a very long over for some reason. I was almost ready to call that over myself. There's still 2 balls to come of it. 2 for 1. Now Durham. And Bamber and Yadav were a fine opening pair against Leicestershire the other day. 52 they managed in the power play, Leicestershire, before going on to post 359. 52 for 1 at the end of power play 1 as Bamba's in, bowls, another good line and length, defended by Lees into the onside. And of that 52, we mentioned it a few times on the day, but for Durham fans as well, Bamba bowled beautifully. 9.3 overs gone. Bamba was bowling the last over the power play. Middlesex were 40. Middlesex had Leicestershire 40 for 1. And then an inside edge over the top of off stump. 4. The next 4 was slightly dicey as well. I can't remember it off the top of my head now. And then there was a driven 4 through the covers, but it was in the air, and that was the end of the power play. 52 for 1. As here's Bamba bowls. This is cut away down to deep third, and a single taken by Lees. 3 for 1. Durham having won the toss, and that ends the second over, so not a maiden to start up with for Bamba. But yeah, the two of them bowled really well in tandem. They bowled unchanged through the power play. So that Middlesex side in full, which has just the one change. Those 3 of the top 4, as we were saying, Martin, are or have been test players, so it is an extremely strong side, and it is one that Middlesex, feel could really do something in this competition. But obviously, you don't want to get off to 2 defeats. The rest are Holden, Cracknell, Holman, which again are very promising middle order there. Martin Anderson, Yadav, Greatwood, and Bamba.
Which team are you saying about Greatwood?
Didn't you say he was North Middlesex?
No, I said he went to Reading Blue Coat School.
Right, okay.
Yeah, he played for Berkshire in the minor counties. This is a runs for Alex Lees, playing out through the covers. He'll get 3. All the way up towards the Health Club boundary. Wargrave? Where's Wargrave?
Wargrave, that is out towards Marlow, I think, around that kind of area. Morning to all who are watching on the stream. Let us know if you're hearing us loud and clear on the BBC Sport website and app. Most, if they're able to, flick the stream on nowadays, don't they? You look at the figures of how these things work now. It's basically flick to the stream unless you are running around the house or something. Oh, down the leg side. That's taken a little something. No, it hasn't. Wide signalled. Now look. The umpire signalled a wide. Now, umpire, look. The batter is walking away, rubbing his backside because it hurts where it's hit him, and the umpire signalled a wide. Look, he's still rubbing his backside because it's hurt him so much. Now, the umpire, is he not going to change his decision? That's extraordinary. Even from here, we could clearly tell that's a deflection.
There was an incident, was it against Derbyshire or was it against you, where somebody was wider down the leg side for deliberately bowling down the leg side?
Don't think it was against Middlesex.
Doesn't sound like we're on, does it?
That's extraordinary that decision's not reversed as a wide. The batsman, to the moment he settled down to bat again, was still rubbing his backside. He'll have bowls. That one nips back in off the surface through to the keeper. Why would you not overturn your decision as an umpire and say, oh, hold on, fair enough, hands up. Pratt? Or Middlebrook? Which one's which? We're working them out now. Let me see on the screen. He's got his head down up there. He knows he's made an error, so let's not slam him too much, the umpire. You never like to criticise the refs. But that was a little bit sloppy, should we say. As Adav's in, bowls. Oh, now that nips back. And he's gone! Another one, 7 for 2. Yadav has picked up Borthwick. The umpire took a moment to think. Height would have been an issue on that one. But LBW to Yadav for 1, Borthwick. And Durham winning the toss, electing to bat first here. I wonder how much they ruined that decision. I wonder how much the umpire just had the wide decision in his mind when he then responded to an appeal from Middlesex. The wide was, well, it was wrong. It was a mistake by the umpire, no problem. We go back and have a look at that one. It looked high from where we're sat behind, but let's have a look on the replay and see what it looks like for that one. But either way, House is out, and Durham are 2 down here in the 3rd over, having won the toss, and there were a few raised eyebrows around the ground this morning when Durham decided to bat first, including from myself. I did think, oh, well, you had to have Bamba get going this morning. Then this could be a short day for Middlesex after Durham were all out 180 the other day against Surrey. Let's have another look at that. Maybe I've got that one horribly wrong. And the umpires are my call. Ooh, now the streams from behind rather than from the other end. I don't know if the camera at the other end might be able to show the replay at some point. Hard to tell on that replay, really. It looked as though it didn't get up. Marty mentioned that one on one outside the off stump from Bamber earlier. And it really didn't look as though it got up. That one maybe. Borthwick trapped in the crease. Pretty high up, I'd suggest, but there we go. Out is out in the scorebook. Borthwick has to go. Yadav's got some movement out there this morning, and he's got 2 wickets. And he's got Maddinson to look at now. Another left-hander. Slip in place is Robson. Short fine leg up inside the circle, so deep third and deep square of the 2 back. And here is Yadav full, straight and defended. Not a long way forward though, Maddinson. Squirts that one out into the offside. He's got flocks of hair squirting out the back of his helmet there. Who's that down below? Toby Greatwood maybe. Come on, Umesh. 3 boys. 2 in the first 3. 7 for 2. 2 balls to come of the 3rd over. Yadav second. He bowls and again nicely shaping in towards that off stump. There's no run. Sometimes if you go to the matchday centres for the replays on the club's websites, you do find a different replay to the one you've seen on the stream. So I'm going to have a look at the Middlesex Matchday Centre. Or the Durham Matchday Centre, I'm sure they're both the same, but I have noticed that before. When you watch the stream, then you go, it's almost as though they've got a static camera version of it. So there is a camera at the far end. Sees Yadav in, bowls, and that one holds its line across the left-hander. Through it goes to the gloves. There's no run. No, it looks as though it's the same replay on the match centre. Although the replay on the match centre doesn't have the graphics, so at least you get a better view of the stumps. Maybe you'll be able to judge the height of it a little better. Welcome back, Marcy. You all right?
Have I missed anything? Yeah, just a little bit of an issue in HQ, but we've sorted it out now. The line went down.
Now, I know you don't like fiddling with your equipment, so you can watch my replay. I thought that was a little bit high on that LBW.
It's hard to tell because he's got his...
We're at the wrong end.
Yeah, the camera's at the wrong side.
And he's trapped in the crease. Hit on the back foot,
but he does bat in his crease.
Yeah,
quite a long way.
But it was my instinct on the first look from the naked eye behind the batter as we were watching the replay. Now, oh, something's wrong. What is it? It's not our window, fortunately. Oh,
what?
I don't know. It almost sounded like, can you put your watch away?
Your watch away? Watch is glistening in the sun.
Yeah, something was glistening. All right, don't know what it was. It sounded like watch, but no, I'm sure it wasn't. Here's Bamber.
Comes in, right arm round from the Finkel end, defended by Lees.
Yeah, a little bit of surprise this morning, Marcy, when they were elected to bat first, Durham here.
Yeah, there's 4 legs on that check.
You've been writing that all week, haven't you?
Yeah. What time is it? 7 new minutes and the first foot's on the desk.
There's a sweepstake going upstairs as well. I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Bamber around the wicket, comes in and bowls. That's off the thigh pad. They're going to go for a quick leg by. Nick Maddinson, the new batsman for Durham, who just looked like he was getting into the throw of things at South North the other day. Hooked a lovely 6 onto the roof of the pavilion and then got himself out. And he was on 18. So he's played 3 tests for Australia and 6 2020 internationals. This is his 91st one-day game, and he came into it with 2,776 runs. He was at Surrey for the T20 in 2018. Bamber around the wicket to the left-hander. Comes in and bowls, and Maddinson plays that down a backward point. Middlesex had, didn't you have Leicestershire down? What were they? They were 227 for 7, weren't they? And then Mulder and Bawley put on 113.
Yeah, the 8th wicket partnership changed the game. Yeah. Century stone, and that's the beauty of List A cricket, isn't it? I mean, beauty of T20 cricket as well, and any form of cricket, I suppose. That there can always be a swing of the tail. He was 21 the day before, and then scored a 50 with the first time he held a bat professionally in his career.
Bamber bowls, a play and a miss. That didn't quite carry through to the keeper, I don't think. I think that bounced just before it got to him. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, confirmation. It's Bamber, Holman, Cracknell and Harris who are the quartet from North Middlesex. Greatwood, Wargrave, as I think you just said there, which let me tell you, we got distracted by a technical problem, didn't we? Wargrave, I'm pretty sure, quite close to Marlow, that kind of area. What's the other one? Henley-on-Thames, isn't it? Somewhere around
Cookham Dean, around that way. That's nice. Got some friends live there. Bowler comes in, played off towards mid-wicket along the floor for... Whoa, they could have had two there. Could easily have had two. Fielder's gone after that and he's hurt his arm as he came down there. That's Martin Anderson. He slipped on the corner of the square and he has hurt his right shoulder and his arm. You're not laughing at him injuring himself, are you?
Where's this? Who's got injured?
Anderson, I think.
Anderson. Oh, he's all right. Look, he's giving himself a little rub. No, I was looking up Wargrave for you, and I put in WARG, and the first thing that comes up, you get you then get your search engine, gives you a list. The very first thing that comes up when you put in WARG is Wargasm, which apparently is an electronic duo. It sounds like the kind of folk you'd listen to. Is Anderson off for a minute? He looks all right. It's not a dislocation or anything. We had a horrible one for Robbie White down at Hove. That was horrific down there. That was it was one of those moments when you're on air, just dreadful when there's a player down injured like that because he was in so much pain. Fortunately, the dislocation went back in and it was fine.
Yasser Arafat here a few years ago, playing for Sussex, did his shoulder on the right on the boundary in front of the pavilion. There was an almighty screech went up, and the whole game stopped, and they couldn't get him up. And for a while, we were worried he'd broken his neck, and eventually they had to bring an ambulance on the pitch to take him away. But
oh no, Wargrave's a little further south than I thought. It's down towards. Let's have a look. Down towards. Oh, where's it gone? Stop it. It's in Reading, as you say, Berkshire. I thought it was the north side. It looks more. Oh no, it is south of Henley-on-Thames. Yeah, not too far away. Halfway between Wokingham and Henley-on-Thames.
Bamber to Lees, who plays the ball to fine leg on the discs, and he's looking for a single. And Maddison's obviously seen the danger and said no. How many overs have we had? 4. God, seems longer than that, doesn't it? What's the score? 9 for 2 here on the BBC. Martin Emerson and Kevin Hand with you on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC London.
You've been to Henley-on-Thames? What do they have? The regatta is it they have there? Or?
Yeah, well, Jen, our weather presenter, she's involved in the rowing scene down in London, and I'm not sure if she's competed there, but certainly she might have been one of the officials there a while ago. A couple of my mates were there this year. I was very surprised to see where they were. Wouldn't have associated them with Henley, but then again there was probably a bit of Pims on the go.
Yadav's in, bowls, and forward goes Maddison, drives this straight of mid-off, pick up a couple. Thinking about third, that's it. 9 for 2 becomes 11 for 2, does it? Let's have a look and see. Yes, Maddison's on to 3. If you want to tweet us at Marty Cricket, at Kevin Hand BBC to get through on a lovely Sunday morning in Durham. Yadav with a slip in place, bowls once more, and this is clipped just fine of mid-wicket. Quick single taken. Oh, throw rasped in. But missing the stumps. There would have been an almighty appeal. I think he'd have been safe. Throw coming in from the sub, which is Jack Davies, is out there. Little unlucky to miss out Davies. He's one of those players. Josh Carey's as well. Robbie White, who they've looked at the One Day Cup as being their month, really. August, right, we'll be in for that. But again, you look at that top 4, the arrival of Stoneman last year and Milan this, as in comes Yadav bowls. Takes the pace off that, I think. Lees defends to mid-off, no run.
Stoneman's highest score, I think, was in that final, wasn't it, in 2017? What did he get again? 144 not out, Surrey against Notts, and Notts were 5 down, chasing a quite sizable total, and I thought, well, it's a write-off, so I left the house and cycled along to the cricket club, and when I got there, Alex Hales had let fire and Notts won.
This is driven as far as cover by Lees, no run.
Not only did Notts win, but then Mark Stoneman had to endure the having his photograph taken with Dave Bracegirdle in the dressing rooms afterwards from Radio Nottingham.
Where's Braces today? Do we know? Has he got a game?
I don't know.
Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere, shall we, very quickly. We've had a busy start here, haven't we? A couple of wickets, technical problems.
Down to Taunton on Tuesday.
Oh,
it's a long hike that.
Now, where are Middlesex playing Nottinghamshire? They're playing them this week. What's their outground this year, do you know?
Well, Durham are there next Sunday at Grantham.
That's it. This is edge, pass slip.
Clever shot.
And 4 runs for Lees.
It was because I think he's fully aware there's only this one slip in place down at second slip there, and he guided it wide of him. I thought that was a nice shot there.
Wider, finer than he'd have hoped. Certainly he was looking for the cut.
Wide but
late
fine.
cut. Wide but fine.
The difficult second album. What's the date today? The 7th, so where are we? Where's Notts today? Doesn't look like they're playing. Gloucestershire are playing Somerset and Bristol. At Beckenham it's Kent, Hampshire.
You'd have Bowles, and this is played defensively into the offside, no run.
Manchester, Lancashire against Derbyshire. Northampton, it's Northants, Essex. The Oval, Surrey are playing Warwickshire. Hove, Sussex, Leicestershire, and Scarborough, Yorkshire, Worcestershire. So it looks like Bryce has got a day off.
Do you think he's tuned in?
Probably.
Should we ask
when
him?
you said about...
Are you tuned in, Dave?
When you said about Fletch will be listening, 11:15 on a Sunday morning, you reckon he'd be in bed, won't he?
Well, Stephen Fletcher?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he'll be in bed listening.
Yeah, right.
What do you reckon Sunday morning for Fletch is the Middlesex Director of Communications?
Wow.
He's Director of Communications, so we have to be a little bit nicer nowadays, Marcy.
Oh, has he had a promotion, has he?
Yeah.
Bamber comes round the wicket from the Finkel end to Maddinson. Maddinson leans into a ball pitched around about leg stump and plays it up to Anderson at mid-on no run.
We should be calling him Stephen Fletcher with some reverence,
Stephen.
shouldn't we? Not just Fletch. Mr. Fletcher.
Professor Stephen Fletcher.
Fletcher. What do you reckon?
He
Is he a continental breakfast man, or is he? He always looks after us.
He looked after us at Radlett last year. I saw him a few weeks ago at Lords as well. Bamber comes in and bowls. Oh, and Maddinson has got himself out in the most bizarre manner. He tried to leave a ball going down the leg side. I think, well, initially he tried to play it, then I think he had second thoughts. He's just left the bat hanging there. The ball has hit the back of the bat around about the V, the splice on the back of the bat, and looped to the slips. What a bizarre dismissal. Durham is 16 for 3 and in an absolute mess here, and he's gone for 4.
That's not one of the ones that you think I've never seen that before, but it is an oddity, that one, isn't it? I mean, we'll have seen that many times over the years, I reckon, where somebody's gone through the shot and they've kind of hooked it around to the keeper or hooked it around to slip. But it is a rarity, that one. There have been a few this year. I've just never seen that before, but this one for sure. Wow, look at that. I mean,
it looks like initially it looks like he's played and missed, and then the ball
back
seems
of the bat?
to hit the back of the bat and loop back in the opposite direction.
Yeah, he's through the
Who
shot,
took
isn't
the
he?
catch?
Sam Robson at slip. Goodness me.
Well, this is
I mean, it'll certainly go
Durham
down there as one of the most bizarre dismissals you see, but it's not an unheard of one. In that sense, the nature of it around the wicket from Bamber as well as watching the replay now, that makes it even more unlikely that he's managed to hook it with the bowling right arm around to the left-hander, a long way down the leg side, and he's managed to hook it around the corner to slip with the loop off the back of the bat. And Maddinson has to make his way back, and well, I mean, I guess overall that's just a bad ball, isn't it, from Bamber? That's a really rank long hop. Well, it's not even a long hop really down the leg side, it's onto his hip, isn't it? It's just the way he kind of falls towards the offside. Just an oddity, really. Total oddity. Well, I'm just watching it more and more on the replay now. It's somewhere around hip height, really, isn't it? Where he plays the shot. So does he get his hands almost... Does he drop his hands down underneath it? I keep rocking back on the replay now just to have another look. It's looking to scoop it around the corner, really, turn it around the corner off his hip with a flat bat rather than playing it. You often think of just up on your toes and a little fine glance off the hips, but he's gone at it with a flat bat and he's got himself into a little bit of a mess with it, really, which has resulted in an unusual dismissal. But in the scorebook, it'll say bowled Bamber, caught Robson at slip, and everyone will think, oh, it's probably a good line and length ball. Here goes Bamber again. Bowls top of off stump, and Jones runs to backward point. A double centurion here against Middlesex last week, Jones. We could do with some runs from him today. 16 for 3 in the 6th. Lively start. Once more in the One Day Cup. Wickets aplenty the other day against Surrey. Same for Somerset that game. They were all out for 119, wasn't it? Let's have a look at the scores around the country today. This is the only one where wickets have really gone early.
Raymond has just tweeted as this one's played nicely out through. The covers by Jones for 4. There's a decent crowd in as well. Listen to that applause there, but they've not had much to shout about so far, have they? Raymond has just tweeted to say, the way Durham are batting here, I'll be back home for Super Sunday.
So might I.
I said Durham.
That's a 3-hour train right away.
I also said Durham had kept the same team, chance for redemption, and Tony Waters has just tweeted, redemption. Well, ham-fisted so far. Bamba, right arm over now to Jones, the Scotland international. Played against New Zealand last weekend, and that's away, nicely timed. He'll get 2 runs. Ball is chased down towards the long-on boundary there, and fielded by Toby Greatwood. So Durham move on to 22 for 3 here on the BBC. There's was a guard of honour at the start of the match from the military. Number of soldiers lining up on either side of the entrance to the field for the players. Bamba to Jones again, comes in and bowls. Jones pushes it towards point no run, and Durham supporting armed forces today. There are varying armed forces days, because there's a Sunderland's is certainly different to South Shields, and I think Durham have a different one as well, so they're on different days around the country. 6 overs gone, and Durham are 22 for 3. The idea is opportunity for different towns to try and raise money here and there on different dates, so they don't all clash. And I was trying to do my pre-match preview today, and there was this idiot on the steps who kept staring at me and leaning in the camera shot. Don't know where he's gone.
That was good. Have you watched the 2 angles?
I don't know where he's gone, because he had a blue top on then, but he's now in a checky shirt, I gather.
Yadav's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is worked away through mid-wicket 4. A couple here, deep square comes around, leads us on to 11. Is he the first Durham batter to reach? Yeah, he will be. Double figures today. 24 for 3. Yadav bowls. Oh, forward defence.
Stayed low, didn't it?
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? It feels like there's been a few today. Again, on the LBWs, you'd mentioned one keeping low from Bamba the ball before, which jagged away, didn't it? I think Lees was attempting to cut at it. It felt it kept low as well. The over before the wicket fell. Yadav bowls, and it's clipped away in front of the short fine leg. They might get 2 here. Yeah, they will easily, actually. Luke Holman comes around at deep square to long leg to collect. Leads to 13, 26 for 3. Yadav rightly attacking the stumps. Yadav bowls past the edge. Lovely ball. Lee's beats on the back foot, there's no run. Where were we? I keep feeling like we get to a conversation topic and then we get distracted by something this morning, Marcy. What have we not finished so far? Breakfast in bed.
What?
Breakfast in bed. I didn't finish breakfast this morning. I rushed off to make the...
What time did you get here last night?
Oh, not bad. About 11:30. Not too bad at all.
It's late.
Aye. Had a nice day in the park yesterday down in London, though. You had to have Bowles, forward defence from Leeds, and there's no run. Holland Park with the kids, a lovely day.
Holland Park
in London.
Where's that then?
I'm not aware of close to Hyde Park. Oh, it's lovely. You'd like it there. Now, which museum? There's a museum. Is it the?
I'm not aware of its work. It's in Shepherd's Bush, is it?
No, it's north of there, and a little more central.
Well,
there you go, Kensington. Yeah.
The Design Museum, Royal Albert Hall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Design Museum's there in Holland Park.
It's quite a small one then.
It is. There's a lovely playground in there as well for the kids.
Yeah.
Great place next time you're down with the family. Here's Yadav Bowles, and this ball's eased away into the offside. There's no any plans to come down with the kids, the family? You make a trip a year, don't
you? Not at the minute, no. Well, Durham have already been to Middlesex. They came down to Wembley, didn't they?
Do you come down in the winter at all? Do you come down for a weekend with the family?
Occasionally, depends.
Theatre trip?
No.
Christmas lights?
No.
Christmas markets?
No.
Halloween?
No. The times we've tended to come down have been the odd day in the summer, if I've got a cricket match down there, or previously sort of February half term, something like that. Just, we've been around that area. So
February, March you come down?
Well,
pretty much the coldest time of the year.
Well, yeah, but I'm busy in the summer, aren't I?
October would be a good time to come down, because it's still got the warmth of the summer a little bit, haven't you, to hang on to.
We're normally abroad then. Bamber continuing from the Finkel end. This is played down into the ground and loops back to him.
Where are you going this year?
We haven't made any plans, actually.
Have you been away since COVID?
Yeah.
Anywhere nice?
Yeah.
Go on, tell us.
Well, we went to Cyprus last October half term, and it was quite stressful with all of the tests you had to do beforehand and all of the form filling.
Yeah.
And then in March I went on a cruise with my wife to celebrate my 50th birthday.
Where were the kids?
They stayed at home.
Oh.
They survived. Bamber in. That's flicked away off towards deep square leg. In the air for a moment by Jones, one run.
Much finer of Robson than I realised at first at mid-wicket. A short, an orthodox square leg would have had a chance, but he may not play the shot then. How long did you go on the cruise for then?
A week.
Oh, where?
Round the Canary Islands, so you're at a different island every day, and up to Funchal in Madeira, which was gorgeous. I've never been there before. That was a really lovely place.
And then did you fly back from Portugal?
No, I flew back from Gran Canaria.
Oh, so you went all the way back down again?
Yeah. Bamber to Lees, that thuds off the thigh pad, drops short on the leg side. They'll get a leg by here.
Madeira, is that Anthony Gibson territory? Where's he?
No, he goes southern Portugal, doesn't he?
Where's Madeira? I thought Madeira was just off the Portuguese coast, isn't it?
It's a canny swim.
Oh, is it? A fair way out.
It's in the Atlantic. It's Portuguese ruled and owned, but it's a fair way out. It's a long way down, yeah. It's to the north of Tenerife. There's a few hundred miles to the north of Tenerife as well. Bamber comes in and bowls. Left alone. It's quite tight to the line of off stump, that one, but left by Jones.
Sunday morning geography and holiday tips with Kevin Hand and Martin Emerson.
It was, I tell you what was really good, it was nice and warm when you got there, but once you got the cable car up the mountain, there was a little bit of mist up on the mountain, so it cooled a little bit, so you had to put a jumper on up there.
Volcanic island, is it?
Yeah. Beautiful botanical gardens up the mountain, and then we did the wicker basket ride back down. That was good fun. Down the main street as well. Bamber comes in and bowls. Oh! It's missed everything. How's that not hit the stumps? It's nipped back. Jones has played it one-handed. It's done too much. Missed the stumps and gone away for 4 byes. Bamber had his arm in the air celebrating a wicket and then couldn't believe that it hadn't taken the bails off.
Well, you think of the ones that kept low. It'd be good to see that from the other angle, wouldn't it? I don't know if that camera's not working down there at the moment, is it? I think we've only got one end of the camera at the moment, but the other end would tell us. It's missed the top of leg, hasn't it? I don't think it's gone down the side of leg. I think it would have gone over the top of leg. It's gone over the top of leg. Wow. Really come back through the gate, that one.
Last ball of the over then. Bamber comes in and bowls, and this is played by Jones. The short extra cover, no run there. That is the end of the over. So 8 overs gone. Really tricky morning for Durham so far. 32 for 3. They elected the bat, and they've got themselves into immediate trouble. How do they get out of it? They need partnerships. They need them now. Yeah, the wicker basket thing, it was how they used to get all the fruit and vegetables from the mountains down to the town below.
Yeah.
And what you do is you sit in this 2-seater sedan chair sort of thing, on sliders, and get pushed down the mountain by 2 blokes on the back. And basically, if they want to brake, they lean and turn the thing sideways, and that slows it down. It's about a 2-kilometre journey down the mountain. Good fun.
Yadav's around the wickety bowls, and that one's... Ooh, turns to the short fine leg, throw to the non-striker's end. Bamber doesn't get the throw away cleanly. If that was somebody with a... I would not say that Bamber's got a bad arm, but because he didn't get that throw off. But, you know, if that was one of the better fielders in the country with an arm, that would have been a little tight, that single. Might not have taken it, had it have been gun fielders in there. Just a little slow getting to the non-striker's end there. Lees, Jones on to strike. One slip in place. We got to answer the question on continental or fry up from Stephen Fletcher on a Sunday morning. Both. And he's not in bed, thank you very much. Here's Yadav bowls. This ball's hooked away out to deep backward square. Jones on to 8, 34 for 3.
He's not in bed, he's only just got in.
Up with the lark, he says.
Yeah. Good. It's a lovely morning this morning. Mind you, I was woken up at about 5 o'clock with I thought, what on earth is that noise out there? I could hear lots of loud voices, and had a look, and there was a group of maybe about 8 to 10 guys going down the ramp out the back of ours with canoes, dragging the canoes down the ramp.
Yadav bowls. Ooh, catches the cry down the leg side it goes. Well, Lees is asking why is that not a wide? So was the bat on pad making a noise and the umpire maybe thought it was ball on pad? That one where the batter walked off rubbing his backside for a long time, and the umpire signalled a wide down the leg side as he just evened the score there slightly.
That's Neil Pratt, who's the umpire at the Lumley end with James Middlebrook at square leg at the moment.
Full one push back by Lees. Yadav gets fingertips to it and they think about a single to mid on, it's not there.
His brothers were Andrew and Gary, who played for Durham. Remember Gary Pratt?
Yes. So does Ricky Ponting.
Yeah. Gary plays for Cumberland now. He was captaining them when I watched them play Lancashire last year at Sedbergh. And is involved in the Peter Lorimer Sports Shop down in Bishop Auckland, I think it is, Barnard Castle. Slower ball from Yadav that time.
Yeah, it's pushed away for a single into the covers. 35 for 3, Durham. A little bit of a rebuild needed here.
I didn't see much of the game yesterday, but on the BBC there was a massive crowd at Edgbaston for England ladies against India in the Commonwealth Games. Was it the semi-final? And India won by 4 runs, I think it was, but looked like a sellout. Big crowd there.
Yadav bowls, and that's dug out. Bobbles up to mid-off, bumps up to mid-off. They run. End of the 9th.
My mother-in-law and her pal were at Edgbaston earlier in the week to see one of the T20 games. They've been down to watch the Commonwealth Games bowls, which I think's in Leamington Spa, and then they had a day at the cricket as well. End of the over then, 35 for 3 from 9 overs. Paul Wilson says, greetings from a sun-kissed, warm Costerdale Hartlepool. Now initially he said, I'm not hearing your dulcet tones, but we've sorted that out. He said, I should be with you until 4 today before going to watch a band called The Paul Rogers Story. Bamber around the wicket here to bowl to Lees. Lees plays the ball back along the floor to the bowler. Can't quite collect it, but it just is fielded eventually just behind the stumps by Toby Greatwood. He says they're an excellent band, have fun, and come on Durham, he says. And then he has replied, your commentary is back. Coming up to 11:45, being another update in the news for Radio Newcastle just after 12. Bamber, 4.1 overs, 1 for 9, kept it very tight. That one nips in low, and there's a bit of a leading edge from Lees as he plays it late to deep backward square leg for 1 run. So Lees moves on to 15. Is the scoreboard the wrong way around here? I've got the wrong batsman on strike at the moment. Jones is now on strike, so Lees I think has 15. It hasn't registered that single on the scoreboard. So Durham 36 for 3. They were none for 1 after 2 balls, and then 7 for 2 after 2.5 overs. Bamber to Jones. Jones plays this one safely towards short mid-wicket, and it's picked up in there by Sam Robson.
Well, it's been doing a bit out there, hasn't it? Yadav had it going both ways. Some lovely deliveries from him, and likewise Bamber, that one that came back through the gate there. Very nearly a 4th wicket. Lees would have Jones, sorry, for all the world, he would have been worried, wouldn't he, as that ball jagged back in, beat the inside edge. Lucky not to hear the death rattle.
For all the love in the world. Who sang that then? Remember that one?
No, go on.
Was it Dion Warwick? Bamber in, bowls half volley outside of off stump, and given the treatment it deserves, it's away towards the point boundary for 4. Just gets there, just makes it over the rope ahead of Mark Stoneman. Chased towards the TV screen in the left hand corner of the ground.
Celine Dion's more your type, isn't it?
No. Definitely isn't.
Could see you in Vegas.
I was mentioning a festival that we were at the other day to Churchy when we were on air on Thursday. He hadn't heard of a single band we watched. Some big name bands as well there, but
you could see Churchy at a festival, couldn't you?
Yes. I'll tell you which festival. I don't know if it's still on now, but this is defended by Jones off Bamber. Years ago we went to Abersoch in Wales. So my oldest daughter was only about a year old, so 2009, something like that, and they had a festival there called Wavestock. So it was a sort of mixture of a surfing, sailing and music festival. Remember going into this designer clothes shop, you know, one of these Salty Sea type shops.
Oh yeah,
the ones I mean.
And you met Churchy?
Well, that's where you'd expect him, wouldn't you?
Johnny Barron would be in there.
Yeah.
So did you have the dream team together for this?
That's the end of the 10th over. Durham 40 for 3 here on the BBC.
No, it would have just been Churchy. It was up here, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just Churchy. And Ashthorpe was with us. Yeah, you could imagine Churchy looks a bit tan, doesn't he? Like he spends a lot of time on the beach with his surfboard.
On the boat. You could see him actually in retirement, couldn't you?
At Wavestock.
Seafaring.
Yeah.
He could borrow a DT ship, a fisherman's jumper. He always got DT for the fisherman's jumper. There's the signal from the umpire. That's the end of power play 1. 40 for 3.
Remember our milkman Dougie back in the 80s decided to emigrate to Australia and took up surfing, and I think he became a regular at Bondi Beach or somewhere like that.
Where could you see yourself emigrating to, Marty? Newcastle?
I do like Canada, but it's just the extremes of heat there because it's so cold in the winter, but great for skiing, and then quite hot in the summer.
Saw an incredible graphic of Canada the other day. Here's Toby Greatwood around the wicket from the Lumley end. He bowls, he's cut away only as far as backward point, could stop by Holden, there's no run. And it drew a line across Canada, which is a vast, vast expanse, isn't it, Canada? And the line was pretty much just that. If you'd imagine the northernmost point of the border of America, they drew a horizontal line across it. 50% of the population of Canada live below that line, so basically where the line zigzags.
Yeah.
Because obviously, as you say, it's uninhabitable parts of Canada. As this ball's punched off the back foot by Lees, or just sat in the crease, really punch it back to mid-off, there's no run.
Well, we went there on honeymoon in 2001. We did the Rocky Mountains in Whistler.
Oh, I'd love that.
Vancouver Island was absolutely gorgeous. And then went back about 5 years later. We did the other side, so we flew into Toronto, and then we went up to the Muskoka River region and all the lakes, and did quite a bit of kayaking and whitewater rafting, and that was fantastic. Beautiful countryside.
Great words, bowls. Forward goes Lees, dabs this into the onside, just fine a mid-wicket, singles taken.
We went to a place to go whitewater rafting, and I couldn't tell you the name of the nearest town because there wasn't one. It was on the Ottawa River, and we were put in a raft with some English lads the next day, and they were all at Sunderland University doing media studies, and they lived about 200 yards from us.
Brilliant.
And we were in the middle of nowhere.
Brilliant.
That was fantastic. That was late September, and once we got through all the rapids, the river calmed right down, and we all jumped in and just swam along with the boat. Beautiful, warm water in the Ottawa River that time of year.
Great one to Jones over the wicket. He bowls. Again, hit it top of off, just dabbed away to backward point by the right-hander on 12.
But yeah, I remember we were in a little town called Huntsville, and it was the first evening we'd been there, and we went into this bar, and they had an American football match on the TV in the bar, and it was snowing. I'm like, oh my God, where's that weather? And they said Winnipeg.
It's a good ball again from Greatwood to end the over, is it? No, one more to come. 41 for 3. Yeah.
I was like, I can't believe that. We've just brought t-shirts and shorts and the odd jumper, and they said, oh, don't worry about that. That snow's not going to come here. And I'm looking on a map thinking, well, it only looks a stone's throw away, Winnipeg. It was thousands of miles apparently. But that's right in the centre of Canada.
Here's the last ball of the over. It's Greatwood. He bowls, and just over pitched. It's driven. Only a single though. There's a sweeper out there. And Jones moves to 13, swept up in the covers by Holman. 42 for 3. Isn't that? Don't they call one of their vehicles a Winnipeg as well?
Yeah.
What is that? Like a camper van kind of thing?
Winnebago it is.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. My mum's auntie moved out of Winnipeg in the 70s.
Your mum's auntie?
Yeah.
Moved out in the 70s. Oh.
There was quite a lot of British people went out to Canada in the 60s and the 70s.
Why?
Well, because there was a cheap offer.
Was there?
Couldn't you get to Australia for a tenner or something at one time?
Right?
Yeah, and I think they had a similar deal in Canada.
Jason Gillespie would love that now if he could get to Australia for a tenner when he was the Sussex and Yorkshire coach. The cost of flights for him going home. His family was still there, weren't they? They never lived here with him when he was with Yorkshire or with Sussex.
They did.
Did they?
Yeah. Then.
Are you sure?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, his wife and children were here, and then they left to go back to Australia just towards the end of his period as Yorkshire coach because the new school year was about to start.
Ah, I see.
So they went to relocate because, well, that's how he was living in the pub.
Yeah.
As in comes Bamba still bowling. So what's this? His 6th over. 1 for 14. That's gone off down to third man off Jones for 1 run. Yeah, because, well, Dave Callaghan, who was the radio Leeds commentator, lived next to the pub in Wetherby.
So Callie moved above the pub next to him.
Well, Jason Gillespie moved into the pub next to him.
Dizzy did,
so
yeah.
he was up on the 2nd floor, and then they were. Callie would ring him when he'd finished his tea, and whoever
downstairs.
Yeah, whoever got to the bar last had to buy the first round of drinks. So Callie's back gate was basically out the back gate and into the front door of the pub, while Jason had 2 flights of stairs to come down. Bamba round the wicket now to Lees. Lees turns his past square leg out towards deep mid wicket to the pavilion side of the ground. Just looking at these.
Do you reckon Callie was honest though, or did he finish his tea and he'd be at the gate door going, "Yeah, I've just put it"?
He could have been, couldn't he?
Yeah.
We did the pub quiz there one night, and me and Dave Townsend and Callie and Jason Gillespie.
Yeah, I did that one night with them.
Yeah, it was good. Good crack.
Did you win?
We came 5th.
Yeah, so did we.
Yeah, out of 5. I think.
So did we.
In comes the bowler, and this is defended by Jones. Ash Thorpe's just texted me. He said it was the £10 POM ticket. My mum's family went.
You sure that says POM?
Yeah. The family moved to Perth in West Australia.
Morning, Ash. His socks are still at the back, trolling me. Have you seen?
Why did you not take them with you?
He didn't really want me to take them. I thought he was going to take them home.
I brought them in for you. So you're not even bothering wearing socks anymore now. They've completely run out. 43 for 3. And Jones plays this towards backward point, no run.
The rim of the sock remains.
Yes.
It's clouded over a bit. Where's the sun gone?
Sun's going to be out again this afternoon. Looks like
I saw your early morning weather report.
Yeah.
Wonder how many Middlesex supporters made the trip up for this one. There were a few for the county game,
Well,
weren't
there was a little posse of Surrey supporters at South North the other day. Bamber in, bowls. This is cut out into the covers for 1 run by Jones.
A posse of Surrey supporters.
Well, Mark Church turned up
Is that the plural?
at King's Cross on Wednesday afternoon, and all the trains were off, so he went home and then drove up on Thursday morning and then drove back.
Well, did he not book his ticket? Surely he'd have known.
He did.
There was
power lines were down or something.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant it was a strike.
No.
So he got a refund and drove instead.
Yeah. Nightmare.
He used to go to uni up here, didn't he?
He did. Durham, yeah. Round the wicket comes Bamber from the Finkel end, turned away by Lees out towards deep mid wicket for 1 run.
So he drove up on the morning, did he? Or did he go home? Did he? And then drove back on the night? That's something typically Mark Church, that, isn't it?
You wouldn't catch me doing it.
He's a sadist, that man, isn't he?
End of the 12th over, 46 for 3.
Imagine driving up and back on the day. And we're not even talking about London here. He lives in Kent.
I know. He set off at 4, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
And, claimed he was in.
What, back home?
No, claimed he was in South Northumberland or in Gosforth by about 8:30, 9.
Well, that sounds about right.
Got stuck in a street with a tractor and couldn't reach the ground for a while.
Although I shouldn't chance it too much after my near disaster this morning. Greatwood's around the wicket, he bowls and Lees forward, pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run. Thought, everything ready. Stepping on the bus to come up here from the hotel in Durham. Where's my ISDN kit? Still in my hotel room, so back had to run and then get a taxi up here instead, otherwise I'd have been late. Couldn't be late either. Well, Sunday service as well.
Not for the first time.
If I'd have waited for the next bus, might not have been here until the interval, you bet. Hedged my bet the bus was the same time on a Sunday as it was the rest of the week. This one's short, punched away out to deep cover for a single. 47 for 3, and it was, and I thought, great, everything's working perfectly. Hold on, I'm missing something. ISDN kit, still in the hotel room.
Why have you brought it?
I did think about not bringing it as well. I did think about saying to you, can I get away without it? But if your kit had broken for whatever reason, they'd say, well, where was yours? Murphy's Law.
We managed to survive all day on Thursday on one little sliver of dongle strength at South North.
Greatwood bowls, and this is run down to deep third for a single. 48 for 3. So you didn't have a fixed broadcasting line on Thursday?
We normally use the broadband there, but couldn't get it to work at all. And apparently they'd changed it recently, so I don't know. And unfortunately, our engineer was away on holiday. I couldn't contact him, so we went with a dongle.
Have you got one of those ISDN kits now that broadcasts on the internet? BBC London had just invested in 2 of those.
We're getting them. Yeah.
Greatwood's around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's pushed back up to mid-off, and there's no run. They're very good, those things. Yeah. Tested one once.
Yeah, well, a good heart is always hard to find, as Fergal Sharkey once said, and that's what's on Radio Newcastle now. So the news will be along in a few minutes.
Do you want a cup of tea? Shall I go and make a cup of tea?
Yeah, you can do, yeah.
Sugar?
Builders, mate. No sugar. Come on, how long have you known me? What was I going to say? Yeah, it's a bit technical talking about ISDN lines, but I'll explain what they are in a sec. As Lees cuts this one.
We don't have one on Thursday either, do we? Or you're there on Sunday at where did you say we're going to? Grantham.
Yeah, I'll just take the. I can just do my updates on the iPad.
Grantham, isn't that where I said my mate's mum's moved to? We were trying to work it out last
just
time.
Next to Leeds.
Oh,
you said.
I'm gonna have to tell her.
Yeah.
Isn't it just next to Leeds? No.
No. It's a long way south of Leeds.
Are you telling me this story or the listeners? Shall I go and make your tea?
Yeah, go on.
Me? Yeah, but were you going to tell me the story? Or
what about ISDNs?
Yeah.
Well, the technology, which is what we commentate on. This bowler comes in here. This is down the leg side. It's going to be a leg by. Jones on strike. Runs down towards fine leg, just the one. The technology was designed for... Wow, we've reached the milestone of 50 runs as well. 50 runs in 13 overs, but 3 wickets down. Ironic applause. Yeah, the technology, the ISDN technology, it's basically a sort of super fast, high-tech phone line, really, which can carry a lot of information, and was invented for use by the big stores like Marks and Spencer's and stuff like that, so all their sales figures could be going live. All the sales information to HQ, the big supermarket chains started using it. And then somebody came up with a way in which we could broadcast on it. As Bamber starts anew over to Jones. This is down towards third man for one from the Finkel end. 51-4-3. Jones moves on to 17. Lee's on 20. Came together, these two, with a score on 16-3 in the 6th over. Anyway, ISDN's now considered old technology because super fast broadband's come along, so they're altering our machines that we commentate on, and we will now be able to use broadband on our normal machines.
Have you not got one yet?
You've got them in the I've got them in the base.
So you could have taken it on Thursday.
Well, that's driven out through the covers and away at 4-4. Nice shot there from Lees. Timed that well. There's a man out there diving to try and stop the ball on the boundary in front of the old scoreboard, but he couldn't quite get there. Well, it wouldn't work because I couldn't get the broadband line to work.
But didn't you have the 4G dongle to put in the back as well?
Well, I used a 4G dongle.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
so
I used a 4G
dongle.
Yeah.
Nice, good
We
work.
used a Comrex machine. Anyway, I think ISDN's going to be phased out in the next 2 or 3 years, so everybody will have to be commentating on broadband. Bamber round the wicket comes in and bowls, turned away by Lees up towards long. Also deep square leg for one.
Right, I'll run and make your... what have we got? We've got a couple of minutes, haven't we, till your update?
Yeah.
Do you want a biscuit? They've got a packet. You got a choice of 4 today. Biscuits up there. Yeah.
Has Joe brought all those in?
No.
Ah. Joe has a biscuit rival.
He does. Joe brought the milk. Can you guess what the 4 are?
Bonbons will be one of them. Bamber in. Played defensively on the offside, no run.
Bonbons. Bonbons are the little thing with the powdery.
Yeah,
what's the bit in the middle of bonbons? There's the powdery bit, isn't there?
Sludge. I don't know. There'll be some
bonbons.
kind of cream thing.
Yeah, custard cream.
Shorty bread type circular things.
One of those.
Yeah.
What's the 4th one going to be? Ginger snaps would be nice. I'm not sure if it is though.
Yeah, that would be in the sort of... You'd think so, wouldn't you? Bamber to Jones. Jones drives. It's cut off. Diving stop. Short extra cover by Stoneman.
Yeah, custard creams, like a shortbread one, and then the bourbons, and there's one more. Oh, the physio's walking around the pitch. What's he up to? Oh, he's going to walk around in front. He nearly walked around in front of the sight screen as well. Vish is the physio for Middlesex for this one. Who's he off round to see? Greatwood's at mid-on. Could it be... oh, no, it's Anderson at mid-on. Maybe he's checking on that shoulder of his again.
Bamber in. Defended on a length. That was right on middle stump, that one. Played away safely by Jones. And that is the end of the 14th over. 56-3 after 14. And there was 6 runs off that one. Greatwood to continue from the Lumley end. None for 5 in 2 overs. Bamber at the other end, 1 for 24 in 7. Durham 56-3. Lees has 25. Jones has 17, and this partnership is 40 from 52 balls. Greatwood round the wicket to Lees. This is played short to Sam Robson at mid wicket. Dot ball. Update for the news now. Well, Michael Jones and Alex Lees are trying to rescue Durham from a somewhat perilous position. They were 16 for 3 in the 6th over when these two came together. They've now put on 40 runs. Jones has 17, Lees 25. They lost the first wicket on the second ball of the game when Graham Clark was bowled by Umesh Yadav for a duck. Then Scott Borthwick went to him, LBW for 1 in the 3rd over. And then Nick Maddinson trying to flick a ball down the leg side from Ethan Bamber. The ball hit the back of his bat, looped in the opposite direction, and a bizarre dismissal. He was caught for 4 by Sam Robson at slip. So Durham have recovered somewhat. They're now 57-3. Commentary on the BBC website and the sports app. Greatwood in. A wideish delivery, about 2 across from off stump. Not quite on a full length, and Jones has missed out there. He looked to try and play it through the covers, and it's come off the toe of the bat, and it's a dot ball. In the other matches then, what are we? We're Group A, aren't we? So Somerset and Gloucestershire in the same group, and they are the teams that Durham play next. They're at Somerset on Wednesday, and then Gloucestershire here on Friday as Greatwood balls. Oh, and nearly played onto the stumps there. He played it down into the ground, Michael Jones. It bounced up, and he looked for a moment like he was going to try and lob it away with his right toe, but by the time the ball came down again, it was over the stumps and away to safety. But a bit of a moment for him there. In fact, looking at the replay, he nearly kicked the stumps. So Somerset and Bristol, 16 overs gone there, is 75 for 2. In the other group at Beckenham, Hampshire are batting first against Kent. This is played by Jones to short mid-wicket, no run there, and they are 84 for 1 in the 16th over there. Group B still, Lancashire, Derbyshire, that's the other group. Lancashire 48 for 1 after 14 and a half overs in Manchester against Derbyshire. And still in Group B, Essex batting at Northampton are 106 for 1 after 14.5. That looks like another road there. They're flying along, 106 for 1. 15 overs gone there now. Driven this time by Jones. He goes for a quick single. He nearly runs into Greatwood. Bowler shifts one way and Jones goes the other. I think he's suggesting that Greatwood made himself big and difficult to get around there, but I think he was trying to get out the road. That's the end of 15 overs here. 58-4-3 on the BBC. So, what's the other match? This group, Warwickshire, 69 for 1 at the Oval against Surrey. And Leicestershire 45 for 6 at Hove. Wowzers. Leicestershire
45 for 6.
Yes.
They just racked up 359 against Middlesex the other day.
Worcestershire 52 for 3.
Who's taken the wickets for Sussex? Because they're weakened as it is in the Championship.
Worcestershire 52 for 3 against Yorkshire and Scarborough.
You can imagine all their big guns are gone in the with the ball as well. Finn, Mills, Jordan. Wait, Jordan's gone back to Surrey now, isn't he? Who am I thinking of? Finn, Mills. McCoy was down there, wasn't he, in the blast?
Aristides Kavailis, the Greek-born bowler's taken 4 for 16. Bradley Curry 2 for 24.
Well, with the Bass against Middlesex. Kavailis a few
Nick
weeks
Welsh
back.
got 4. Rishi Patel a duck. Kimber was out for 10. Lewis Hill out for 13. Oh, Vayan Mulder 7 not out. There you are, it's the start of an innings.
Here's Martin Anderson into the attack for Middlesex, replacing Ethan Bamber. Right arm over. Bowls wide down the leg sides. 59 for 3. Wide signals. Oh, I haven't taken your I've neither taken your tea bag out nor put your milk in, Marty, because I thought I'd let you do it yourself. You've got these little sachets, so you're able to really...
They're dreadful, these sachets.
Oh, you're not a fan? Well,
because you can't rip them apart without covering yourself in milk. That's one part of it. And we were on a flight a few years ago when my daughter was a baby and had milk.
Anderson bowls. Oh, that's driven in the air for a moment. Deep cover is back. Extra cover's in. It goes through cover. Out to the deep. Fielder for a single. 61 for 3.
We were trying to land at Lanzarote and there was a big storm, so the plane got diverted to Fuerteventura. And lots of other planes got diverted there as well. And
so you have to sit on the runway?
We sat on the runway there for 6 hours and ran out of everything. And we were desperate for milk for the little one. And everybody on the plane was trying to see how many of these sachets they had left. And it was my job to rip them all open and try and get enough milk in the bottle for the little one. And some balls this one, no run. And I was covered in milk. Absolutely covered in milk.
And he'll tell us that story again when we're up here next season, folks. You told us the other day, Martin.
I know. Doesn't matter, the listener only tunes in every now and then.
Don't tell the lads upstairs either, but I've nicked the last 2 bourbons. Can you believe they were down to the last 2 bourbons already? So it's a 4-pack.
Absolutely greedy.
So I've nicked the last 2, assuming that you'd like a bourbon as well. Anderson bowls. This is clipped down to fine leg for a single. I thought it was in the air, but I'm going fine.
What was Anderson's over the other day? Plus 30, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a tough hold over that.
Was it wides or no balls?
Wides, no balls was everything for Anderson. It went horribly wrong for him. He was around the wicket to a left-hander and he kept on missing the railway tracks outside the off stump. Here he goes, over the wicket to Jones. And that's lifted in the air again through the covers. This one was close to extra cover, but safely away from Stoneman, sweeping up in the deep. Here's Milan. They have a single. Malted milk was the answer to the fourth biscuit in the pack upstairs. So, yeah, there was the shortcake one, as you predicted. The bourbon, the custard creams, and malted milk was the fourth. But yeah, no surprise whatsoever, it's the bourbons that are gone already. They were down to the last two, so I thought, right, grab them. Take one down to Marty. Full ball from Anderson, halfway up off stump. It's defended by Jones, just watchfully pushed back. 5 off the over so far, 1 to come of it. Anderson's first. So yeah, Wallaluita the man to step out today.
Thankfully.
Greatwood coming in.
I'd written his name phonetically as well.
Here's Anderson, last ball of the over. No, it's not, 'cause it's wide down the leg side. How did you write? Wallaluita is pretty frenetic. Frenetic.
I just split it into 3 parts.
Wallaluita. You got me going now. Wallaluita. Stop it. Wallaluita.
Yeah, but I...
Yeah. Wallaluita.
Yeah.
Wallala. Yeah, but you've made it look like Wallaluita. It's Wallaluita.
I know, but then I would say it fast. I don't need to say it at all now.
Anderson's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed up to mid-on, and no run. 64 for 3. That's the end of the over. How many off? It's 6 off Anderson's first. What's the economy for the innings? 4 at the moment. So 64 for 3. Yeah, you did wonder after the over the other day whether Anderson might be the player to make way, whether they just thought, look, take yourself out of the firing line. But they've kept him in, which is good. I'd prefer that, actually. I think probably send a player back in and say, no, go on. Look, everyone has a bad over, which is what it was for Anderson. But he'd taken a couple of wickets. Ironically, it ends up his best bowling in List A cricket, because he took a couple of wickets that day, having only taken 1 previously.
Played away towards mid-wicket, no run there.
Greatwood continuing his 4th over. So a Berkshire pair at the moment at either end, as you were saying, Anderson and Greatwood.
Davy Drydock's been on, and he says, I certainly hadn't heard about your travails at Fuerteventura. I'm outraged. Great name, that, Davy Drydock. In comes the bowler. This is played to backward point, no run there. If you want to email, we at cricket@yahoo.co.uk.
I'll never forget the first time I came up here to do a commentary with you, and you went to make the tea, and I was telling everybody, if you want to email, the address is wearecrickets. Yahoo.co. No man, we're cricket.
Greatwood round the wicket from the Lumley end, and it's played by Lees into Stoneman at short extra cover. Lees sort of collapsing into the shot as he played that one there. At Marty Cricket on Twitter or at KevHandBBC.
What scran do you reckon we got today, Gadge?
I've gone down the sausage route, mate. Because you've got to think about how you can access it and how easy it is to cut it with wooden spoons or wooden knives and forks in a box.
Well, we got the Sunday roast was on offer, chicken. Yeah. I've gone for the Sunday roast.
Yeah. Greatwood turned away past square leg by Lees for 1. 65 for 3 Durham. So where's this partnership up to now? 1 more run and it's 50, isn't it?
Hi. Steadied things. Just that one real moment of alarm for Jones, the ball that nipped back over the top of leg, but other than that, it's settled down a little as you expect it to. These white balls.
Just did too much, didn't it? I mean, as a batsman, he must have just been waiting for the noise of the stumps, and then.
Well, it was the ones that had kept a fraction low, as you'd noted. That one didn't keep low, fortunately for Jones.
2 balls left of this over as Jones drives past point and up towards the boundary. There's a fielder out there, 1 run.
It's all looking pretty gun barrel straight now, which again is slightly why, as that is the 50 partnership. There we go.
69 balls.
Yep, 46 very useful minutes for Durham here, just settling things down. Lees didn't get flustered by any of it earlier, did he? Jones, again a double ton against Middlesex only a week ago. Last ball of the over from Greatwood. He's around the wicket and bowls, and Lee's dabs to mid-on. Oh, quick single taken. And Yadav is no slouch. They have a single. It was to Yadav's left hand, so he had to come around it to collect the ball, so well judged by Lee's. And 67 for 3 it is at the end of the 17th. BBC Newcastle, BBC Radio London, Martin Emerson, myself, Kevin Hand. Jones 22, Lee's 29. And a little bit of cloud cover over the top, but yeah, it's been pretty much gun barrel straight the last 10 overs or so.
I'm just going to say, I'm going to have to put it out there, Kev, but you've gone early with lunch and I'm now hungry. And there's hours to go, yeah.
There's your bourbon, look. I brought you biscuits, keep you going. Do you know, that is the thing. It's a good 2 hours until lunch now, isn't it? 33 overs.
Really?
Anderson bowls, this is punched by Lees to cover, and there's no... Oh, think of me, I rushed breakfast to get the bus, and then ended up getting a taxi anyway, because I forgot my kit and had to run back to the hotel.
You've given me the crumbly crushed bourbon. So generous.
That's all right. Tip it into your mouth, like at the end of the bag of crisps, when you neck the end of the bag of crisps.
What a mess.
Oh, it's holding together though. It hasn't crumbled into the back. It's just, yeah, it's split on you, but it's held together. Oh no! Now he's made a mess of it. It's gone all over the floor. Here's Anderson. He's in bowls, and Lees pushes back a dot ball. No run again. Eskenazi comes across to have a chat with Bambo. What are they thinking about? Probably lunch as well. There's a deep third, a deep cover, long leg and a deep square. Who's deep square? He's warming up. I think it's Milan though. He's just keeping himself. Well, maybe he is going to have a little dart. Medium pacer. Had a few useful overs the other day at Radlett. Anderson in, bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside and there's no run. I did wonder whether they'd bring Milan back instead of Anderson for that final spell, because Milan had only gone at, I'm going to say 6s. Let's have a look. He was the most economical of the bowlers outside of those that they could have brought back at that stage, Middlesex, let's put it that way. You had to have Bamber and Holman with the pick of the bowlers at Radlett. As Anderson comes in, bowls, and this is cut away into the offside and there's no run, but Anderson did have a couple of wickets to his name at that point, so that was in play as well.
England's women are now in a third place playoff against New Zealand at the Commonwealth Games at Edgbaston, and they only made 110 for 9. And New Zealand are 75 for 2. $45 medals up for grabs today, apparently.
This is pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run. 67 for 3. I've been doing a lot of work on the not on the Commonwealth Games.
I've missed nearly all of it.
Yeah, I haven't seen much, but I was doing a lot of the preview work on it, which is quite good fun, actually. Enjoyed that.
I tried to catch up the highlights of the time trial the other day where Geraint Thomas crashed, but they were so brief. I think it's the men's and the women's road races today.
Anderson bowls, is pushed to mid-on again, and there's no run. 67 for 3. Just back to those figures the other day. So Anderson ended up with 2 for 85 from his 8s, but that again with his last over going for 32. But Milan, who I think is going to be coming on to bowl soon, looking by the way he was warming up there. Milan had bowled 4 overs, 1 for 28, so he'd gone at 7s. But again, I think Anderson was going at 8s when they went back to him. If actually could work it out, couldn't he? He was 50 off 7, 53 off 7. So at 7 and a bit he was going at. But yes. Oh no, mind you, saying that, when they went back to him, he just bowled a couple of overs, I think, maybe. So maybe he'd gone for. It was at. Maybe he bowled 6 and over at that point, I'm not sure. But anyway, whether Milan comes on sooner or later, we shall wait and see. Milan picked up one of the big wickets when he had Kimber caught Robson for 68, but 116 from Mulder and 50 from Bowley, as you were mentioning, Martin. 50 the day after he turned 21, and the first time he walked out, it was his second List A game, second professional match, but he didn't bat in the other Leicestershire game that he played, which was against Surrey, because they had a 7-wicket victory.
Well bowled.
Well bowled indeed. Bowley or Bowley, but we were told it was Bowley.
Greatwood from the Lumley end, right arm over to Jones. It's in the air, but it's away safe. It's gone way past Mark Stoneman at short mid-wicket, out towards deep mid-wicket for 1. Looks quite a decent crowd in the day, actually.
It is, isn't it? It's lovely. Yeah, it is. That's a good point, Marcy. I'm interested to wonder how many Middlesex fans made the trip up. Mainly, we come on to it because of the weather, haven't we? It's a long way to come if you get rained off game. So how many would have made the trip up from...
I think, aren't we in for another warm week next week? It's going to get hotter again. It's coming round the wicket this time to Lees. Lees turns it to short mid-wicket to Robson.
But the weather's set fair, so... Yeah, lovely day out, isn't it? Sunday, come and watch...
I think the one... saving grace when the entire game was washed out at Sussex last year was the fact that Durham were on a tour of the south for a few days. So they'd played at Kent, they were playing at Radlett after that, so it wasn't a case of driving 350 miles for nothing. Greatwood in, dropped short towards backward point, no run. Holden comes in and fields.
How many are you missing for this one, Marcy? For the 100 and the like?
I think there's only one.
You only got one absentee?
Well, Rain's away,
yeah.
Potter's away, and then there's a few injuries. Greatwood bowls. Lees turns that nicely off towards the Castle stand, and good diving stop, or has it? Yes, he has. Just managed to keep it in play there. Luke Holman.
Holman, he's an unlikely sweeper.
It's a no ball as well.
Oh yes, is that a free hit then? It must be. It wasn't a Heights delivery, that was it? At the non-striker's end, Jones practices hitting the ball out of the ground, rueful that he's not getting the free hit himself, perhaps. A chat between Stoneman and the umpire. There's the signal of the free hit.
Circular hand motion.
That's not much of a circular hand motion from umpire practice.
That's more like Queen waving.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just going to say it was more of a regal effort, that wasn't it?
From the back of a gold-plated chariot on the mall. Greatwood then for the free hit comes in, bowling right arm round, and get after that. That's gone into the Castle stand. Oh, one bounce. Has it gone for six? It has.
Cleared the rope though.
Yeah. A nice hefty howk from Alex Lees. Moves on to 37. Durham 78 for 3.
A nice what?
Howk. He gave it a howking.
Howk.
Yeah. From the verb to howk.
Oh, what was our one? I'm going to forget it again now, aren't I? From why didn't that? You could have given that as a Yorker around here when they were going for the bottom bit of the. The coal.
Yeah.
We got it in the end the other day, didn't we? And I've forgotten it again now.
I've consigned it to history. Greatwood in again. Lees down the track. A couple of steps. Plays it to Robson at short mid-wicket. No run there.
So Middlesex have 5 away from the 100. For the 100, I should say.
Durham have also got Beddingham's injured now for at least 6 weeks, we think, after he broke his finger when Yadav got him on the hand.
Yep.
Dixon's not come back. We don't know why, because I was of the impression he's fit and ready to play. Coughlin's been out with an injury, and Bushnell's got an ankle problem, I think. So there's 4 players who probably would have been featuring this, who aren't. Now Lees is going to join England next on the 15th, I think, the England test side link up. Jones, there's a possibility of some Scotland one-dayers. That's the end of the over. 78 for 3, 19 gone here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio London. So they're going to be weakened further, aren't they? They really will be down to the bones. Now last year they brought in Paul van Meekeren, the fast bowler, on a short-term contract for this competition. He didn't feature in the semi-final win against Surrey or the final because he'd gone off to the Caribbean Premier League by then, but he's been with Gloucestershire this year.
Here's Anderson. Oh, news from Middlesex the other day mentioning Gloucestershire, of course. Ryan Higgins has re-signed, hasn't he? Anderson past the umpire, bowls, and this is driven away to point. There's no run. 78 for 3. Cracking signing that for Middlesex, getting Higgins back. It was the one that you can go around the country and usually put together an 11 of Middlesex players playing elsewhere, but Higgins is the one really for me that was the one that really got away. There's a couple that Tom Lace went to Gloucestershire as well. There's grumbles from Middlesex members about that. As Anderson's in, bowls, and good line and length is pushed away. But for me, Higgins is the one that that was the really the one that slipped through their fingers really. What are you chuckling about? What have you spotted?
Well, I just I've just seen 2 comments. The last game was criminal. And Tony says, I'm assuming the police team are amateur cricketers. That's not a bad score. And I thought, what are they on about? So I had tweeted, much needed 50 partnership from Lees and Jones. Comes in 69 balls. Durham Police are now 67 for 3.
Anderson's in, bowls, using his feet. Jones looks to clip this into the onside from outside off, only as far as mid-wicket. All on the floor to Robson.
Yeah. The Durham Police are now 67 for 3 after 17 overs against Middlesex.
What were you looking to tweet, Durham?
Well, Durham Cricket, but why normally when I start writing Durham, it just automatically puts in Durham Cricket.
It's the tag, it's the handle.
And it's put in Durham Police for some reason.
Well, it's when the police reply, that's when you've got to look out for. Anderson to Jones, dab to backward point, there's no run. It's at the... No, there's not. The umpire was just having a little wander. I thought he was walking away at the end of the over. 4 gone. 78 for 3 in the 20th.
Bit of an arresting sight to see that. I'll have to try and investigate how that happened.
Someone will be filing a report on you, Marcy. Anderson's past the umpire, bowls, and this ball's driven wide mid-off for a single. 79 for 3. Eskenazi comes around to tidy up. Jones on to 24.
Anyway, thought I got away with it, but looks like I've been collared.
It's easier to do when you're in the summariser's seat. My mind's ticking over now. It's Anderson moving in. He bowls, and this ball's manoeuvred just fine of mid-wicket. They're trying to nudge a nurdle. They're trying to burgle a single everywhere at the moment. It's Middlesex trying to keep it on the straight. But Durham 79 for 3 after 20. So the run rate remains at 4.
Away man says, do they know the laws of the game? Clever that. Could go on forever with this one, couldn't we?
Oh yes. Here is Milan. Milan's on as we thought after his stretches out on the boundary. There are only lunges that we're doing really, but you were thinking you wouldn't really be doing lunges out there unless you were coming on. Lunges aren't usually the kind of stretch you see a bowler doing when they're warming up.
Played 3 test matches against England in 2020 in South Africa.
This is 80 odd in one of them, didn't he?
I don't know. 121st list A, and he has quite a few wickets, but I can't see it. I can't read my own writing. Where's it gone? He's got 1 wicket, has he? Is that all? 1 wicket?
No.
Yeah. He must have only 1 wicket. Julie's got more than 1 wicket. South African Player of the Year in 2020.
Domestic. Must have been, mustn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's only played the 3 tests. Yeah, he got that 80 odd against England. Let me tell you. Peter Milan, who had that horrible wait for his visa to be passed.
Bowling here, medium pace, right arm over, played out through the covers for 1.
Oh yeah, it's very military medium from Milan. 32 years old, he'll be 33 on the 13th of August. 3 tests in List A cricket. Marty, my apologies, he only has 1 wicket, which he took the other day. He has 20 first-class wickets. I'm surprised so few. He's a decent.
He's got lots of runs.
Yeah. I suppose, to be fair...
Nearly 4,700 runs.
To be fair, the majority of his bowling was probably done in South Africa, where this kind of military medium is going to just be gun barrel straight all the time, isn't it? But in English conditions, this kind of pace is obviously a little bit more useful.
Keeper up to the stumps with a helmet on. We've got a deep gully, a backward point, and Lees plays it the other way up towards long on for 1. Little ripple of applause as he gets a run.
First class average of 49. It's not bad, is it? 174 matches, 38 centuries, 49 50s. What a conversion rate that is. That's going to be one of the better conversion rates, isn't it, of anybody who's got, let's say, 30 plus centuries.
Jones on strike, he comes in and bowls, and that's played back past the bowler, and he dives and tries to stop it, he can't get it, but Stillman's round. Is it? It's not Stillman, is it? Somebody round the back there feeling that one?
That's Eskenazi. I mean, anything more than that. 38 centuries and 49 50s. anything more than 38 centuries with 49 50s would be borderline ridiculous, wouldn't it? So that's got to be up there as a as a percentage of conversions.
Ball that comes in again. Lumley end, played by Jones. Quick single up to mid-on to Eskenazi. There's quite a few people on the corporate balconies.
Yeah, it's busy. It is. It's lovely. That was why I came on to the absentees, Marcy, because although Middlesex are missing 5, this is still a very, very strong side. It is the bowling that's weakened slightly. That injury to Blake Cullen has hurt Middlesex. As a result, Toby Rowland-Jones got a call up to the 100. Had Cullen have been fit, he'd have been the 100, and Rowland-Jones be here. Lands in.
Cut by Lees off towards the point boundary in front of the pavilion. 1 run.
But they've got the luxury of not picking Tim Murtagh, although I think he does have a slight hamstring problem at the moment, a slight niggle in one of his legs. Club captain, but he'd have been pretty useful this morning, wouldn't he, when that ball was nipping about a bit.
Mrs. Murtagh didn't have to worry herself about
Bothersome Borthwick.
Yeah, out for 1 today. He was in the county championship, averaging more than 90 at one point. Scott Borthwick against Middlesex. So 2015-2016 period. Milan bowls, and the ball played back towards him by Jones. He can't quite grasp it, and it runs away for 1 up to long on.
And that was against Middlesex at their peak, 15 and 16.
Yeah.
They won the title in 2016. 2015 they were, I think, the closest to Yorkshire that year, or the most likely to have got near to
Well, Durham were actually in the mix in that 2016 season, and they lost on an awful wicket at Somerset. Fell apart on the morning of day 3.
The wicket or Durham?
Durham fell up, well, everything. There was a dust bowl. That was the year when Middlesex went there, and you took the photograph and you couldn't tell where the cut strip was.
Yeah.
But there was nothing about wickets with excessive spin in those days. 21 overs gone, then 84 for 3, and so having lost a game at Somerset where they should have won, they needed about another 50 runs on the final morning, and they were skittled out in about 21 deliveries or something.
This is full from Anderson onto the pads, going down. May have just been a little bit of bat involved as well, actually, because I think they'd have kept going with that. Yeah, no leg bicycle to run it is. So I think they'd have kept going with that appeal, don't you? If there wasn't a little bit of bat.
I think remember leaving Somerset on the Saturday lunchtime, coming home, and then I think Durham's next match was at Lords, and they lost that one, and that was effectively them out of the contest.
Anderson bowls, a little bit of width on that, and Lees leans into it for a single. And he's on to 40.
Had they won at Somerset, and they should have done, they just lost Mark Stoneman just before the close of play on the night time, and that proved crucial. But had they won at Somerset, they would have gone top, so they would have been playing Middlesex as the leaders at Lords a week or so later. By the time the end of the season came, they had to beat Surrey here to make sure they were convinced of staying up. Then they beat Hampshire in the final game in the belief that Hampshire had been relegated. We all know what happened then.
Anderson bowls. That was put up there nicely, driven nicely as well to mid-on, and they take a single. Jones moves to 29, 87 for 3.
A certain Mr. Hand rang me on the train as I was going down to the Cricket Writers' end of season lunch to say that Durham are going to be relegated, and then a certain Mr. James rang me and said Durham are going to be relegated, and I'm like, how do you know this and we don't? It wasn't until the Friday of that week that Durham were actually told what the ECB had in store for them.
Anderson bowls. This is pushed to cover and there's no run. 87 for 3. Yeah, the whispers had gone round, hadn't they? They just started to get around that. What everybody, I think, now is in agreement that it was a pretty dirty deed done to Durham.
And it helped Yorkshire greatly as well, didn't it?
Lizzie Ammons forever tweeting about it, isn't she? She hasn't let it lie either. It was a dastardly deed. This ball's driven away through the covers for a single, and Durham on to 88 for 3. Lees moves to 41.
Well, I'd become aware of how bad things were probably in about the April of that year, and I know there was a couple of reports in the Times.
The finances.
Michael Atherton had written about it, but I was also aware of all the different meetings that were going on behind the scenes and talking to varying organisations. But then it became quite obvious mid-July onwards that things really weren't good. Nice shot.
Jones. It's deep backward square leg. And lovely shot to end the over with a boundary. 92 for 3. Jones moves to 33. Lees has 41. And no chance for deep square as that was wristily clipped away backward a square.
I had a couple of directors telling me they feared the worst and they were being stripped of all their allies and support from other counties. It was going to be a group of 4 people who were going to decide on their fate, which is what happened. And quite honestly, for his part, David Harker, who was the chief executive, I think he really did believe that the ECB didn't have the power to relegate Durham, because I don't think it was in their constitution. And when it happened, nobody from the ECB would do an interview with me, as Milan comes in to start a new over here, over pitch, played up to mid-off, no run. So they just put out a press release saying how they'd saved cricket in the North East, which was far from what the reality was, because Durham was still left with debts of something like £4.5 million. And it led to the whole club being reorganised and renamed, and a new sort of community-owned club began. But it wasn't good what went on, and I'd spoken to a number of MPs, and as Milan comes in and bowls, nearly chopped on there by Jones, an inside edge. I think it hit the keeper's foot in the end. So I know for a fact the ECB were going to be called before the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, and they were going to be called before their committee and questioned at great length about why they'd done what they did to Durham. And then Theresa May called a general election and everything was disbanded, so it never happened. Defended on off stump here by Jones, goes back to Milan. .93 for 3. Durham elected to bat this morning. Found themselves a wicket down after 2 balls. Clark going for a duck, bowled by Umesh Yadav. This is cut by Jones off towards the cover boundary on the Castle side of the ground for 1. Borthwick went LBW to Yadav. Couple of overs later for 1. Maddinson looking to flick an Ethan Bamber delivery down the leg side. Hooked it off the back of his bat and it looped the other way to Sam Robson at first slip. He was on 4 when he was out, so Durham was 16 for 3 at that point. Then Michael Jones came out to join Alex Lees, and these two have now put together a partnership of 78 and 105 balls. Lees cuts this one off towards the cover boundary on the pavilion side. They are playing the right, I mean we're looking right down the middle of the wicket here, so they're quite a way down the square, probably about 6 strips from the end of the square on the Castle side of the ground. So the boundary back up towards the pavilion is a big one. It's got to be the best part of 100 yards, that, and there's still about 30 yards of grass beyond it to the fence. This is played away by Jones to short extra cover, no run there. The boundary on the Castle sides, that's probably going to be about 75-80 yards maybe. End of the over. 23 gone, 27 to go, so they're not even at the halfway stage yet. 95 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, double his score at 30. They've got a bit of work to do here, Durham, haven't they? But it'll be very dependent on how much that ball does. 2:33 this afternoon, whether it nips about a bit for them at the start of the innings, much as it did for Middlesex this morning, which was why the eyebrows were raised. You obviously fancy you got more of a chance of it doing a bit at 11 than you do at 2:30, especially with a new ball from either end as well, which these white balls generally don't do much for long, do they? But because you've got one at either end, then they do that little bit more for that little bit longer. But there we go. Here's Luke Holman, who was one of the stars of the show against Leicestershire. Only bowled 9, and one of the questions, why did it take so long to get him on? And then he didn't bowl out as well. They brought him off after 9 successful over. He didn't bowl his 10th, and then it all went awry for Middlesex at the end as that partnership really launched in the final few overs, and Middlesex were then chasing 360 to beat Leicestershire. But Holman here, if he can have a similar day that he had, then it should tie down those middle overs, which is something you don't often see in List A anymore, do you? That quiet middle period Durham will very much hope that this is a modern list day which accelerates from start to finish, which is the way these 3 power plays have really, I wouldn't say revolutionised list day, but revitalised, in my opinion, list day cricket, even though it remains under threat, as Moeen Ali, I think, has been talking about again in one of the papers or some sort of media outlet he's been speaking to over the last couple of days, talking about how list day will be in trouble and possibly even Test cricket. As here's Holman. He's in, bowls, and this is short and cut away. Out to deep cover for a single. Oh, I had a message from Pete Holman, Luke's dad, talking about Holland Park, sorry. He says, I can find that tweet now. The Japanese Peace Garden in Holland Park is very pleasant, a very pleasant spot. And did you see the cricket ground there too? The Japanese Peace Garden is wonderful in Holland Park. Very much recommend it. That was a stumble upon that a few months back. A lovely little spot it is. And no, I didn't spot the cricket ground as far as I can recall. And it's not the biggest of parks, as you just pointed out as well, Marty, when you had a look on the map. So where did I miss the cricket pitch, please, Peter? There's a lovely pavilion in the middle of it for, I would imagine, afternoon tea and the like. As here's Holman. Bowls, drops a tad short. Rocking back, Jones just drives a single down to long on. There was a wedding there yesterday when
we stayed in I've mentioned this before. It was a lovely in Pimlico. We were staying in this hotel in this square, and there was a nice cricket ground in the square there.
In Pimlico?
I think it was. It may have belonged to a school, but I think the civil service team played there.
I know the one you're talking about. Holman bowls, reverse sweep in the air. It's in front of Yadav at backward point. They'll get at least a single out to deep backward point where deep cover comes around, and back they come for the second. Well run. 99 for 3. Lees moves to 46. Rapturous applause. They're beyond the 50 partnership though, aren't they? Just the endeavour, I think, perhaps, is being rewarded by the applause from the crowd there.
What's Lee's done in one day is?
Or were they thinking it had beat the fielder and it was going to be the 100 up?
He's got 400s. And they scored 126 not out against Essex here last year.
Holman bowls onto the pads. It's clipped away out to deep square for a single, and there is the 100 up. Lees moves to 47. 100 from 100 minutes. Yeah, that cricket pitch you're talking about, it's a school one, isn't it? As here's Holman turns through mid-wicket for a single. Lees moves to Jones moves to 36, 101 for 3, and one ball to come with the 24th. Did you say you were staying there? Close to that?
Yeah.
Not on BBC hotel rates, you weren't? In Pimlico? I mean, that's virtually that's.
Well, I wasn't there for the BBC.
I was about to say, this is a reverse sweep, which gets past Yadav, and it might get past the deep backward point as well. A slide, Milan can't keep it in. 4 it is, 105 for 3. Lees moves to 50 and brings it up with the reverse sweep from his 73rd delivery. 3 fours, that's 6 off the free hit as well. Strike rate is 70, 100 minutes. And after a tricky start at the other end for Durham, Lees opening endeavour here is laying a decent foundation. There's still a lot of work to do, but without Lees it could have been a very uncomfortable morning for the hosts.
No, we actually got a very good deal using a particular website, but there is a certain supermarket where you get coupons and offers, and we used some coupons and got the hotel for quite a good price. We've gone down there to Graham, who's one of the 5 Live producers, who's a friend of ours. It was his birthday, 40th birthday, so he was in a pub nearby. 105 for 3. Start of a new over from Milan. No run there as the ball goes to backward point.
Can't find it anywhere now. We'll try and have a look and see. Yeah, it's an amazing one. You kind of turn around a corner, don't you? And all of a sudden there's a cricket pitch there. And you can see...
It's really not far from Victoria Station.
Well, I was going to say, you can see over the top. You can see Big Ben and the Houses of Parliament and the London Eye.
Comes in again. And this is played by Jones up to mid-off. He's got to get a move on here. He's lucky there because it was a risky single, but it was misfielded by Greatwood at mid-off, so he gets the single anyway.
I think you'd need a few bob to get your kids into that school, whichever one it is. Because it is a school facility, as I say. Who else did you say you think plays there?
I think the civil service played there, or some government department.
Yeah, you'd imagine it's shared.
Melanian bowls. Let's play towards backward point. No run. Yeah, because actually, if you continue down through Pimlico, you come over the bridge and the river, and you're in Vauxhall, aren't you? And the oval's just a few yards away.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to. One of the things to do, not in the full lockdown, but in the latter lockdowns. You know, it was nice just to go for a walk and drop the car around there and go for a walk around town. It was one of the circuits I'd do.
Milan is swept by Lees down towards long leg, and Bamber comes around and cuts it off in front of the old scoreboard. 2 runs.
It's my favourite walk probably in London, that the South Bank walk around there, and pop over the bridge, you say Millbank's along there.
Yeah, Thames towpath's nice down, along near London Bridge, where you come past the Round, the theatre, and what's the yacht, the
Belfast, HMS Belfast.
Yeah, and there's a replica of a sailing ship.
Oh, Cutty Shark. Sharks?
No, not the Cutty Shark. That's at Greenwich, isn't it? Pulled away round the corner by Lees for 1 down towards long leg again.
Is that not one and the same? I thought it
was. It's just near London Bridge. It's in near Clink Street.
The Golden Hind.
That's it, the Golden
Hind. A replica of St. Francis Drake's ship.
Yeah. It's a nice walk along there. Some decent pubs as well on the riverbank. And that busy river, it's the heart of the city, really, isn't it? Miranda Jones. Jones carves one away down towards the point boundary for 1.
Heart of the country, Marty.
It's a bit provincial and out of the road, if you ask me. It's nowhere near anywhere.
Do you know, I always confused the Golden...
Halfway mark, 110 for 3.
I always confused the Golden Hind and the Cutty Sark. What's the significance of the Cutty Sark, then?
Wasn't the Cutty Sark the fastest ship?
Was it?
Yeah. Didn't it break the record for the fastest navigation from Australia to Britain or something like that? That's at Greenwich. Greenwich is lovely. Really like Greenwich. We sometimes used to get the train from Eltham down to Blackheath and then walk down across the common and down through the park into Greenwich. The indoor market on a Sunday was lovely. Nice couple of little pubs in the corners, browse the stalls and have Sunday lunch.
Do you know, I've always gone past the Golden Hind, and I've been on board the Golden Hind as well, and I always thought it was the Cutty Sark. I've only just realised now the Cutty Sark's something completely different. Yeah, you're right, it's down at Greenwich, and didn't it catch fire? I seem to remember it being on the BBC London News.
The Cutty Sark? Yeah, I think so.
So it had to be rebuilt then, obviously?
Well, there's quite a lot of damage. There's a visitor centre there and everything now. But one of my favourite things to do is when you're down in Greenwich, you get on the ferry and you go up to Westminster on one of the foot boats, and that's a great way to see the city. And if you get a good driver, the crack's good as well, as to tell you all the bits of information.
He's Holman, begins the new over. Solid forward defence from Jones. Is that one of the river taxis or one of the actual tours?
Well, one of the tours. You can do the river taxi as well.
You can do the river taxi, and obviously it's an awful lot cheaper. Holman bowls, and this ball's driven away up to mid-off for a single. 111 for 3. That was what we mentioned the other day. Of all the years I've been coming here, I still haven't been to Lumley Castle, which I really should do. Well, the landmarks around here should I have done, which I potentially haven't. I see.
Durham Prison.
Was that on your mind when you put Durham Police in the...
Yeah. Throw away the key. It was Churchy who went to uni in Durham, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Did you go to uni? Oh, you went to Bedford. Wasn't it Bedford?
Yes.
In Milton Keynes?
Yeah.
The Royal University of Bedfordshire. Oh, that was an interesting delivery.
Bedfordshire in Milton Keynes? They're miles away.
Well, I thought the
Bedfordshire's just outside London.
I know where Bedfordshire is, but what was the...
Bedfordshire, University of Bedfordshire.
Yeah, but what? I thought you said it was in Milton Keynes.
No, Luton, remember.
Oh, Luton.
The media campus, media with journalism. There's a Holman, and it's edged. Attempted drive by Lees. Was it the googly? It's gone across him either way. Wasn't really in position for the shot one way or the other. Maybe was playing for the turn, and in the end gets A rather ugly 2 down to the deep third. Where's Milton Keynes from Bedfordshire? That must be a fair old schlep.
Not half. Well, they're not far apart.
Well, yeah, I see what you mean. This is swept away by Lees down to deep backward square leg for a couple. And, back they come. Bales are whipped off and they are safe. Now, we shouldn't mention Milton Keynes with Luke Holman bowling and Pete Holman tuned in. They're Wimbledon fans. The mention of Milton Keynes sent a shudder down his spine, Pete. AFC Wimbledon created after the original Wimbledon were moved to Milton Keynes. They moved Wimbledon. Can you imagine that? One of those.
It's not common.
You mentioned Durham and the ECB. It's just one of those things in sport that, for me, has got to be one of the worst, isn't it? Moving a football club to another part of the country.
This is the way cricket might be in a few years' time with all this franchising going on.
Well, half
the county clubs disappear.
There's a new sheriff in town now, isn't there?
Well, good.
Richard Thompson.
Good.
Good luck to him. He's He's our
interesting the other day when somebody was calling for a stop to any attempts to reduce the amount of first-class cricket in this country, and Ben Stokes said absolutely.
Indeed. Here's Holman bowls. This is clipped down to long on for a single. 116 for 3, and Lees moves to 59, and there's the century stand for the 4th wicket. Well done, these two. It was a troubled situation earlier for Durham, and there were certainly thoughts of could it be another 180 all out. But Lees 50, Jones 39, and a century stand at the end of the 26th over, so just past the halfway point. But again, it's kind of double your score at 30, isn't it? Which I think is a very fair assumption today, to double your score at 30. Discussing this with Angus Fraser on the mic the other day. He said it's mainly with wickets in hand, isn't it? That both Durham and Middlesex Leicestershire and Middlesex had reached 200 after 30 the other day at Radlett.
Start of a new over here, and Lee's just looking to work the ball away behind point, but didn't quite work it out properly. It's just gone to the fielder there. Milan bowling still from the Lumley end.
I mean, again, the modern way of... I mean, that's quite an old adage now. It still pretty much works, though, double your score at 30. But as Gus said, it depends on wickets in hand, really. How many wickets down at 30?
Milan in again, in an attempted sweep. I don't know where the ball's gone. It's gone into the keeper's gloves.
Missed it. Straight across him, through to the gloves. I mean, this modern day of cricket, anything can happen in that back 20 overs now, can't it? I mean, anything can happen in the last 5 to 10 overs if a batter particularly...
Durham was 16 for 3, so they're now 116 for 3. So these two need to add another 33 to beat the record 4th wicket stand for Durham against Middlesex, which was 132 at Uxbridge in 2008. Shivnarine Chanderpaul and Paul Collingwood. Turned out through mid-wicket by Lees. That might go for 4, actually it is. I didn't think that had the legs, and suddenly it gained momentum as it went off the square.
Would you have been alongside me for...
No.
You weren't doing the away games for that one?
I've never been to Uxbridge.
Boris Johnson's constituency, isn't it? Uxbridge. Could have done some sightseeing, Marcy, while you were there. Leave it. Sorry, I'm teeing you up. Leave it. Leave it.
Milan in. That's driven out through the other side by Lees to the cover area for 2. Good running. Well, 2008, when let's work this out. He might have been Mayor of London then, mightn't he, actually?
Possibly, yeah.
122 for 3. Milan to Lees. Lees drives out in towards deep mid-wicket to the Castle side of the ground. No run. Feroz Kushi's hit 100 off just 80 balls, including 3 sixes for Essex against the Steelbacks. In comes the bowler. That's played away by Jones, just back beyond the stumps at the bowler's end for 1. That's the end of the over. 27 gone, 23 to go. 1, 2, 4 for 3, Durham, here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC London. First picture of you, first picture of summer. Remember that one?
What? Oh, you're listening to the... Oh, this is the 1 o'clock news that they go to at 5 to 1, isn't it?
Not on a Sunday.
So why you got the music on already?
Because I'll forget in a minute.
Oh, I see. So what time's the 1 o'clock news on Sunday?
1 o'clock. I think this is the last news on the Sunday as well, from memory.
What news is the 1 o'clock news on Saturday?
There isn't one.
Holman bowls.
Oh, no, there might be, yeah.
Clipped out to deep square for a single, 125 for 3. Anybody that wasn't listening to the championship match a few weeks ago, we established that the...
yes. All that's changing again shortly.
The Monday to Friday 1 o'clock news on BBC Radio Newcastle is at 5 to 1.
Yeah. Starts at 5 to 1.
Yeah.
We'll be back to 1 soon, I think. The last news bulletin on a Saturday is 1, and then the sports show starts at 2.
Holman! Now he's gone! Wow, that's gone straight through. Now, I'd say obviously it's the variation from Holman, but it looked as though it kept low as well.
That's daisy cutted through, hasn't it?
It went straight on. We'll look at the replay. I mean, it looked ugly from Lees' perspective in the sense of how on earth can he get out of this one? Will it not be out? We'll watch the replay now. He's LBW for 66. Holman with a massive breakthrough here for Middlesex. Oh, the replay's just slightly late on it. Let's see if we can slow it down at all. As soon as it comes on, it's going to pitch that ball, that replay, as we scrub back on the stream. I'll try to anyway. Missed it again. But let's stick it with Holman for a minute though, and the applause. He raises his bat at 16 for 3. They were in an awful lot of trouble. At 125 for 4, there's a lot more to do, but Lees' innings from 86 deliveries really has held this together for Durham. I'm going to see if I can capture that. Actually, if we go back and watch the live one, it would be the best shout, because the replay just comes on a little bit too late. We can rock and roll the live one. I wondered, was it pitching in line okay? Let's have a look.
I just think it stayed really low on him.
Oh yeah, it pitches in line. It's
because
because
where it's hitting, it's just above the ankle, isn't it, really?
He's right back on his stumps, and you can see... Oh yeah, look at that. That's absolutely plumb hit in middle and pitching in line. It did keep a little low on him, but look at where he is. Both his back and his front foot are deep within inside his crease there to a relatively full delivery from the spinner. So he's got himself into a spot of bother there, Lees, hasn't he? As I say, it looked ugly, the dismissal, and I wondered, was part of the ugliness the fact that it, as you said, potentially a daisy cutter. I don't think it did keep that low in the end, but I think he just got himself into a bad position that made it look worse than it was. But well bowled, Holman. He's got away for a couple of reverse sweeps by Lees, but 66 from 86 and 125 for 4. Sam Robson's warming up. No Tilan Walla-Louise today, so there'll be a few overs for Robson to bowl as well. But here is Travaskis, who missed out on the side, didn't he, in the championship? Back in for the list A. And Holman rips down the first ball, a little short, quicker delivery, and it's punched off the back foot wide of mid-off for a single. 126 for 4, Travaskis off the mark. 2 to come of the over. Yeah, there wasn't much there to save Lees on that one, as I've rocked and rolled back. Hit it halfway up middle, and it looks like it pitched inside, turned, just kept a little low on him. Yeah. Just got himself into a bad position. Here's Holman bowls, and wristily driven from outside off down to long on for a single by Jones. He moves to 42, 127 for 4. Holman again, onto the legs. Out to deep square for a single now. This will be an interesting little period now, because we just talked about this middle period in old talk for List A cricket. The middle period was the quiet period, wasn't it? And if this is a quiet period for Durham, then that's going to rack up an awful lot of pressure on the end of the innings to hit out. It's also going to give the opportunity here for the wrist spinner Holman to try and get through some cheap overs. He's going at 7s at the moment, but that wicket could change things. 1 for 20 off 2.5. Last ball of the over, he's over the wicket. And this is a little edgily driven away into the offside. That bat face looked as though it wanted to close to me towards the onside. It looked as though he was looking for that similar little whip down to long on there. Travaskis, a bit more of a leading edge about that one. All along the floor though for a single. End of the over, he's moved to 2. He'll keep the strike. Jones has 43, but Lees was LBW for a fine 66. It really was, because there was a lot of pressure this morning. Yadav and Bamba bowling well, and pressure building with wickets. High 5 for Holman from Holden, who comes in from the deep. And looking up towards, it's Yadav. Look at this move. They're going to bring back the big gun and see if Yadav can force another one now. I wonder if this move was already in their mind before the wicket of Lees. Can Yadav come back and break the partnership of Jones and Lees? Having formulated that plan already, Eskenazi's just stuck with it and said, no, go on, take a couple now. He's only bowled 5, so a couple now and 3 for the end of the innings, Marty, perhaps for Yadav. 129 for 4 after 28. And again, we're kind of at that. Even though there's 4 wickets down, I think we're very much at the W score from 30 over mark, because there's so few runs on the board. 4.6, nothing too disastrous about it from Durham, but in modern List A, I mean, goodness me, didn't Nottinghamshire chase down 120 in 10 overs the other day?
Yadav balls cut by Jones out towards point on the Castle side of the ground, 1 run.
Not much wrong with this pitch either, is there? I think it's played nicely today, the pitch, but it did seem a fair bit this morning for Yadav and Bamba. Doubt there'll be much there for him still now. Oh, you've got your news bulletin coming. Shall I go and make us another cup of tea?
No, I'll be needing the toilet all day. There's only so much.
You could have just said no, Marcy.
Yeah.
I'm going to make myself a cup.
Right.
See you in a sec.
Okie dokie. Wind's just getting up a bit now as well, isn't it?
Anyone else want one?
It's gone a bit breezy. The news is on BBC Radio Newcastle, so I will be updating them soon. Yadav around the wicket now to Travaskis. Defended by Travaskis. It stays quite low on him. Nips in. Plays it up to mid-off. The only notable performance really against Surrey was Liam Travaskis with 55 the other day. His first half-century in one-day cricket, and he put on a partnership of 60 with Tom McIntosh. McIntosh eventually out for 25, and then Travaskis fell a couple of overs later. Yadav in, and played this time by Travaskis to mid-on. Comes in again, and this is played off in towards short extra cover. No run there. .130 for 4. Beautiful sunny day here. We've got a bit of a stiff westerly breeze now, picked up in the last few minutes. It's a nice day, very pleasant day indeed in Chester Street. And a good crowd in as well. Yadav comes in and bowls. Oh, and Travaskis looking to pull that through the leg side. I'm not sure what it hit. It's gone off towards the slip cordon. Whether it came off his back of his bat, his glove, or even maybe his shoulder. Possibly the shoulder. 130 for 4 then, and we've got 1 ball left of this 29th over. Here's the update now. Well, we're just seeing a wicket here, and Liam Travaskis, who got 55 against Surrey the other day, has just got himself caught and bowled by Umesh Yadav for 2. So Durham had been in a real pickle earlier at 16 for 3. They'd lost Graham Clark in the first over for a duck, Scott Borthwick for 1, and then Nick Maddinson for 4. That was before a partnership of 109 for the 4th wicket with Alex Lees and Michael Jones, but that's just come to a conclusion when Lees was at LBW to Luke Holman for 66 to a ball that pitched and stayed quite low, and now they are 130 for 5 and back in trouble once again as Travaskis heads off for 2. The other end, Michael Jones has 44. We're in the end of the 29th over. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app. So Yadav then getting the wicket of Travaskis. He's played it low. It's come off the toe of the bat really and looped low, and Yadav diving down to his right, taking a good one-handed catch. And Durham find themselves in trouble again now. All that repair work put on by Lees and Jones, and now they have to start all over again because they've lost 2 quick wickets. That was the end of the 29th over.
Are you done? Can I talk?
Yeah.
Good. I only turned around to see that wicket. I was making the tea. I literally turned around just to see the moment of release from Yadav. And that pushed straight back to him. Wonderful caught and bowls. Having only just seen the point of release, I almost thought it was an off spinner, so I'd just come down to quickly see if he rolled his fingers across the top of that one. Can't quite see if he did actually. Let's have a look. Replay's missed it again. Let's go back and see it live. Scrub back on the stream. The wonderful things we're able to do now. We were scrubbing back on the stream a lot during the championship game, weren't we? With a few LBWs and the like. Here's Holman bowling the 30th over of the innings, 130 for 5. Jones, the key to this innings now, you feel, 44 to his name. Oh, that was a lovely bit of drift from Holman there. He's put it up wide outside off stump there, and it's driven away for a single by Jones. Moves to 45. Duneathi, I have the feeling, got runs against Middlesex in that game at Radlett you were mentioning a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he did. What did he get again? 50, was it?
Yeah, was it a big partnership with... Was it Travaskis he had the partnership
50
with?
at Radlett, yeah. It was quite late on, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a recovery. Let's draw up the scorecard and have a look.
It's in my book here.
Holman, slip in place. Bowls and forward defence. Let's have a look, see if we can see any... take the pace off it at all. I don't know. Just that release from Yadav. It was only, maybe it was just an optical illusion as I turned around. I thought, who's the off spinner that they've got? But it was indeed Yadav. Here is Holman. That's driven down the ground. Lovely looking shot. Bamber gets across well, holds him to a single. Duneathi's off the mark. 131 for 5. Yes, it was Travaskis, wasn't it? Duneathi got 50, bowled Bamber. Travaskis 23, caught Holden off Holman. That's a good memory from me. I'm proud of that one. Van Meekeren was playing in that. Is he in the 100 at the moment, Van Meekeren?
I think he's with Gloucestershire.
Oh, is he? Oh, yes, he is, of course. Here's Holman.
But
so it goes to the
it
keeper.
Was at this. He played for Durham through all of the group stage last year, but then left when the semi-final was on because he went to the Caribbean Premier League.
Where's Clark gone? Clark got 65 at the top that day.
He was out for a none today.
His foolish delivery pushed back down the track for a single to long on 133.
You saw it happen, Kev.
For 5, yeah, you can dine out in that one for a while, thank you. Why have I forgotten him today? Because he was out for none.
Out in 2 ball.
Yeah, that's why. Completely omitted him for the 16 for 3 today. Clark made 65 that day, Borthwick 76, Lees 5, Bancroft 0, Beddingham, the injured, had 41. This ball's eased away into the offside. Just only noticed it a couple of times in that over, just a little bit of drift, a little bit of dip from Holman. 30 overs bowled, 133 for 5, doubling that tally to 266. It's something to play with, isn't it? But they've got to be careful of that wickets column as well, though. A couple more wickets and, well, they're into the Leicestershire territory, but then Leicestershire obviously top things up. Middlesex were thinking in that game during the week 270, 280, that'd have been trouble. At 200 on the board and 7 down, but they recovered to 359 of their 50 overs. They'll be having that very much at the forefront of their minds today. No more recoveries. But the work's not done yet. Jones is on 46, Dunethy's on 1. Yadav's in, bowls, and this is clipped away. Final mid-wicket for a single by Jones, on to 47. That match at Radlett, Tuesday the 27th of July, 2022. Murtagh 2 for 38, Bamber 2 for 51, Harris 1 for 58, Walla Luisa none for 40, Holman 2 for 57. It would have been one of the, I'd say, early Holman games, but Robson got 1 for 26 that day as well. Who did he pick up? He picked up Clark, caught Hanscom, bowled Robson. Oh, I seem to remember Hanscom got a shocking LBW decision in that one. Here's Walla Luisa bowls, and on the back foot this is pushed up to mid-on. Dunethy scratches away at the crease once more. Hanscom was, oh no, he was bowled, sorry, he was bowled Meekeren for 75. Did it keep low? I have a feeling there was something about that delivery, you just thought, oh. Yeah, 75 he was gone for. Maybe I'm confusing it with another one-day cup game at Radlett that year. It's a full ball which shoots through outside off. That doesn't get up. Attempting to drive. Dunethy through it goes to the keeper. Durham winning by 2 wickets in that match. Sorry, 2 runs. As Middlesex were 225. Oh, it was a DLS, was it? Let's have a look and see. Does it tell us the revised target in middle? Had have bowls. This is pushed to mid-on and there's no run in Marty's Durham Cricket 2022 yearbook. Yeah, 50 overs. Durham 288 for 8. Middlesex were 225 for 9 after 36 overs, losing by 2 runs on the DLS. What can Dunethy do today? He has 1 from 6. Here's Yadav bowls to him and he works away through mid-wicket for a single. Don't forget, if you want to tweet us, at Kevin Ham BBC, at Marty Cricket. Yadav turns to bowl again. I'm just saying it was a 2-run victory that for Durham, but Duckworth-Lewis one, Marty is also looking through the card.
Lost an hour to the weather, didn't he?
It was a short one. Oh, now he's nearly dragged that on. Having seen that dismissal this morning, it was Maddinson, wasn't it, who dragged one around the corner to be caught at slip on the hook, all the way around the back of him. That one from Dunethy was nearly dragged down onto leg stump. Through it goes to Cracknell, end of the over, 135 for 5, 31 bowls.
Robbie White hit 55 and Peter Hanscom 75. They put on 130 for the 4th wicket, but they were both out just before it rained, and we lost an hour of play. And as a result of that, the DLS went slightly in Durham's favour, and then Middlesex were chasing 55 from the last 4 overs. They nearly got there as well, they only fell short by 2. 2 from the over then. Holman to bowl from the Finkel end. He's taken 1 for 24 from 4 overs.
Holman comes in, slip in place, bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off. Quick single taken, and putting pressure on the fielder, and they're through. Bowl will run.
Michael says, hello, enjoying both your commentaries. Nice bit of banter.
Thanks, Michael.
I have come to the conclusion if the Durham players were paid on piecework, a lot would end up paying money back, he says.
Now down the track comes Jones, lifts that one. One bounce.
See all the dust coming up there?
Yeah.
Like a mini explosion as a ball bounced just inside the ropes there.
Bamber coming from, and that's his 50 as well for Jones. 51 from 72 deliveries, 105 minutes. His fourth 4. Lifts his bat around Chesterley Street. High praise for Lee, as we had high praise for Jones as well. And he had that one moment really from Bamber, didn't he? The ball that went back in over the top of leg. Went through everything for 4 byes. Extraordinary delivery, extraordinary survival for Jones on that. But other than that, barely put a foot wrong as he is. Holman's in to bowl to him. Gives this one a bit more flight, and it does go in the air again. Only just wide of Anderson though at mid-off. Might not make it. Anderson's giving a hard chase. He'll slide and flick it back in. And they have run... Ooh, how many have they run on that? 3. Jones on to 54. 143 for 5. Holman 1 for 32 in his 5th. 3 balls bowled of it. They're trying to get after Holman here. I don't think Middlesex will mind that. I don't think Holman will mind that either. He shouldn't, and they shouldn't, I don't think. 145 for 3. This innings is a long way to go. 18.3 overs still to be bowled.
This is only Jones' second one-dayer for Durham. He does have a 50 in international one-day cricket. He got it on his debut.
That's the icy bowl. Pushed back to mid-off by Duneathi. No run.
Made 87 against Ireland on his debut in Dubai in 2018.
Now that goes up in the air once more. A little inside out from Duneathi. Out to deep cover for a single. Thought it could have been in trouble with that. Again, any of them in this over really thought, oh, yeah, okay, fine, got away with it. But I wouldn't mind it if I were Stephen Eskenazi or Luke Holman. I'd say happily keep going. Long off and long on go back. Deep covers back. And deep mid-wicket back. The 4 allowed back in power play 2, which is overs 10 to 40. Holman drags this one down short. Really ripped that one and waiting on it. Jones just turns a single out to the deep square. End of the 32nd. And Durham are 145 for 5. Oh, before I forget, how old's your youngest now, Marty?
7.
7, there you go. I picked up a little something for her. There's the confirmation of the 50 around the ground at the end of the over. But the little trophy of the...
what is it?
My kids got it as well. A trophy of the Women's Euros thingy. They were giving them out in Leicester Square ahead of the... not Leicester Square, Trafalgar Square. I was there with my kids, Daniel and Sophia. So
very good. I'm sure she will like that. And I'm sure I'll probably end up standing on some of it and end up embedded in my feet. It's left on the carpet.
Yeah, it's a little trophy of the women's win this day last week, wasn't it? I was there with I was there in the morning with my kids, Daniel and Sophia. It was my daughter's birthday last week. She's 8 now, Marcy.
Wow, 8. Years are flying by.
It's breaking my heart every day that child gets older. I'd stay little and keep getting big. But happy birthday, Sophia, for last week.
Yeah, they're nice around sort of 7 and 8, aren't they? They become good little pals as well.
Aye, she's Daddy's little pal, all right. Great fun, the pair of them.
Great, we're back into the attack. None for 21 from 5 earlier. From the Lumley end, right arm over, and Jones looks to drive, and he's chopped that down into the ground, mistimed it, and then plays the shot perfectly the second time.
What did you get for your 8th birthday, Marcy? Can you remember?
Oh, what year was that? 79. Probably Action Man or something. I'm trying to think what was about in those days.
We'd be able to scroll back on our phones now, wouldn't we, and just say, oh, look what we got now. That's what they'll be able to do.
Great wood in. Jones taps the ball down into the ground and off to the keeper.
Lego treehouse. Sophia got for her 8th last week. She had fun putting that one together. Always wanted a treehouse when I was a kid, a real treehouse. Did you ever have one?
No, you're just branching out now.
Out on a limb.
Yeah. We used to make camps in our garden because I had lots of privets, and with little cubby holes we used to be able to make little camps in. Whoa! As they say, have some of that. Now did that go for 6? It did. That's a beautiful shot from Michael Jones. He just stepped into the delivery, which was more or less on a length really from Greatwood, and he's launched it over deep extra cover, and it's landed on the steps at the front of the castle stand. That was effortless, wasn't it? And that brought the 150 up as well.
He looks in the mood now, doesn't he, Jones? Second time he's gone over there. When he did earlier, it was the free hit, wasn't it? Or was that Lees who went? That was Lees who went that way. But Jones has gone over in that direction previously for 4, hasn't he? I think. Certainly did it off Holman at this end.
Greatwood in. Jones short on the leg side this time with this one. Short extra covers in there. Or short. Not short. Short leg, really. Short wicket.
We watched a cracking comedy recently. What was it? I'm trying to think of the name now. At the very end, the end of it, without spoiling because I won't tell you the comedy name then, the dad built a daughter a treehouse in the back garden. It was a brilliant treehouse as well. Couldn't quite do that, but did manage to buy her a treehouse. It was a nostalgia one. It was a,
was it Daddy's Home or something like that?
Oh, might be.
Ball comes in, and there's another one. High into the sky and off into that east stand, the castle stand. It's gone about 15-20 rows.
Biggest of the lot, that.
Yeah. There's a topless man gone to retrieve it.
Either that or he's wearing a lobster pink top.
Enjoying his afternoon in the sun. That's gone right up the stand there.
Actually, to be fair, he's pretty Mark Church bronze, isn't he, as opposed to lobster pink? By the looks of it. You got your binoculars out. Is that a fair description?
Yeah. Oh, no, I would go back more to lobster, actually.
Oh, would you?
Yeah. Now having to check the ball. Jones is opening up here. He's giving it some clapy.
Yeah, it was whatever the movie. I think I'm right in saying whatever the movie was. It was kind of comparing then and now for the dad and the kid. Back then it was a Super Nintendo or something that they had back in the day, and how important it was that everybody had the Super Nintendo, but only one kid in the class had it.
Greatwood bowls. Jones looks for a quick single, plays the ball off towards point and gets it.
You'd like it. It was full of 80s, 90s nostalgia. I'll have to look it up and tell you which one it was.
What did you watch it on, a streaming service?
It was a movie on, the cable network. Can we still call it the cable network? Do cable networks still exist? They probably don't, do they? That was probably in the nostalgia. That was probably in the nostalgia of the movie. But yeah, it was only a year or so ago, so it was probably out a year or two before that, perhaps. I'll look it up. Or if the kids are listening, they might be able to tell me they'll remember. Ethan Bamber back on at the Finkel end. Middlesex are quite like to get rid of Mr. Jones. On 58 for 5.
About an hour away from lunch, and I'm just gone very hungry.
Sorry, Marcy.
Can't eat these. Can't eat this Lego stuff.
Go and get yourself a biscuit. I'll do this over. How long have we got? We've got an hour left, haven't we? 17 overs. That's 102 deliveries, Marcy. That's the one thing we know from the 100 now, what 16.4 overs is. Ooh, it's 100 deliveries. It's been a bit lukewarm again this year, hasn't it? The 100 and the reception for it. I haven't really seen.
No interest in it.
Here's Bamber moving into bowl to Jones, right arm over. He puts it right up there, first ball, and it's clipped away out to deep mid wicket for a single. Jones on 69.
How many free tickets are they giving away for games?
Well,
and this idea that kids are only going to watch cricket because it's the 100th, those same children, their first cricket matches would have been 2020s.
I did hear an extraordinary comment yesterday. I shan't say who and where it was made, but it was an extraordinary comment. As here's Bamber. Bowls, and this ball's punched away to cover, and there's no run. 159 for 5. About how all the England women playing in the Commonwealth Games would have come through because of the 100. I mean, goodness me. It was just an extraordinary comment. There has to be some reality about it, because if you don't deal with the reality of the situation, then you're not going to get a...
It's the tournament's not littered with world megastars, is it?
Bamber bowls onto the hip of Duneathi, and they pick up a leg bye through square leg. 160 for 5.
Bairstow and Stokes have pulled out. I thought there was only about 3 England Test players left, but somebody claims 6, but I haven't looked through to see when the last time any of them played. Where are all the Indian superstars that were promised? They've never materialised.
Well, Yadav's here.
playing in the 50.
Did they really think they were going to get the Indian players?
Well, that was
playing?
one of the plans, wasn't it? Because
Did
the IPL wouldn't send any of its players to England for our T20 because they saw it as competition. So
they were never going to send them for the 100 either. Bamba bowls, and this is dabs into the onside for a single. They're thinking 2. No, edge of the 30-yard circle. It's picked up by the deep mid-wicket, which is Milan. There is only a single.
I mean, from the player's point of view, it's a great payday. You know, if you go off and you want one of the mega picks at the start, you're a late edition, it's still something like 35 grand. So that's cracking money. You can't blame them for wanting that, but not to the detriment of all of the cricket. You know, we spent years trying to get England to win the World Cup in 50-over cricket. They do it, and then they throw it out with the bathwater, basically. And this competition's now been belittled, hasn't it?
Well, it hasn't. It's a good attendance today as Bamba's in bowls. This ball's hooked away out to deep square for 4. Lovely shot onto that quickly, wasn't he? Beneath his first boundary, he moves to 8. 165 for 5, and there's the applause around a quite well populated Chesley Street. You know, it's not because a T20 crowd.
Yeah, people are coming here because they want to see cricket. Now, the idea that there's too much cricket comes from the fact we've now got a 4th competition that nobody else plays. And if you start chipping away at the county championship, then the next thing, the number of county sides will start to diminish. And then once they're gone, they don't come back. And that is the real threat.
Bamba hits the crease now, he bowls, and this is hooked in the air, safe for 6, I think. Umpire's just looking for confirmation, and yep, 6 it is. 171 for 5. And Donithi moves to 14 from 14, and the charge begins with how many have they got left now? 96 balls left, 16 overs to bowl, and 161 for 5. They do need to try and put their foot down at some point, don't they? Because they've pushed the run rate up to 5 now. What can they be greedy with in the last 96 deliveries here? 5 wickets down is the problem for them. But I think they've still got to try and think somewhere around 100 runs from here, haven't they? 170 270 on the board.
Yeah. You think last year's competition, Durham won a semi-final here on a Tuesday afternoon and played in the final 2 days later on a Thursday in Nottingham. You know, people haven't got a chance to plan to go to the final. Don't think there was even 10,000 there. So that's demeaning the competition and belittling the competition. This year it's gone back to a Saturday, and there'll be a few weeks between the end of the group stages and the final, which will be in mid-September, but it'll still be in Nottingham. Holman's switched ends here.
Yeah, boundary sizes. They're hitting. Yeah.
Balls to Jones. Jones just plays it back to him along the floor. .171 for 5. He comes in again. Jones plays this up too long off. 1 run. Bristol, Somerset 99 for 5 against Gloucestershire after 22 overs. A little push and run here from Donithi up to mid-on, 1 run. Hampshire at Beckenham against Kent are now 124 for 1 after 22 overs there. Lancashire 67 for 3 in Manchester against Derbyshire, 21st over there. Essex have slowed down a bit. These haven't upgraded, have they? Start that again. I don't think they've upgraded those scores there. Start that again. Where were we? Yeah, I was going to say, suddenly they weren't getting runs for the time they've been playing. Right, Somerset 42 overs in 167 for 7 against Gloucestershire and Bristol. Hampshire 256 for 2 at Beckenham against Kent. Lancashire 143 for 4 after 37 against Derbyshire and Manchester. A little flick out through the leg side here for Jones. 1 run. Oh, coming back for 2. Good running. The ball's come back into the bowler's end. I think from Eskenazi, possibly. Good running there. Essex at Northampton, 263 for 5 after 36.5. At the Oval, Warwickshire 179 for 3 in the 39th against Surrey. Leicestershire all out for just 120 against Sussex at Hove. Worcestershire 148 for 5 in Scarborough against Yorkshire. 38 overs gone there of the 50. In comes the bowler again, and now that nearly took his head off. He did well to get out the road of that, I think. He probably didn't see it until the last second. Driven back past him by Jones, and Holman rocking across to his right hand side as if he was dodging a punch from a heavyweight there. He did put his hands up, but it was beyond him before I think he even had the chance to react. Jones on 77 from 86, and Danithi has 15 from 15. Durham 179 for 5. Coming up with a half one. Jones turns this ball off towards mid-wicket. 1 run. That's the end of the 35th over then. 180 for 5. 50-run partnership as well.
Wow.
36 balls.
They've done well, haven't they? It's been an innings which has threatened at times to become problematic for Durham. 16 for 3, having won the toss was a tough start. Lees and Jones putting things back together for the fall of Lees. Yadav picking up Travaskis not long after, but Danithi with 15 from 15 deliveries as well, so he's been no slouch in this 50 partnership. But Jones 78 from 87. A thorn in Middlesex's side once more, as he was with a double century here last week. Bamba's in, beginning the new over. He bowls and steered for a single into the onside. Oh, yes, no, there seemed to be. Was there a moment's doubt there? Maybe he just stumbled slightly, Jones. Not dramatically, but it just seemed as though there was a little bit of a hesitation, just slightly his footing, perhaps. But nothing of any great alarm at all. Or was he? Maybe he was. There's a huge column in the commentary box, and I've just realised that Sam Robson at mid-wicket is in, so maybe there was a moment's hesitation of, oh, have I got that quite right? Was it closer to Robson? But it was behind him and they had the single. Bamba was also up at mid-on. He was the man who went around behind Robson to collect. Bamba's in, bowls, and this is clipped into the onside. Leg by, in fact, will be signalled. It wasn't Bamba at mid-on because Bamba's bowling. It was Anderson at mid-on. He went around to collect 24, not 54. 14.4 overs to bowl. So what, 88 deliveries, 5 wickets standing, circa 100 runs they'll want from these 88, Durham, but that 5 wicket column is the one to be wary of. Wicket or two now for Middlesex, in particular Jones, who would unsettle things as Bamba's in, bowls wide down the leg sides. Just looking to dart in a Yorker, I fancy. Just really pushed it through too much. Cracknell gets across to stop. Good game brewing here at Chesley Street. I just asked for a little local information and inside knowledge, and they said there might be a little bit more in this pitch later in the day, as the fancy from Durham. As Bamba comes in, bowls, and this is punched out to deep point for a single. That was part of the fancy of winning the toss and batting first here. Just maybe. Be a little bit in the pitch later. It's Peter Mead on Twitter. Here's full delivery into the block hole. It goes, and he digs it out into the onside. There's no one. I've got the game running on the TV. Is this Toby Greatwood's second game for Middlesex? I had to look back for him on Cricket Info. Yes, it is. He played in the Royal London One Day Cup last year and bowled very, very well. I think it was against Kent. I'll just draw up his figures in a moment. Mike Greatwood, is that a relation? Let's see. Morning, Kevin. You are right about the 4 players from North Middlesex being Holman, Bamber, Cracknell and Max Harris. Toby's club is Wargrave between Maidenhead and Reading. From Berkshire, and followed Martin Anderson through Reading Blue Coat School. Thank you, Mike Greatwood. As here is a foolish delivery, little inside edge onto the pads, I fancy. Falls away into the offside. Oh, could be overthrows. No, it's well backed up down at long on. They're fine, and the umpire signals nothing. So, yeah, little inside tickle onto the pad, I think. Apologies, I've only just seen those, Peter and Mike. There's a problem with the tweets coming through. I have found a way to get around it, so do send your messages through. Good morning, Julian, as well, who's messaged. Andrew, thank you for your tweet earlier, telling us of a slight technical problem at the start. Kevin Hand, BBC, at Marty Cricket to get through. Bamber, last ball of the 36th. He's in, bowls, and this is stroked into the offside. Yep, was the clear call early from Jones. Fancied he had it fine enough of a diving Stoneman at extra cover. I think it's Stoneman. Let's see. He picks himself up now. Holman, it is at deep. In the deep, who swept up. It is Stoneman, who's picked himself up rather gingerly as well. Hopefully he's okay. 186 for 5 after 36, then 14 to go here. Durham winning the toss, electing to bat, recovering from those early wickets quite well, actually. I think that was 16 for 3. They only lost 2 wickets in 30 odd overs, so a couple of decent partnerships. First Lees and Jones, now Jones and Deneathy. Deneathy only on 16 though, Jones on 81. They came together with the score on 130. Again, at that point Middlesex would have been thinking, ooh, 200. 186 for 5. Durham here will be thinking 280. An innings very much in the balance. Much it was for Middlesex against Leicestershire the other day. Things went wrong at the end for Middlesex, and they ended up chasing 360, which was too much for them. Anderson 1 for 41 from 9 now, so 1 more over to go. Does he bowl out at this stage? They hold him back to bowl, say, the 49th of the 48th and 50th for Yadav. Here's Anderson returning in place of Holman. None for 15 from 4. Only going along at 3.8 today, Anderson. Good time to bring him back from Eskenazi, actually, before the end. He's bowled with a good economy today, Anderson. This will be a test, though, because Jones and Deneathy are looking to up the tempo. Important spell this for Middlesex, for Durham and for Anderson. The Durham batters, the Durham team, will be well aware. They've done their research on that game the other day and said, look, he's gone for 30 odd. His confidence won't be at its highest at this point. A wicket now had set things straight, a little bit like a boundary for a batter, one out of the middle of the bat, and all of a sudden the world feels right again, doesn't it? Anderson has to abort his run-up. Jones wasn't ready. 81 is on, the right-hander, and in comes Anderson now. Deep mid-wicket, deep square, long leg and deep cover, and he bowls a bouncer first up, which is hooked away. Chase on here for Holman, and he will stop it. Oh, and he does brilliantly as well out on the boundary rope there. Goodness me, that's a fabulous piece of work. Maybe he hasn't done himself a disservice. I mentioned earlier, he doesn't look like he might be your best boundary fielder in the world. He's an all-action cricketer. He gets up and rolls around his left shoulder. It looks as though he's fine. And the reason I say that is because he's a big guy, big broad shoulders. 21-year-old he is, but you'd easily look at him and think he was 30. From afar, as this ball is just short of a length from Anderson, and over the top of it, Deneathy is going to ride a single into the vacant mid-wicket. Up comes Holden, who was the fielder. I was worried about Holman, so I cut the commentary slightly on it. Holman had slid. Not only did he manage to grab the ball, stop it, not only just flick it back in as well on the dive, he flicked it straight to the hands of Holman, who was able to turn and get that throw back in. It was a spectacular piece of work, and he's a very good fielder in the deep. Luke Holman, good pair of hands at him as well. Took a tricky catch at Radlett the other day, backtracking at mid-off when he was up inside the 30-yard circle. Had to backtrack quite a long way, as we saw on the replay of it. 189 for 5. Deneathy on 16, and it looks as though, having sent him on at the Lumley end, they've just given him a little bit of a licence here. Change though for Deneathy perhaps. I was going to say to bang it in a little bit. Mid-wicket's coming up now, though, and deep third drops back as this is put on a length and eased to backward points. So against Jones, they're asking him to be a bit of an enforcer, and against Donethi, as the field's changed, a bit more orthodox with the deep third and mid-wicket up. I think they're going to ask him to hit the line and length. So 2 lengths for Anderson to bowl here to these 2 by the looks of it. If they revert back to the Jones tactic, if single were taken, we'll see. The line's pretty clear though. Keep it on or around off as Anderson's in, bowls, just a fraction too straight on that, but Donethi only works it as far as Holden at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Within the boundaries, within the corridor of uncertainty for the batter, even though it was a fraction on the straighter side. The uncertainty in List A cricket is though more whether to try to hit it for runs or not, isn't it? Whereas the corridor of uncertainty in first class cricket we associate just a little bit more outside off. But that one, it was whether to force off the stumps or not. Here's Anderson, he's in, bowls, and just back of a length, it's hooked away out to deep square for a single. 190 for 5, Donethi's on to 17. 1 to come of the over. Are they going to keep the mid-wicket back as they just drop back for Donethi for Jones? Yes, they will. Yadav warming up again at mid-off. Is he just going through the motions though, just practicing his action? This one's short. Oh, that's a very good bouncer. It's almost a very good response from Jones, but equally it was nearly a wicket. He was thinking about ducking it, it seemed, and then he kind of swayed inside it, and in swaying inside he thought, oh, go on then, I'll try the uppercut, and he didn't manage any of it. It went through to the gloves of the keeper. Could have been 4, could have been 6, could have been a wicket. It's a dot ball, 190 for 5 at the end of the 37th.
He looks a little bit relieved that he didn't make contact there.
It was a belated attempt at the uppercut. Not that you're ever particularly early on an uppercut, are you? But yeah, it did look as though it was a little reactionary, which quite often it is. It's a reactionary shot, but yeah, just looked a little late in it all, which could have just meant a little feather through to the keeper. As it is, it's a dot ball, and we're well set here for the onslaught. With 13 overs to go, if these two are there for another 5-6 overs, then this score will be rattling along. The run rate was hovering around 4.6 for the majority of the innings, wasn't it? It's 5.1 now.
Well, Donethi got a couple of scores last year in this competition. He got 69 not out against Lancashire here as well. Well, it was at South North. That's driven back past the bowler, 1 run.
Good stop by Eskenazi at mid-off, rolling to his right. Just had to time that. It was always one that he should have stopped, but it was one of those that you have to be careful, don't you? You just think, yep, I know I should be stopping this, so let's make sure I do. And as he rolled to his right to stop it, he executed very well. You could easily imagine that one getting through, though. Even though you'd always say that the fielder probably should, in this day and age, get across. Probably 15, 20 years ago, it was 4 runs, wasn't it, Marcy?
Yeah. He's got big feet, mine, doesn't he? Bowler comes in again, turned away this time by the batsman Jones to square leg towards the boundary. They remind me, you see the big white trainers he's got on here?
Yeah.
They look really big, don't they? And
they're like basketballs.
Yeah, they remind me of
it might be an optical illusion for us, but it does look like
Ivan Lendl trainers I had in about 1984.
Was he a tennis player?
Yeah, there were 2 trainer brands back in the day, and one was Pat Cash and one was Ivan Lendl.
Oh.
Big clumpy Puma things, I think they were.
I was only 5 then, Marcy, I can't remember.
You were still in nappies, really. Bamba coming in here. Whoa, that's coming our way. There's a man down there though. Stops it on the boundary. Greatwood, 1 run. Hit it too close to Greatwood there. Donethi. Ball just drifted in the air down towards our boundary.
I did promise Peter Mead that I'd look back at Greatwood's previous game, which he impressed greatly with the ball in that one. For Middlesex, it was a one-day cup game at Radlett last year. I don't think it was the game against Durham. Pretty sure it wasn't, because we just went through the scorecard a minute ago and I don't remember noting his name. His List A debut was it was against Kent. Oh no, it was at Canterbury, really?
Played away up through mid-wicket for 1. Who's that?
Toby Greatwood. None for 34.
Yeah, he played 1 list A last year. Yeah, I think that was the match before Durham played.
Oh no, that was T20 debut. Sorry, no. I'm right. He did play against Kent at Radlett. No, that was his T20 debut. I'm looking up. No, his list A debut at Radlett against Kent.
We're back on.
He was the pick of the bowlers, I thought. Bamber's in. That one's outside the off stump. Just about. The step across from Duneathi might have helped Bamber there, because that was right on the line. Gust of wind, and he blows Marty's notes.
Just been attacked by a bag of
Lego. Yeah, Greatwood got 2 for 30 from 6, and only Bamber's economy of 5.8 beat him 3 for 41 from 7.
Last ball from Bamber in this game. This is driven down the ground towards wide, long on 4-1. So he finishes with 1 for 46 from 10 overs.
Yeah, a reasonable day for Bamber. Economy of what, 4.6? Yeah, it's easy for me even to do. 1 for 46 from 10. I don't know why I'm looking at the board for confirmation that it's 4.6. But interestingly, at the other end, Anderson's economy is 3.8. None for 19 from 5. As I say, this is an important spell, because if Anderson can hold this spell together now, and I don't say that lightly, but you know, having had a rough day the other day, it could only take a couple of bad deliveries all of a sudden, or a couple of good shots from the batters who try and get after him, which they will, I'm sure, because they won't want Anderson going, they won't want any bowler going at 3.8 today. So with his pace, they'll try, but this is a good tactic, I think, with the sweeper in the deep mid-wicket and deep square. As Anderson's in, bowls, and just short of a length to Duneathi. They'll take the single, fine of mid-on. Duneathi's on to 21, 196 for 5. 11.5 overs to bowl. Now it's Jones again, and this is where he really tried the bumpers last over. They've got a fine leg. Toby Greatwood, he's quite fine down there, isn't he? And I can see why. That uppercut that was attempted in the last over. Here's Anderson, and he serves up full ball, but down the leg side it goes. Wide signals. What's the extras count today for Middlesex? They have conceded 17 extras in the 1975.
Just grayed over a bit now and got a bit chilly actually. The wind's changed direction. It's blowing in through our window.
I remembered a jumper this week, Mark. Anderson bowls. Oh, another wide down the leg side.
Chris Lingwood's Your good colleague has mentioned a little something in the pitch a bit later, but I haven't seen it, quote, something in the pitch all season. He is hoping all the best.
Indeed, yeah,
Chris.
indeed. Although that last day against Middlesex, it started to get a little lively, didn't it? 1 or 2 that you were mentioning keeping low earlier on. This ball's gone soft now and doesn't seem to be doing the same. Oh, another wide down the leg side for Anderson. Side, isn't it? I mean, as far down the leg. He tried to follow him basically, didn't he? And that's the 200 up for Durham. 3 consecutive wides in the over for Anderson, who has bowled well so far with an economy of 3.8, I think we were saying. He's in now, bowls. Oh, it's a lovely ball, just full of length, and looking to swing him downtown was Duneathi, but swings and misses, and through to the gloves of Cracknell it goes. That'll feel better. They ran the single on the wide as well. That was how the 200 came up. I did think how. I was lost in the moment myself, kind of looking at it all. Anderson's disbelief at the wide being signalled. So those 3 deliveries conceded 4 runs. And he comes again, bowls, and short. He's hooked away in the air. Didn't go fully through with the shot, Duneathi. Just a single out to deep mid-wicket. They're thinking 2, but it's not there. And they settle on no. Well backed up, an overthrow from... well, he threw it over the head anyway, Holden, over the head of Cracknell, but well backed up by Ethan Bamber, I think. 201 for 5. Anderson, none for 25 from 5.3. Now he'd love a good return with the ball today. It's pretty respectable up there at the moment. Bowls on a length, good line of length, hard line of length, just short of, and it's eased to backward point by Jones, looking to ride it away, looking to find runs. He kicks away at the dirt in disappointment with himself because everybody's up on the offside apart from deep cover. So if he'd have got a finer than Robson, he'd have got 4, but equally that was a good line of length from Anderson. Anyway, it looks as though he's shaken off that final over that he had at Radlett today. Well, the scoreboard at the moment, 3 consecutive wides. A slight concern. He's in now, bowls, and all down the leg side. That's going to be another wide. Something's just not coming out right for him at the moment, you fancy. How many extras has he bowled?
In the early on.
Yep, good point, well made.
Just then.
Let's have a look. Anderson has bowled 5 wides. That's his 6th wide now, is it? In 5.4. He's in now. Bowl short. Goes up in the air. And Holman has got his work cut out. And he's done it again. He's done it again. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Luke Holman. Holden gets the throw back in. He picks himself up and he still hasn't hurt himself. Holman. He's such a big fella. Again, 21 years of age. The shoulders on him. He can thump that ball a long way as well.
Look behind where he's just landed on the boundary to the person in the front row, just beyond the covers with the beard.
Oh yeah.
That isn't. Can you see that beard?
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
That is exceptional, isn't it?
It's Graham Fowler, isn't it?
That's an incredibly manicured and long beard.
Is he still a man of these parts, Foxy Fowler?
I don't think so these days.
Anderson's in, bowls, another bouncer, which is a slower ball one, is missed time, but it's wide of mid-on, and they'll pick up 2 as deep mid-wicket comes around. Holden is the fielder on this occasion.
Still lives
on to 26.
He still lives in the Durham area, and he was helping out with the batting on a sort of...
Oh, was he?
Yeah, sort of ad hoc basis, probably 2019, but then lockdown came along, and that was the end of that, and I don't really think he heard anything more from Durham, and said he'd not been asked back, didn't know what was going on. So
I think I'm right in saying he's done a bit of painting work. Somebody telling me that might have been Gus Fraser with Jack Russell.
Yeah.
Which is lovely. Peter Mead says, I was really pleased to hear Ryan Higgins is on the way back to Middlesex. He's going to be a very valuable re-addition to the club. Yes, here. I don't think there's anybody at Middlesex that isn't delighted to hear that Ryan Higgins is returning. And speaking of returning, Umesh Yadav is on down below us, the Finkel end. 207 for 5. Where's this innings going, Marcy? 5.3 the current rate. They'll want it up around 5.8, possibly even 6 by the end, wouldn't they?
Over, wasn't it? How many?
I mean, look, we talked about 100 off the last 80 odd deliveries. Well, there's 66 deliveries to go. These 2 are still going. They'll be thinking 100 off the last 11 here, won't they? Which will put them up around 300 and be an almighty recovery from Durham. 11 overs to go, 207 for 5, and 2 well-set batters who came together with the score on 130.
Partnership 77 from 60 balls now. So 77 in 10 overs. Yadav bowling to Jones. Jones steers this to wide mid-off for 1. By Eskenazi.
77 from 60 balls, did you say? Well, there we go. 66 balls left. 300's on here. Again, it's the wickets column. It's only going to take 1, really, isn't it, to just rein that back, and all of a sudden, well, maybe 280 then they'll go for. But if these 2 stay together, 300 very much on. The Middlesex need to be careful here, having been burnt the other day by a fine Foxes comeback on Thursday at Radlett.
You'll have wideish delivery, and it skips along the floor, bottom edge of the bat, off the knee to the keeper.
Yeah, it was a little sound there, wasn't there? Bat hitting the ground, bat hitting the ball into the ground altogether.
And it wasn't the sound of silence. That's number 1. That's number 1 across the world. Well, that was the sound of crying, wasn't it? Prefab sprout from these parts. Yadav in, and Denisi can't get across to these. That was a Yorker length ball, but it was wide of off stump. Denisi had backed off initially there, and then was trying to stretch to hit the ball.
Well, he's looking at that. There's a deep cover back and deep third. So deep square, deep mid wicket back on the onside, mid off and mid on up. So looking to give himself a little bit of room, drive square of the wicket, but with the wide Yorker from Yadav, he made things more difficult for himself. For a standard delivery, you could try and get it away through the covers, couldn't you?
Oh, that would have been a wide. He should have left that, but he's played it. He's played it off towards the point boundary for 1. That was miles away from the target there.
Yeah, it was a funny one, that one from Yadav. I don't know again whether he was just fancying he's going to back away. Let's see if I'll just send a slower ball wide outside off and see if he loops it up. And he didn't back away, but he still did rather loop it a little bit, but with control at least, or with direction. Yadav to Jones. Now this is a big pairing, isn't it? 2 balls to go the over.
Comes in, Finkel end, a little paddle around the corner. That's a nice shot from Jones. He knew he just decided what he was going to do before the ball came in there. And it was a full length ball. He was aiming for the Yorker again. Jones has just met it and ramped it around the corner for 4.
That was excellent cricket all round, because as you say, that was premeditated. He stepped across, and Yadav, which sometimes I do wonder.
Not only was it premeditated, I think he planned it as well.
I do wonder when batters do step across. Sometimes the bowlers don't go for the stumps, and you think, well, he's just stepped across. Yadav went for the stumps there and really got paddled.
So 91, Jones, his highest score in a one-dayer. That's a full toss, played away through mid-wicket. He moves on to 92.
Gone for the Yorker again, hasn't he? Ends up at a low full toss.
Yeah. End at Dover. What's the score on board? 214 for 5. So what have we got? 40 overs gone.
He won't have liked being scooped, ramped off the stumps there, would he, Yadav? Yadav to Jones, as we say, could be interesting. Yadav's got 2 overs to bowl, so he's probably done for now. And it's a difficult one here for Middlesex, isn't it? Because you think, well, and there's the signal for the end of power play 2, so 5 back now for the last 5. You've got 2 left from Yadav, and you kind of think, well, he's got 3 for 29. Do you want him bowling now against Jones and Duneathi and not let them do the damage for Yadav to come back in 7 overs time to bowl overs 48 and 50? That's or 8 overs time, so that's a long way away, isn't it? You think, oof. Do they gamble and keep Yadav on now and say, right, go on Yadav, pick up Jones, pick up Duneathi, break this partnership? It's a difficult one, that, for Eskenazi. He's got Bamber bowled out, Greatwood to turn to. Holman 1 for 43 from 6, which, although he's been going at 7.2 today, I've been quite impressed with his bowling, and it feels like he's been in with the chance all the time. I'm sure Middlesex will hope that will be the case for the next few overs here. Right arm over from the Lumley end, bigger boundary to the onside. He bowls, first ball's right up there into the block hole and dug out, and again, if that was left alone, it may well have gone down the leg side for a wide. He almost dug it out off his heel, didn't he, Jones? But equally from that kind of line, you kind of step inside and say, oh, wide, and it hits a foothold, grips, turns, and your leg stump's gone. So again, an easy game from here, isn't it? Holman past the umpire, bowls a straighter line, which is driven down to a wide long on, and they're going to take 2. A little slow on the second, but they're back comfortably. Throw comes in from Greatwood. Let's have a look at those bowling options for Middlesex. So, with Yadav now 3 for 29 from 8, a brilliant economy of 3.6. There's a real conundrum here for Eskenazi. Keep him on and see if he can break this now, or there's a lot of damage that could be done in the next 8 overs before he gets back on again if you hold his last 2 back for the end of the innings. Holman bowls, and this is pushed down to long on for a single. Jones moves to 95 from 102. Bamber's bowled out 1 for 46. Greatwood is going along at a reasonable economy, 5.6, none for 34 from his 6. Anderson's economy's gone up from, 3.5 really a couple of overs ago, but he had a expensive over last up, none for 31 from 6. But he's the best economy outside the opening pair today, Anderson. Milan, none for 21 from 4. And Holman, at the moment, 1 for 46 from 6.3. Duneathi is on 27 and on strike. We're midway through the 41st, so the first over of power play 3. That one's pushed down the leg side again. I think perhaps seeing Duneathi coming. And the right-hander works a single out to deep mid-wicket.
Be interesting to see which approach Jones opts for here. There's a man at long on and long off, deep mid-wicket on the boundary as well. He needs a maximum to get to 100 here. He can get there with a maximum. Does he go for broke, or does he just take his time?
Holman bowls, and single worked out to deep mid-wicket. He's within a shot. Well, I suppose he was within a shot. I probably should have handed it to you, the commentary there, shouldn't I? He was within a shot of a century.
I'm sure you're professional enough to do it justice if it happens in your over.
Holman bowls. Oh, he's got him! A swing and a miss from Duneathi, looking to sweep. Top of off is taken. Classic leg break dismissal, pitching middle and leg. Takes the top of the off and opened himself. Duneathi looking to access that onside. He's gone for 28. Brilliant partnership between those two, which is 11 shy of a century. 89 run partnership, of which Duneathi's contributed a very healthy 28. But he's bowled Holman off 35 deliveries, 55 minutes, 1-4-1-6. Holman has another one, his second of the day, and 219 for 6 it is. Middlesex really did need that one, and that perhaps just will settle their conundrum on Yadav as well for Eskenazi. Not wholly, because there'll be a thought as well at 6 down. Well, go on, Yadav, you've got 2 overs to go. Put another 1 or 2 on the board now, and Middlesex can rattle through, but Duneathi's done a great job there. Lees and Jones first, Jones on Duneathi second. Jones still there, Duneathi departs. McIntosh comes to join Jones in the middle, coming out at 8 for Durham. They have recovered this innings pretty well from 16 for 3, 219 for 6. 9 overs to go. An innings that could still go anywhere, quite dramatically, really. Again, Middlesex all of a sudden blast through a couple more here, especially if one of those was to be Jones. And then Middlesex was still themselves be thinking, we'll keep them below 250, but Jones is still there in 9 overs time, walking off. Then that 300 will still be on for Durham. So you'd fancy that's a pretty big margin as well on this pitch, the way it's gone today. It seemed about a bit earlier on. Durham will hope those 2 new balls, one from either end, that it'll seem a bit for the likes of Rushworth and co. And a little bit of a suspicion today that just maybe the look of this pitch will be a little bit more in it further down the road for the bowlers today than there would be first up for Middlesex in the first innings with the ball.
McIntosh coming into bat. The wicketkeeper batsman made 25 the other day in a partnership of 60 with Liam Travaskis. Durham now 219 for 6, 9 overs. We've got to make sure they bat these 9 overs out. It also means that at the end of that over, and who's replacing? Is this Anderson coming in here? Is it?
No, this is Greatwood back on.
Greatwood back on. Michael Jones is on strike. He is on 96 from 103 balls. He's been in the runs in the championship this year. Some good numbers. Greatwood then coming in right arm over from the Finkel end. Jones drives and it's behind point. It's going to be 2 runs, I think, possibly 3. It's going to be 2 down towards the 3rd man boundary. He moves on to 98. This is only his 2nd one-day game for Durham. He has played in either 8 or 9 for Scotland, just trying to remember. 9 one-days for Scotland, including a game last week against New Zealand when he got 36. He's on strike, and this is turned up to long on for 1. Milk wrappers everywhere, Kev.
It's like Torremolinos all over again for you. No, where was it?
Well, Fuerteventura.
Fuerteventura.
I actually ended up officially there on holiday in...
officially? So yes, of course.
Because we were meant to land in Lanzarote. We ended up sitting on the airport runway at Fuerteventura for about 6 hours, and they flew us to Tenerife. Spent the night in a hotel in Tenerife, and then arrived in Lanzarote 24 hours late. Bowler comes in again. This is pushed away by McIntosh for 1 out through the covers. The problem is the radar system at Lanzarote Airport points out to the sea, not inland. And if the wind's in the wrong direction, the planes have to come in over the mountains to land, but the pilot needs line of sight, and the storm was so bad that he couldn't see the runway. Right, here's Jones. Let's bowl the balls, and that's cut, and there's no run. It's gone to backward point. Quite rightly, they aborted their landing.
Did they announce that on the plane to you? We're not going to land because the pilot can't see the runway.
Yeah, they did basically. We were up in the air again.
But worry not, folks.
And when I looked back, there was this huge black mushroom cloud behind us, like a bomb had gone off.
Oh dear.
So yeah. Bowler comes in, and there's your 100 for Jones. Big round of applause for him. He's batted ever so well. There was one that went right through him off Bamber earlier and missed the stumps, but other than that, it's been an innings really with a few dramas in it, and he's held things together for Durham nicely here. He's got to 100 in 107 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes.
Fabulous innings. And he's enjoyed the Middlesex bowling for the last 2 weeks, hasn't he, Jones? Middlesex haven't enjoyed bowling to him. Held this innings together and put it into a very good position for the last 8 overs. Last ball of the over from Greatwood, a swing and a miss outside off. A little look at the umpire from McIntosh to see if it was wide. It isn't. 2-2-4 for 6, just the 5 off the over. Good over from Greatwood. None for 39 from 7, a very healthy economy of 5.6 for him. Let's have a look to the Lumley end. It's Holman to continue, 2 for 48 from 7. And they've got the end right here for Holman, haven't they? Big boundary away towards the Health Club, the pavilion away to our left, the onside for these two right-handers. Shorter boundary away towards the castle to our right, which is where the breeze is blowing today, towards the castle. Those flags behind Holman at the Lumley end, all fluttering left to right as we look across. See all the trees pushed, leaning to one side. And some grey clouds. Hopefully no interruptions today. There are a few darker ones around, but nothing that would be able to take us off, even if one of them did deposit a little bit of rain. They're all interspersed here, there and everywhere. Here's Holman. Bowls and a respectful push back down the track to him from Jones on 100. I'm still thinking about the Yadav conundrum. I guess the way to do it is that they go now with Holman and Greatwood and Anderson at the other end. So Holman gives this a lot of fight, an attempted reverse paddle from Jones straight through to the gloves of Cracknell. And if it were to go wrong for Greatwood or Anderson, bowling out their overs at the other end from Holman, then quickly bring on Yadav at that point, as this ball's worked. Back to the square on the leg side. The fielder at 45 is Bamber. They have a single. Jones moves to up 101, 225 for 6.
Steve Nevison suggesting where he thinks Graham Fowler might live. I think from memories between Durham and Spennymoor. I once went to see him there, and I lived on a farm somewhere many moons ago.
He lived on a farm?
Yeah.
What type of farm is it? Chicken farm or?
No, more
cattle.
Arable, I think. I don't know. It was a farmhouse. I'm not necessarily sure there was any farming being done particularly.
I could do that. I could live in a farmhouse. I don't know if I could live in a farm.
No.
Holman bowls, is pushed back down the ground too. Oh dear! Horrible tumble between Holman and Jones at the non-strikers, and both are okay, fortunately. And not only have they both picked themselves up, Holman's picked himself up and is running the bat down to Jones now, which will get a lovely applause here at Chestley Street. Nice sportsmanship from, and they even go to shake hands afterwards. Isn't that lovely?
In his autobiography, Outfoxed, he describes how, as part of his battle with his mental health, he tends to sleep in a tent in his garden during the summer.
Ooh.
And then comes back indoors as the darker nights start to creep in.
Here's Holman too, Jones.
Whoa!
and there goes the friendship. He's launched him over long off for 6. Jones moves to 107, 232 for 6. And having just collided at the non-striker's end as McIntosh came through for the single, Holman picks himself up, runs the bat down, hands it to Jones, and then Jones deposits him with said bat over long off. cricket, eh? Here's Holman. He's in. Bowls, and Jones down the track to him. He just dragged that one down a little shorter. Holman, it's pushed down to long on as Jones meets it. He picks up a single. 108 for Jones, end of the 46th, so 9 off the over. 43rd, sorry. End of the 43rd. 233 for 6.
Off that over.
12?
Well,
9.
Sorry, 9, sorry, yeah, my maths.
That's alright, just making sure that I hadn't got it horribly wrong. The 6 and 3 threes, wasn't there?
So they went from 224 to 233. So 7 overs to go.
Robson and Eskenazi having a chat.
They've got to go now at 10 and over here to get to 300, and they're only going at.
Well, you wouldn't put it past them because you kind of look at it and say, we'll go at 8 and over until, and then launch. So I think, you know, it all depends on Jones. If Jones is there in the 50th over, the 49th over, they're going to be very close to 300.
Jones is on 108, he's on strike, it's great with balls, and that's coming towards us. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, it might get cut off actually, but it won't. A dive and a miss there. Well, he gave it his best. Max Holden gave it his best attempt. He went flying along on his belly to try and stop the ball.
This feels like a really big over, the 44th, because I think Jones will try and get after Greatwood here and say, do you know what, this is an over where we really could. He got Yadav, he knows he's going to face Yadav 50th and 48th, alright, 47th, 49th, who knows, but you know, 2 of the last overs from one end, it's going to be Yadav. Holman 2 for 57, he's going along at 7s, so you know, they'll keep him going along at 7s or a little bit above now, they'll hope, for the other 2 overs that Holman has to bowl, but equally they'll think, right, somebody's got to go in a big way. So who will we go after? Will we go after Anderson, or will we go after Greatwood? And also, he's just there, he's out there, he's on 112, he's got Greatwood to talk. Now, also having to talk is Bamber and Eskenazi. They're discussing a lot here. I'm not sure that's...
They had long leg on the boundary, they've brought him up to the discs. They've dropped out third man. You've got a deep extra cover on the boundary. There's you've got deep mid wicket on the boundaries coming in a little bit.
I'm not sure that this delay helps Greatwood, because all this orchestration and organisation, it's delaying his follow-ups, having gone for 4, and it's allowing Jones to settle himself and settle his thoughts. Putting a bit of pressure on the youngster here, all these delays.
We've got a long off and a long on right on the boundary down below us to our right and left. There's also a wide long on at cow corner.
So wide Yorkers.
An attempted ramp, and he's messed it up. It didn't quite carry to Yadav. Wasn't the best of shots. It's come up the inside edge of the bat and just bounced off Yadav at fine leg on the disc.
Jones is lucky he's got away with it. However, Jones there has just looked at all of that, and he's had all the time in the world to think about it. He's got, right, I've got short fine leg up, I've got short third up, you've got long off and long on back, so this ball is going to be full, has to be full. So Jones, even before Greatwood's running in, is thinking, this is getting paddled, this is getting scooped. Now, probably he went a little bit too early, and maybe Greatwood, to his now huge credit, took the pace off.
Third man's come back up to the discs, and Yadav's dropped out to long leg on the boundary in front of the
mid-off up.
This is turned by McIntosh out through deep mid-wicket for 1.
Huge credit to the youngster there, the last 2 deliveries. Huge credit, because I think Jones would have really liked to have, and you can just see him there thinking, oh, I'd like to have given that a real clip to the short boundary. And the ball before looked to scoop him 4 off the first ball, but 2 singles to follow, so he's done well. As Greatwood. Sorry, it was McIntosh thinking about the clip there, wasn't it?
Greatwood to Jones from the Finkel end. Jones steps across his stumps, drives out into the deep extra cover area. 1 run. Just found the man right on that boundary.
If Greatwood can get out...
7 from the over.
I was going to say, if he can get out of this over without conceding another boundary, he's done extremely well, the youngster. Because this is an over where I think Jones and McIntosh have really thought this over needs to go. Youngster, second list A game.
The mid-innings break now is only half an hour as well in these games instead of 40 minutes. Did it used to be 45 minutes? Greatwood in. That's gone off through the covers once more. 1 run off McIntosh. So that is 8 from the over, isn't it?
Again, I don't think that's bad. I think
1 ball to go. So they need to go at 10 and over to get to 300.
Having gone first ball of the over 4, he's done really well here. Greatwood have been very impressed. He's just kept his head. He's mixed up his pace.
He's taken none for 47 from 7.5. So he'll have 1 ball left and then 2 overs remaining in the game.
Well, this is the thing, you see, he might not bowl those 2 overs, so that's why I think this is the over they'd have liked to have got after him.
He bowls. This is driven, but it's only going to be 1 into the covers. And the throw at the stumps misses the target. It's backed up the far end of the square.
Good
so
over.
9 from the over. Not bad from a Durham point of view, but just the 1 boundary.
It's funny to call it a good over for Greatwood, isn't it? But having gone 4 first ball in an over, they would really have liked to have got after him. I think credit to the youngster there. Real credit. That he's managed to get out of that over with 5 singles thereafter. Which, as you say, is 9 off the over, so it's a good over for Durham as well. But what do they do now? It's on a knife edge at the moment, this innings. Durham really want to launch. They want to get it up around 300 here. And to do so, again, they've got to factor in Yadav. They've got to factor in Holman, who is going at 7s. But if you want to go at 10 against Holman, you know, you're taking big risk shots against the wrist spinner. This is interesting. This is getting tense now at the end of the innings. Every single over feels like it could be the over. Durham will be thinking, is this the last over of spin for the innings? Is this the one that you want to try and go down the ground? And it is down the ground that you need to go against Holman here, because it's a big boundary to deep mid-wicket. He's in now and bowls to Jones, who comes down the ground and hits him straight back over his head for 4. 1 bounce, just short. Just short of the 6. 4, first ball of the over again. Heaps pressure onto the bowler. Jones to 119. Durham to 246 for 6. Anderson none for 31 from 6. He's still got 4 overs to go, so he's got plenty. Greatwood a little more expensive, none for 48 from 8. Here's Holman. Down the track he comes again. Down the throat of long off. That should be the end of Jones. Yadav's underneath it. Holds on. Jones has gone for 119. 246 for 7. And Holman has his 3rd wicket and the big wicket. The Centurion Jones, who's been brilliant again against Middlesex here. Michael Jones walks back. He's held this innings together. He and Lees at the beginning, building the foundation. But Jones has given them a very good chance to have something to defend today. Durham after a sticky start. Back he walks. The Lancashire lad who has put Middlesex to the sword again here. 246 for 7. Again trying to go down the ground. It was the area that he had to go against the spinner. It was too big a boundary in the onside to try and take him on. Too many deliveries. The sensible one was go down the ground. He got him away the ball before for 4. He wanted to go even bigger this time for 6, but only went straight to Yadav at long off. And now McIntosh has 4 from 5. And Durham, who would have been targeting 300, they still can, but with Jones gone, 5.4 overs to go.
It's unlikely now, I think.
Yeah, is it McAlinden?
6, yeah.
Who joins McIntosh?
Just didn't connect with that one properly, did he? As soon as it left his bat, I was watching it and I thought that's going straight to the... He didn't even run, he just turned and walked off. So
if I knew my golf better, whether it was draw or fade, he just kind of...
Bit of a shank.
Yeah, sliced it away down to the long off. Here's McAlinden's first ball. Holman's right arm over, and McAlinden just pushes defensively into the offside, no run. And now, what does that do for Eskenazi? Surely he'll bowl through Holman here now. There's any reason to take Holman off. 3 for 62. He only bowled 9 the other day. This is his 9th here at Chesterley Street in the 2nd game for Middlesex. Bit of flight outside off, driven away for a single. Not sure he really needs to protect that onside if that was what he was doing by keeping it outside off there. Might have just dragged it slightly. 247 for 7. Holman again. Bowls down the track comes McIntosh, pushes a single to long arm. 1 to come of the 45th. 248 for 7. At run rate 5.5. Again, having been around about just over 4.5 all the way through. Holman bowls and McAlinden waits on it, tries to turn it to the onside, and that's what I mean, where just bowl that little bit straighter to McAlinden, whereas putting it outside the off mat. Okay, single out to deep cover if you want. Just try and force something off the straight. But end of the over, so Jones is gone. 248 for 7. Brilliant 119 from Jones. Absolutely brilliant. 5 overs to go. And, well, with just 3 wickets standing, there's a lot that could happen here. This could go a long way. It could go all the way up to 300 if they get going again, Durham, or it could happen very quickly with 1 or 2.
Do you know what?
Yep. Or no, probably not.
This is the 27th one-day game between these two. Do you know how many centuries there have been in all those head-to-heads?
27th one-day between these two, none.
That was just the second.
Ooh.
And the only one before that was O.A. Shah.
That wasn't the day-night game we were together, was it?
He made 122 in a 13-run win at Lords in 2006. So, only the second century in a head-to-head between the two. And as a result, obviously, Durham's highest score by a batsman. New over then, and the ball played back into the ground to Greatwood, who is bowling a 9th.
Yeah, he finished that last over well, didn't he? So he deserves this, whether Jones was there or not. I'm enjoying this, Marty. I think this is a good innings, setting up a very good game.
248 for 7. 5 overs to go, minus a ball. Durham need to keep the run rate pushing on here. It's 5.5 at the moment. They've got 15 from the last 2 deliveries. McIntosh backing away there to give himself a bit of room to play Greatwood, and Greatwood's just gone in a straight line way beyond the stumps, but inside the blue track marker, and through to the keeper along the floor for none. McIntosh ended up at full stretch, missed it, and was on his hands and knees in the end. Young Scotland under 19 Tom McIntosh played for Grange Cricket Club in Edinburgh. He steps into this one, and it's come off the bottom corner of the bat and down towards fine leg for 1 run. Not timing the ball well there, shaking his head as he gets to the non-striker's end. Stanley McAlinden then. This is his second one-dayer. He's played a couple of county championship matches as well. I think it was these two put a bit of a partnership together against Derbyshire in the county championship match when Durham looked to be long gone, and then they put some runs on the board. Greatwood in. McAlinden digs out a Yorker on the off stump, plays it towards backward point. It's a direct hit of the stumps, and there's going to get overthrows now. Didn't look really as if McIntosh had slid his bat in there, but he was obviously in his crease and standing beyond the line. And 250 comes up for Durham. 45.4 overs, 250 for 7. Bowler comes in again, driven hard out through the covers. There should be 2 here for McAlinden, and he's coming back to the keeper's end and has to just dodge out the road of a ball flying in from the boundary off Holman's arm in front of the pavilion when he threw it. So 5 from this over so far, but there's just the 1 ball left, and the boundaries, well, we haven't had a boundary for a while now. It was the start of the previous over. That's going to be 1 out into the covers there for McAlinden. He'll keep strike. 254 for 7, and there are 4 to go.
Yeah, 4 to go. So what do I think about here? A couple of overs of 8, 16, a couple of overs of 12, 24, 40 on the board, puts them around, well, close to that, 300 still. That's what they would like. A couple of overs of 8 means
Somerset
boundary off Holman here.
199 against Gloucestershire at Bristol, all out in 47.4 overs. They were out quite cheaply the other day as well, weren't they?
Yeah, 119 the other day, wasn't it? Holman's in from the long end, driven straight to extra cover, no run, dot ball first to the over against McAlinden. 6 from 6.
Oh, Hampshire 388 for 4 against Kent at Beckenham. It is like an absolute road there. So they've motored.
Beckenham's
they've only got
ground.
4 balls left to try and break Durham's record of 405 there.
Forward goes McAlinden, pushing into the offside. There's no run. Your record of 405 at.
Well, it was Durham's highest score in a one-dayer, and that was at Beckenham last year, 405, the highest score by anybody against Kent at the time.
Holman is in. Bowls, and this is driven straight to extra cover. There's no run.
Lancashire 221 for 4. That's the end of their innings against Derbyshire in Manchester. Essex 328 for 9 with 2 overs to go against Northampton.
Holman, lots of flight, turned into the onside, quick single, throw to the non-striker's end, and misses.
Hit the umpire, right up the bum.
Where was it, Marcy?
That's going to sting. Going to need a bag of peas on that during the interval. Winced there as that hit him as well. Neil Pratt, the umpire. Warwickshire 293 for 5 after 50 overs against Surrey at the Oval. Leicestershire all out for 120 at Hove. Sussex 24 for 1.
Holman bowls, reverse sweeps away. There's the boundary. There's just 1 run off the 4 balls this over so far. McIntosh had to try and do something there. He moves to 10 with the boundary, 259 for 7. Will he settle on that and push a single for the end of the over? We talked about 8s for 2 of the last 4 overs, and then try and go at 12s for the last 2 then, while really hitting out. I've got 5 off this over with 1 ball left of it. Holman's runs per over drops below 7 thanks to this over. 6.9 his economy at the moment. 3 for 60, 80 bowls. Reverse sweep comes out again, hits on the pad. Holman is pleading, yep. And that was almost a celeb appeal from the leg spinner, which you don't often see from a spinner. That's how plumb he felt that attempted reverse sweep from McIntosh was. The finger goes up, it's 4 for Holman, and Durham are 259 for 8.
He looked absolutely stunned for that not to have been given there. So the gamble hasn't paid off for McIntosh. A really nice reverse sweep the ball before he got 4. He tried it again, and it was 1 time too many. He missed it. It's hit him on the foot.
Well, that's born out of the 3 dot balls to start the over, wasn't it? 3 dot balls, a single for McAlinden. McIntosh comes onto strike, goes to the reverse sweep, goes for it again. Dot balls at this stage builds pressure.
What Durham have got to do now is they've got to make sure they don't get themselves
bowled out.
Well,
it's tough, Marcy, because they're going to have to face Yadav here. So if Yadav's bowling, what did we say? The 40.
Oliver
he'll
Gibson,
be bowling this. He'll be bowling this one. So yeah, Yadav will bowl this in the 50th, and will it be Greatwood or will it be Anderson to bowl the 49th? We shall see. 47 gone, 259 for 8. So Holman ends with 10 overs, 4 for 68. And it's been another brilliant day for Luke Holman. It really has. He's been excellent once more. And he's come good in the latter stages of this innings, hasn't he? He was expensive to begin with. He's brought his economy down to 6.8 by the end. And his best bowling in an innings remains intact, 4 for 56 at Lancashire last year. But another 4 for young Holman, and another good performance from the 21-year-old who, well, at 21 he's nailed down a position in this Middlesex side, which not many 21-year-olds do in any side around the country, do they? Especially young leg spinners. But his batting as well helps. Now, again, there's been much talk about whether he'll be a better batter or bowler over the years. This year, this is batting that's been to the fore, but his bowling, particularly in white ball the last few weeks, has looked particularly good. Here's Yadav then to bowl the 48th. He has 3 for 29 from 8. And look at those figures. You've got a 4 and a 3 in the wickets column of the current bowlers. Holman, who is now bowled out.
Yadav in, wideish delivery, played away out into the covers for 1 by McAlinden. What are the best bowling figures between these two? Aaron Larriman took 6 for 51 as Durham was dismissed for 180 here in 2000 and lost by 53. Angus Fraser 4 for 19 at Lords in 98.
Who?
Angus Fraser.
Never heard of him.
No, don't know what happened to him. Middlesex won by 54, and Holman today is taking 4 for 68. Durham's best bowling is their coach for this one, Neil Killeen, 5 for 33 at Lords in 2003. Just played away towards point by Gibson. No run there.
Attempted Yorker, wasn't it? It was a low full toss in the end, but through the air, you could just see a little bit of in-dip there from Yadav.
Shoaib Akhtar took 4 for 21 here in 2003. Durham won by 9 wickets. Middlesex restricted to 112 for 9 in 30 overs of a 45 game affected by the weather.
Shoaib Akhtar, he'd have been starting his run up right down below you.
He was quick. In comes the bowler. Oh, he's absolutely middle stumped him. That was quite a noise. That's the end of Gibson for non-Durham, at risk of being bowled out here and not seeing out there. 50 overs,
that's
still 2.4 to go. Gibson's gone for a duck.
That's brilliant from
Second
Yadav.
ball.
That was a brilliant Yorker, that. The ball before, it was a low full toss, trying that exact delivery, just a little bit of tip on it, wasn't there? Really, really good ball from Yadav. And, you know, you see something like that, it's just great to watch when you've got somebody as skilled as Yadav doing that. 4 for 30 he has now. But that was great to watch. Here's the replay that we can have a look at here. Oh, it's just missed again. Hold on, we'll go back and have a look on the stream. He's a masterful bowler, isn't he? And that was a fine delivery from Yadav. Tried at the ball before, just over pitched a little. It was a low full toss, hit to backward point, and a dot ball. And that was beautifully into the block hole, that one. What a lovely ball that was to watch. Not much better than an in-swinging Yorker, is there? He just really, not a huge amount of swing, it's just tailed in, as the ball did before. And 9 down, 260 for 9. As I say, not easy. Yadav bowling these death overs. He's got 4 for 30. He's got Rushworth to bowl to. He's got 9 deliveries left himself.
Well, in what could be a very tight game here, Durham need to bat out this final 2.3 overs, not leave any deliveries out there.
I mean, look, he's bowling to a tail ender, but there's not many better sights in cricket than an in-swinging Yorker, is there? That, look at that.
bottom of leg, wasn't it? Just clip the middle as well. Chris Rushworth is the new man. Yadav comes in and bowls, and Rushworth drives at that one and he's off the mark. It's out through the covers for 1.
That got a nice little applause from the home support. No one wants to see Durham have a little bit of a flourish here still before the end, won't they?
Of a number of concerns I have today, particularly when Durham was 16 for 3. One of them at the moment is can they bat out the 50 overs? And our lunch came a little bit early now. How warm will it be by the time we get a chance to read it? Yadav bowls and played off towards backward point by McAlinden. He was looking for a run, but he's sent back by Rushworth and has to scamper back into his crease.
Cracknell's being told off by Stoneman. Why aren't you up at the stumps? He was on his heels, Cracknell, the keeper. Come on, you've got to be up at the stumps there, and he'd have been run out. And Cracknell, I think, with a little apology, just saying, yep, sorry, fair enough. Senior man Stoneman, come on, where are you?
Bowler comes in. McAlinden watches that go down the leg side. It's a wide. Signalled by James Middlebrook, the umpire, who was at Yorkshire, then he was at where was he? He was at Essex, and then he went to Northants. He played against Durham in the MCC pink ball match in 2010 in Abu Dhabi, the first of those pink ball games, champion county matches. He just moved to Northants at that point, and I managed to interview all the different players in the game, so varying regional radio stations had at least something from the match. Yadav bowls, and McAlinden looks to ramp and misses the ball that's gone between him and off stump and through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. 2 to go. 262 for 9.
Look, again, it's an easy game here. That's not the cleverest bit of cricket there, though, is it, from McAlinden? What he should have done was just stood there, taken the single, said, fine, I'll have the strike, because the crucial over now for Durham is the 49th, because they don't want another over against Yadav. Well, they do, but actually, sorry, let me take that back. They do want another over against Yadav, but this is the over where they've got to look at these 6 deliveries. Whoever is bowling this over, they've got to take them on, because Yadav's got 4 for 32 from 9. So Rushworth now, first ball of the over, drop a single, Rushy. That's got to be the word, hasn't it, from McAlinden? drop a single and let me try and get after Greatwood. And I'll have to try and swing him down the ground. Now, mid-off's up.
What's
to begin the over?
262 for 9. Durham's highest score against Middlesex is 288 for 8. That was last year at Radlett. Yeah.
Here's Greatwood, mid-off up. He bowls. Rushworth comes down the track to him, and following him, Greatwood is pushed away, probably just off a bit of pad, clipped away off the pad down to... no, there was bat involved, and Yadav keeps it in play down below. 2 to start the over. Fine leg, Yadav gets around. So 264 for 9, and great confidence shown in the youngster here to bowl this over.
It's quite a lot, bowled 9 overs. There's Yadav's bowled 9, Greatwood's now into his 10th. Bamber's bowled 10, Holman's bowled 10.
Greatwood's in, bowls, and follows him again and tucks him up, Rushworth, and this is problematic for Durham because these are deliveries that they would really like to be trying to send out of the ground. They don't want to try and do it to Yadav in the final over. They might be able to do it, but look, Yadav's Yadav, and he's got 4 for 32, so this is the over. They want to be really on the attack on the front foot. That's why that last ball of the last over, it's not being overcritical, it's just, relaying the game in front of us. As Greatwood's in, bowls, and Rushworth will pick up the single there. He works it off the back foot out to deep mid-wicket. He's on to 4, 265 for 9. McAlinden's on to strike, and 3 balls left of this Greatwood over. You'd really think, from a Durham perspective, even if they're bowled out in this over now, these 3 deliveries from McAlinden are the ones that he's really got to try and attack. You've got to be thinking boundary off these 3, I would suggest. Mid-off's up, so is extra cover. Will he give himself room and try and go inside out? Yes, he does, and following him, Greatwood bowls it very well. It's pushed to extra cover and there's no run. Another dot ball. I'd imagine they'll keep going the same here. Just try to go inside out over extra cover. It's a huge boundary, as we've been saying, towards the health centre in the pavilion. So trying to hit across the line will have to be a very big hit. Does he back away again? Greatwood's in. Yes, he does. Gives himself room. Block hole delivery. They'll dig out a single down to long on. There'll be 1 ball left to the over. And McAlinden's disappointed with himself there with the single in taking it as well. I think perhaps it's the boundaries. They've got 2 dot ball, 1 dot ball, 1, and now Rushworth to face the last ball of the 10th. If there was another wicket, if they were 8 down, you'd say to Rushworth now, just swing. Whatever happens, happens. But the 7 deliveries left as this ball follows down the leg side, but it's a wide. Went for the bouncer to end the over. And swing and a miss from Rushworth, the wide signalled. 267 for 9. What's the record? 280?
288 for 8 last year at Radlett. Somebody's just tweeting here, Brighton have just sold 2 players for £100 million.
Here's Greatwood. Bowls and back it away. Rushworth gets toe into the bat of it, trickles away into the offside. There's no run, and Greatwood finishes with figures of none for 59 off 10. He's bowled very, very well today. Economy below 6, very respectable. 267 for 9. 1 over to go. Yadav to bowl it. McAlinden on strike, and that over didn't quite go to plan for Durham there. They did get 5 off it, but they would have been thinking boundaries all the way through. Didn't work out that way, so they've got to try and do it against Yadav now in the final over.
Yadav then bowling here to McAlinden, who's on 9. He clubs that out through the covers. Might get 2 here. No, there's a man out there. He's only going to get 1.
McAlinden's just drawn at the non-striker's end, isn't he? Tough. In the final over now against Yadav in particular, tough. What do? Reject the single?
No.
It's going to be very difficult to hit Yadav for boundaries. It was that last over again, and that's why Greatwood's done very well.
Yadav 4 for 33 from 9.1. Greatwood none for 59 from 10. So Yadav comes in here to bowl to Rushworth, and he's bowled him. So they don't see out there 50 overs. Rushworth back off towards square leg, and was just bowled right through the middle. So Yadav finishes with 5, and they are the second best figures by a Middlesex man against Durham, behind Aaron Larriman's 6 for 51 in Chester Street in 2000 when Durham were all out for 180 and lost by 53. Today Yadav finishing with 5 wickets for... He's gone off my board. 5 for... where's he gone?
5 for 33, is it?
Yeah, 5 for 33 in 9.2 overs. And no maidens there. So the bowling figures then. He took 5 for 33. Bamber 1 for 46 from 10. Greatwood none for 59 from 10. Anderson none for 31 from 6. Milan none for 21 from 4. Holman 4 for 68 from 10. Durham all out for 268.
A couple of questions for you, Marcy. At 16 for 3, would Durham have taken 268?
Well, of course they would have done, but will they have enough on the board? That's the big question.
No, absolutely. But at 130 for 5, would Durham have taken 268? I think the answer is still yes. And again, at 219 for 6, maybe at that point you're probably thinking, yeah, go on, try and push it on a little bit closer to, you know, a 280 or a 290. But my point being, perhaps as the two teams walk off, Durham walk away thinking, oh, got away with that a little. Because of the 268, one man, Jones, 119, has really set that innings apart from what could have been a disaster for Durham and actually now is a defendable total. So as the two teams walk off, I think Middlesex probably look at a couple of instances, 16 for 3, 130 for 5, and think, ooh, 268, could they have done better? Because of the Leicestershire game the other day, even still, I think that's a total that sets up a very good game of cricket.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. They'll be back out in half an hour and we'll be back with you on air then. I'll just finish off that tweet about Brighton selling 2 players for £100 million. Somebody said yes, but they do have fuel bills to pay. So there you go. Right, so it was Michael Jones, the star man for Durham, 119. He put on 89 for the 6th wicket with Denithi, who made 28. And 109 for the 4th wicket with Alex Lees, who made 66. It was much needed at the time as well. So Durham all out for 268, and we'll be back with you in just under half an hour.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, but that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Welcome back to Chesley Street then, as Middlesex set about their run chase. Their target is 269. Durham making 268, bowled out with 4 deliveries of their 50 remaining, and opening the batting here, we're going to see Chris Rushworth bowling to Eskenazi, and that's away for 4. First ball, half volley outside of off stump, straight past point 4.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. They've gone with their white ball opener Eskenazi. So they've gone with one championship opener in Stoneman and one white ball opener in Eskenazi. They did it against Leicestershire the other day. So the other championship opener, Robson, drops to 3. The other white ball opener, Holden, drops to 5. This power play will be interesting now. Good power play for Middlesex here, and all of a sudden 260 doesn't look that big.
Rushworth to Eskenazi again. This is turned past square leg this time. Bright sunshine here in Chesley Street as he goes for a single. Breeze has actually dropped. It got quite windy a little bit earlier on, but the breeze has dropped again now.
But Middlesex smashed Leicestershire's power play the other day. I talked about that 52 for 1 and been 40 for 1 with 3 balls left of the power play. Leicestershire. Middlesex came out, rattled up a good opening stand between these two, but 360 was just too big a target. A good opening stand here between these two, a good power play, and 260. 269 shouldn't be too big a target for them, but equally a bad power play, and all of a sudden it really is game on here.
Rushworth to his former teammate Stoneman. Oh, and the ball's gone between Stoneman's legs. He doesn't know where it is. He's running around looking for it. It's just hit one leg, then the other, and bounced away slightly behind him, but not towards the stumps, back towards the bowler's end. Alex Lees has been fielding in close on the offside. He's now moving around to the onside. There's a photograph being taken on the upper tier of the pavilion, far end. Looks like a group of gentlemen in some kind of reunion.
Ex-Durham players.
In comes the bowler. This is pushed off towards mid-wicket, and Stoneman will get a couple of runs here.
He says confidently, because there was a chap on the way in this morning who there was an entrant. There was kind of a greeting. 2 members of staff dressed up with kit on, their badges on from Durham.
Must be from minor counties days then.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, ex-player. He said ex-Durham player as he wandered in. But yeah, exactly. It's.
I can't say I recognise any of them straight away.
Maybe he was just a...
Stoneman plays this back up the ground, and it's a diving stop behind the stumps, but 1 run.
Maybe it was a different reason. He was just happened to be an ex-player.
Well, I think there is a plan. They're having a reunion of ex-players to mark 30th anniversary of first-class cricket, but that's against Sussex, I think, or Gloucestershire.
Ash Thorpe should be up there, shouldn't he, today? Where is he?
Well, I don't think that is the big reunion I've heard about. So there is something.
The minor counties reunion, is it?
Yeah. Rushworth bowls to Eskenazi. It's played 2 men off, no run there. That is that the end of the first over? It would appear it is. So 8 on the board from Middlesex's point of view. No wickets. Durham were 2 for 1 at that point. They were 7 for 2 by the end of the 3rd over, and then 22 for 3 at the end of the 6th. Yeah, there's one of the games coming up. I think it might be... They play Gloucestershire here next Friday, so it might be that match where former players are being invited. And then when Sussex play here, I think there's a couple of events in which Ian Botham is going to host some members' lunches or whatever to celebrate 30 years of first-class cricket.
Does he have an official role here at the moment?
He's the chairman, but...
He is still, yeah.
A lot depends on where he is and what his charity work is as to how much he can get here.
Well, the chief execs and the chairman could be coming back into play a lot now with the new head of the ECB. We'd imagine the county chairman and the chief execs will have a little bit more of a say in matters. Here's Gibson. Bowls to Stoneman. He drives nicely, only as far as mid-off.
Gibson's got 73 on his back. Porterfield.
Purdy
Porterfield. Ian Porterfield. Winning goal against Leeds at Wembley in 1973. 50 years, isn't it? No.
Didn't Porterfield play here for you, William Porterfield? Didn't he play for you for a little while?
No,
Island? No?
Can't remember him. He played at Warwickshire, didn't he? Oh, put down.
Wow, Stoneman put down.
Second ball, Stoneman played at it, and it's popped out of McIntosh's gloves by the looks of things. That could be a big moment.
Putting down Stoneman early on.
Yeah, he's put down a chance there. Straight into the gloves and straight out again.
You'd be very surprised if Stoneman offers another chance to Gibson. Over to Rushworth, you'd feel, to try and dislodge him now.
Second ball of the over, wasn't it? Yeah.
And he was pushed back. Full delivery again. You'd be mightily surprised if he created another chance against Stoneman now. That'd focus the mind of Stoneman against the youngster, perhaps. So over to Rushworth to try and produce something.
Stoneman captained the Durham team and they won the One Day Cup in 2014 when they beat Warwickshire in a low-scoring epic at Lords. It's around the corner and away down past fine leg. That should go for 4, and it does. He was at Durham from 2007 to 2016, joined Surrey. His highest score, 144, not out in that final defeat by Notts in 2017. He's got 700s and 18 50s. He scored 117 on this ground in the semi-final defeat when Durham beat Surrey last year in this competition. He drives at this, it's gone off to wide, mid-off, and it's away for 4 more.
Third time lucky in the over.
Yeah.
He's tried it twice before. One of them picked out mid-off and the other one edged through to the keeper. This one gets away. It's a little bit of a wonder, really, that Stoneman didn't play in the T20 for Middlesex.
Well, he was in a very aggressive opening batsman for Durham for years, him and Phil Mustard. Gibson coming in, Travaskis at mid-on and Denithi at mid-off. It goes to Denithi this time. Couldn't get it the last time.
Goodness me, how old do we feel to think that Mark Stoneman might not have been featuring on 2008? Was he 14 years ago? Would Stoneman have played that day? Finals day 2008, Durham went out to Middlesex in the semis. We can look it up, but 2008, that's 14.
Yeah, he might have played in that one. Shivnarine Chandapur.
He's 34 now, so he'd have been 20.
Yeah.
How old do we feel right now, Martin Emerson?
We cannot remember. Shivnarine Chandapur had Digicel on his cheeks and batted virtually the whole innings for about 40 or something.
Yeah. Middlesex were the rank outsiders that day.
Well, I think Durham would have been, actually, because the other thing was Durham didn't know they were going to be there until 3 days before. Because,
why?
Well, because Yorkshire got kicked out of the competition at the quarter-final stage for fielding Azim Rafiq in a previous game.
Here's Rushworth. He bowls, and that's run away by Eskenazi. He's run that quite well, actually. He got a little squared up by it, but no slip in place. Happy to try and get it past the keeper. So
He'd played for Yorkshire in a game against Notts in the group stages, and then Notts referred him to the ECB and said that there was something wrong with his registration. I think what it was, he'd captained England schoolboys, but he was born in Pakistan. And at schoolboy level, that didn't matter. But once he became a senior player, he wasn't registered as an overseas player because he'd been born in Pakistan, even though he'd lived in the UK since he was 5 or something.
Rushworth again. It's driven to cover on this occasion by Eskenazi. 20 without loss in the third, Middlesex.
And I can't think particularly that in the game in which he played against Notts, I don't think he got a wicket and I don't think he got a run. But Notts complained to the ECB. They looked at his registration. But as is often the way, we then had a packed stadium here. Everybody in place waiting for the start of the Durham-Yorkshire quarter-final, when it was suddenly announced the match had been cancelled.
Rushworth bowls and run by Eskenazi, only to backward point, no run.
So we're sitting here, nobody bothered telling us in the ground. We're wondering, why is there a delay? The stands were full, and then I got a phone call off the office to say it looks like this game's been cancelled. I was like, why? And then a press release came out from the ECB. So why they'd allowed everybody to travel here, I don't know. But then there was about a fortnight of complaints and legal hearings while Yorkshire tried to argue they hadn't done anything wrong. Notts wanted them kicked out of the tournament and they wanted themselves allowed back in.
Rushworth bowls. This is driven, lovely shot through the covers by Eskenazi for 4. He's on to 13, 24 without loss. That was juicy from Eskenazi. There was only a fortnight of complaints from Yorkshire.
Well, and then there was legal hearings because Notts had their bit, and then Notts said they should be reinstated in the competition, and then the ECB decided that the team who should be reinstated should be Glamorgan. So they travelled up here at short notice, got walloped off Durham on a Wednesday, I think it was, and it was an absolute mess because Durham then set off for Hampshire a day later. The Southampton boat show was on, so there were no hotel rooms to be had for any of the Durham supporters.
The Southampton boat show. Here's a length ball that goes past the edge of the bat. He tried to run that one again, but well beaten by that one. Eskenazi could follow up. One to come of the over from Rushworth. Is that where Howard's Way was filmed?
But it was an absolute farce. So we ended up staying on the far side of the New Forest at Lymington, miles from the ground. Absolutely, it was a good hour's drive to the ground from where we were. I don't know where the team stayed, but they were just so ill prepared for finals day. Got there and seemed totally undercooked, and they weren't they? Tyrone Henderson hit a 19-ball 50 from memory.
Length delivery again, run backward a point for a single. I think about 2 because Maddinson's got a hand to it, which has turned it into 2 as it squirts past him. Oh, they might get 3 here if they know. Was that Borthwick who tried to just whip the bails off, lost the ball, and it went flying out towards the covers where there was nobody? Travaskis, was it? That would have been a funny overthrow, that one. 26 without loss after 3 here. No, seriously, is that where Howard's Way was filmed, where the Southampton boat show is? You know, Howard's Way was down right next to the ground there, wasn't it? In Hedge End, Botley, whatever it's called. You must have driven past it and gone, oh, that's where Howard's Way was filmed. As you go along, what's the motorway down there? The M27?
Well, I would imagine Howard's Way was filmed with access to a river, and the ground's nowhere near a river, so probably the River Test near Southampton's football ground, isn't it?
No, it's between Southampton and Portsmouth somewhere.
I don't know. It's up in the air from a delivery from Gibson. It's safe. So they got off to a fast start here, Middlesex, compared to where Durham were. Durham was 7 for 2 after 3. They're 26 for none at the start of that over.
Well, again, this is the difference of batting first on an 11 o'clock start with 2 new balls, isn't it? You know, the white ball will do a bit, and if you've got 2 of them, will do a bit for a bit longer from either end. So it's a little bit of a gamble that Durham fancy this pitch, or the whisper of the local knowledge is that Durham fancy this pitch might do a little bit later on.
Gibson in. Oh, playing a miss from Eskenazi, who's on 15. Michael Di Venuto got a duck. 3rd ball duck. Then Phil Mustard made 15. Paul Collingwood 35. Shander Paul came in. He faced 47 balls for 48 runs. Will Smith made 21. Sean Pollock 15. And Liam Plunkett 2 not out. So the rest of the Durham side that day, Blenkenstein, Breeze, Wiseman and Harmison didn't bat. Gibson again to Eskenazi. He comes forward to this one, plays it short in the offside to Lees, no run. Tim Mercer 3 for 29. Tyrone Henderson 2 for 31.
Mercer, whatever happened to him?
Sean Udall 1 for 18.
Yeah, Udall went on to be captain the following year, didn't he?
Billy Godleman, now with Derbyshire, opened and got 20. Ed Joyce made 41. Oace Shah 13 not out, and Tyrone Henderson smashed it all over the place and made 59 in 21 balls. 7 sixes and 2 fours. This is out into the covers again, no run. So Durham in their 20 overs, what did they make? 138. That's typically Durham in a T20. 138 for 6, and Middlesex knocked it off in 15.4 overs. 61 minutes it took them.
Was that second or first semi-final? I think it was first, wasn't it?
Yeah. Gibson's played this one, Bowles, and this one's played 2. Maddinson at backward point, no run there. Yeah, it was the first. We were sitting in the window of this temporary press box, basically portable cabins, and it was like being on the sun. It was red hot, melted in there.
And that was only the first semi-final.
Yeah. So the rest of that team, you had Tyrone Henderson making 59, Darwood Milan, Ewan Morgan.
Who?
Yeah, Owen Morgan, sorry.
Owen's brother.
Yeah. Oh, playing a miss outside the line of off stump. He's gone down on one knee there, Eskenazi, questioning why he chose to play that shot, I think. Played and missed. 27 for none after 4. Who was it Ben Scott, the keeper?
Yep.
Sean Udall, Tim Murtagh, Murley Kartik and Dirk Nannes.
Dirk Nannes.
That was Sean Pollock's last appearance in a T20 in this country. And for years that was the fastest 50 against Durham until Luke Ronke in a 7-over rain-affected thrash at Leicester about 4 years ago hit 50 in 16 deliveries.
Rushworth's in, bowls to Stoneman, bump back to him, no run. Oh, the throw goes back past the head of Stoneman through to the keeper. It was a well dodged. So he was dodging a bouncer there, wasn't it, from Stoneman? Getting a bit back from his old mate Rushy. They'd have been, they'd have come through all the way together, these two, wouldn't they? Rushworth and Stoneman.
Yeah. Borthwick as well. Who else was part of that era? It was Keaton Jennings, Graham Onions.
This ball's whipped away off the back foot by Stoneman. Very distinctive Stoneman bottom hand punch into the onside. Out to deep mid wicket it goes, and they'll take 2. Lovely shot.
Mark's dad was actually sitting down in front of us at the last game here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
He can't today because it's black sheeting. Our building's forming part of the site.
I thought that was some sort of festival or something. Black sheeting. He's gone off to. Yes, there's black sheeting on the.
Sounds like some religious event.
Sacrifices. Here's full ball and clipped through the same region. This time off the front foot. And this time 4, able to give it a real push, that one, Stoneman. He's on to 18, overtakes Eskenazi. Middlesex 33 without loss here. Durham need to be careful. They haven't got that big a total to defend a bad power play with.
No, we were just discussing during the interval how Durham had to bowl really well from the off and keep it tight, and that hasn't happened so far.
We can imagine they've got a couple of overs to play with here just to see if the ball seems about for them a little bit. Doesn't seem to be doing much. Around the wicket comes Rushworth now, and Stoneman works him for 4 more. Short fine leg up inside the circle. He gets it away in front of the fielder, and 10 off the over. Stoneman's into the 20s. Middlesex are 37 without loss in the 5th.
Rushworth's body language doesn't look the best. He looks rather fed up, doesn't he, there?
Wondering what you were going to say there. Well recovered. Well, again, a good power play here for Middlesex, and that decision to bat first this morning for Durham. We've got to get it right quickly here with the ball. Sunshine blazing down as this ball from around the wicket just turns Stoneman around a little, deflects away towards cover. Something of a leading edge. He comes down the track to have a prod away at something. From the Lumley end, he turns once more, Stoneman. Bowls and good line of length. Solidly defended by Stoneman. And one to come in the 5th. 37 without loss. Stoneman 22 from 16. Middlesex 232 more to win from 45 overs. That is the end of the 5th. My apologies. A dot ball. 37 without loss it is. Here at Chesterley Street. And 5 overs in. This is a good start for Middlesex. Durham need a wicket. They need a breakthrough. They need to get one of these. Either or. Both of them are dangerous. Stoneman on his old stomping grounds. Eskenazi, the T20 opener for Middlesex. You don't want him around for long.
Gibson bowling this one. It's gone down towards third man for 1.
If you want to tweet us, at Kevin Ham BBC, at Marty Cricket, to get through to the BBC commentary box. Here, the live stream is available carrying this BBC commentary, of course, via the 2 websites. If you're listening via the BBC Sport website or app and want to see a bit of the action, into the Durham or Middlesex websites.
Gibson in right arm over. Oh, that hits the pad. It was going down the leg side though. There was no appeal at all from the bowler.
Probably just dropped outside the line as well, didn't it? Slip in place still. Deep third, point, cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on. Deep square, short fine leg, warming up also.
Gibson in, turned away in the air, past square leg, safely out towards deep square leg for 2 by Stoneman. If he gets there, the throw comes back in, but it's an awkward one for the keeper. Bounces out of his gloves and is backed up by Maddinson. Just looking at the age of some of these lads. Stanley McAlinden, 18 years, playing in his second this day game. Just looking there, Tom McIntosh, 19 years, playing in his second. Neathy's only playing in his 11th. He's 20. Gibson balls again. That's drilled back down the ground fiercely by Stoneman for 4. Straight back past the stumps and away down below our commentary position.
Wow, that shot of the day, isn't it, from Stoneman? That was beautiful. That was straight out of any textbook anywhere around the world. Just cracked it straight back down the grounds.
Ollie Gibson's 22 and he is playing in his second, so he made his debut against Surrey the other day. If Mitchell Colleen gets a gig at some point in the near future in the bowling attack, he's only 17. Gibson in, better ball, leaves Stoneman at the last moment, then seams away just past the bails on the off stump and through to the keeper. That was a good delivery.
That was a lovely ball. Very, very well bowled, young man. He's just been thumped down the ground. Horrible feeling for a bowler. It wasn't that over pitch. It didn't feel the ball before for Stoneman. But he's crunched him down the ground for 4, and the youngsters followed up with that. Very, very well bowled, considering he's had him dropped as well.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Impressive.
44
Gibson.
for none. Gibson in again, comes in and bowls, and Stoneman plays this to short mid wicket. He's going for a single. Oh! Throw side on, left-handed from Travaskis, just missed the target, and Stoneman was diving in, and he was in danger there. And I think the ball just flashed past the stumps and actually hit Stoneman. It ricocheted away across the other side of the ground, but he hasn't taken any overthrows or anything.
Yeah, his slide didn't feel the cleanest there, did it?
Well, he's 6 overs gone then, 45 for none. Durham were 22 for 3. So they're flying here, Middlesex. Is this going to be one of those days where Durham turn out to be 40 or 50 runs short? Or
well,
will they tie this back down and slow this run?
They were always playing catch up with the bat, weren't they, from 16 for 3. Then again, I go back to that.
Stanley McAlinden into the attack for the first time today.
He bowls now, and he's driven by Stoneman through the covers. He hasn't gone fully through with the shot. Watchfully played by Stoneman, rightly so. First up against the change bowler. He's on to 31 from 22. 47 without loss. Middlesex, 7th over. It's a big over for McAlinden, this, isn't it? In the power play, Middlesex will be thinking about putting their foot on the gas. Run rate required. The current run rate is 7.6. The required is 5.1. They could really do a lot of damage in these next few overs. McAlinden's in, bowls, and crashing hard at this, through the covers, 4 more. It was in the air. It was in the air for a long while. There's a cover and a short extra cover, but Stoneman lifted it in between the two. The cry, the catch went up. Middlesex are 50 on the board for the opening wicket in the 7th over. 6.2. Overs bowled, 23 minutes. This is a good start here. This is a dangerous start by these two. And again, a lot questioned the decision to bat first today for Durham. They've got to work hard with the ball, or these two could really make this look a small total. McAlinden bowls, just full of length, driven away, only to cover, mistimed by Stoneman on that occasion. looking to get their tails up in the
dropped
field.
5 catches the other day against Surrey. Geddes was dropped twice in the early exchanges. And then Ryan Patel made a 67. He was dropped. Cameron Steele was dropped.
McAlinden bowls, low full toss, he's got away with it. Stoneman rather shovels it to mid-on, doesn't he, with a bottom hand effort. I think his eyes lit up there and he thought, this is going, and then he thought, actually, do you know what, let's just try and find the gap. And he picked out mid-on along the floor. I think he just desperately didn't want to dolly one up into the onside off a low full toss. It's exciting cricket out there at the moment. It's dangerous cricket for Durham. They need a wicket. McAlinden bowls short and he's pulled away. Deep square will get around, just a single. 52 without loss. Stoneman's on to 36. Thought for a moment he'd got hold of that Stoneman. He hadn't really. Ooh, being attacked by the milk sachets again.
I wonder if there's a bit of insider dealing going on earlier.
With the milk sachets?
Yeah, because you brought up Lanzarote and then somebody claimed that they got Lanzarote and the milk sachets on Marty Bingo. So are you in cahoots with somebody?
It's full, turned into the onside and there's no run. 16 for Eskenazi. I am in cahoots with somebody, but not on that. No, on that one I'm not guilty, Your Honour.
Well, I know you've got some plan going on upstairs. And I could hear the cricket going on at half time as well. That was a bit noisy.
Oh, belter of a ball I had today.
Yeah. What you got?
Bowled him, caught behind.
That one where you that in stringer the away stringer to me, which missed the stumps and and they flicked the bails off with his thumb. I don't know what happened to the video of that because it was accidentally deleted moments later.
Marty, don't tempt fate. That could be making an appearance on TikTok today.
It was 2 weeks ago, Kevin. It's not what I would call contemporaneous. How many overs are gone here? 7. 52 for none. BBC Radio Newcastle with you and BBC London.
Two broadcasting giants together. And you and I, Marty.
Gibson, right arm over from the Finkel end, bowls to Stoneman, who cuts that down towards the third man boundary, cut off by Rushworth at the far end of the ground in front of the Castle stand.
So BBC Newcastle have obviously Newcastle, Sunderland. Who else is on the patch football-wise? Middlesbrough?
No, that's Radio T's. Basically, Sunderland and Newcastle, bit of Gateshead. Blythe Spartans is in our patch as well.
And Durham County Cricket Club.
Yeah. Rugby, obviously. Newcastle Falcons rugby team. Gibson comes in and bowls. Eskenazi looks to drive at that. It's gone down to third man. That was a bit of an optical illusion from where I'm sitting. I'm not quite sure how it got down there. 1 run. Stoneman's on 37. This is a very bright start from Middlesex as Gibson bowls. He's gone up towards mid-on to Borthwick. His hat flies off as he fields that one. Target, remember, 269. The way ahead of where they need to be on the Duckworth Lewis. Not that it's going to rain, but that says 21. So they're 54 on the board at the moment, 54 for none. Stoneman waits as Gibson comes in. It's on his hips and he turns that away towards long leg. Clark's out there down towards the far end of the ground in front of the Health Club. 2 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it's already getting into a position where if Middlesex don't chase 213 or 42 overs with 10 wickets standing, they're really going to kick themselves. That's not to say Middlesex are going to win this game, but I just go back to my point about 16 for 3 and 130 for 5. Of the two teams walking off at the interval, Middlesex will be wary of thinking, hold on a minute, I won't lose this one after having some good positions with the ball. Durham will be thinking, after some bad positions with the ball, with the bat, we can win this.
Gibson in. This is whipped away out towards deep square leg for 1.
To do so, they need wickets quickly, though, don't they?
Yeah.
But again, the point being, having thought that with the ball, Middlesex, 268. Should we have let them get that far? They'll now be thinking with the bat. 212 to win, 42 overs, 10 wickets standing. This should not be a game that Middlesex lose from here, really. The biggest danger would have been these 2 new balls, Rushworth in particular.
Gibson bowls, it's outside of off stump. That's a good diving stop in the covers by Clark. He got to it one-handed.
They needed Rushworth to play the Yadav role, didn't they?
Yeah.
5 for him, 4 for Luke Holman, who's going to be Holman for Durham.
8 gone, 58 for none. And at the moment they require another 211 to win.
A lot of Holman's came at the end as well, didn't they? He stuck to his task well today because he was going at 7 for the most part. Luke Holman. But yeah, a bit of work to do for Durham here with the ball. McAlinden's second over, his first went for 7. Eskenazi's on strike, hasn't seen much of it for a while, Eskenazi, as McAlinden bowls to him, leg stump, and he's clipped away, backward a square for 4. Leg stump, half volley. In the power play, Eskenazi's not going to make a mistake. He's on to 22 from 19. Middlesex is 62 without loss. Target to win. Well, the runs required down to 207. For either of these sides, defeat will be painful today. Having opened with the defeats, McAlinden in, bowls, and Eskenazi defends. A very good ball on the off stump. It's Thursday the next game for Durham.
Wednesday at Taunton.
Wednesday, sorry.
Well, basically, I had booked into the hotel down there for 2 days, and I looked and suddenly thought...
2 days?
Well, yeah, because it's 325 miles away, and I'm driving. So drive down Tuesday.
Driving?
Yeah. Well, the trains are an absolute mess at the minute, and there's no point in trying to rely on them.
McAlinden.
Nearly York.
Tries to York Eskenazi. It's well dug out, well bowled. Single taken.
I looked at the flight times, and they all seemed wrong. Trying to get to Bristol, and the plane in gets there quite late at night. By the time you got out and got a hire car, and then it's a good 40-odd minute drive down there.
Hire car?
Well, how on earth are you meant to get from an airport stuck in the middle of nowhere on a hill at 11 at night? I've done it before. I didn't get a hotel in Bridgewater till about 1 o'clock in the morning, so...
Here's McAlinden bowls. This is dab tobacco point. 63.
So I was going to stay on the night of the match as well and stay in Taunton and then head up the next morning, but then I've realised that Durham are playing Gloucestershire here on Friday, so I really need to be back up on Thursday to do my match notes for that game. So
match notes?
Yeah, you wouldn't know what they are. I could try and explain about preparation, but
it's called knowledge, Marty.
Yeah.
It's McAlinden bowls. His ball's dabbed away by Stoneman into the offside. There's no run.
I can't remember what happened next week. Never mind. 2 years ago.
This is like that tweet. What was it was the chimpanzee prodding a turkey, wasn't it, and then running off. Right, to get that one out again today as well. Me trying to wind up Marty. There's the skipper, Stokesy. What was it he said? Absolutely.
He said absolutely.
McAlinden bowls, and this ball's pushed back up to mid on. There's no run.
Because it was interesting because he tweeted in agreement that there shouldn't be a reduction in the number of first-class matches being played, and the next day Claire Connor, the acting head of the ECB, said there should be, and a few people tweeted to say I think Claire Connor needs to talk to the captain of the England cricket team.
How did that happen? I mean, yeah.
Anyway, your new man's coming in from Surrey, isn't he? What's his name again?
Richard Thompson.
Richard Thompson. Do you know him?
Only to nod and say hello, but look, I mean, he and Goulds, they were the two that stood up to the ECB on the 100.
Yeah.
Nobody stood up against the 100 with them. No. And, had anybody stood shoulder to shoulder, could have been tried. Well, maybe the 100 wouldn't have been.
Rushworth switched ends here. He's replaced Gibson. And And the first ball is turned away by Eskenazi through mid-wicket to the river side of the ground for 1. River Weir meandering its way past this ground. 10 years ago, the wettest summer on record, floods galore, but we've now gone from that to one of the driest summers on record. Rushworth round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Stoneman. It's gone towards backward point. No run there. Maddinson stops it. One of the ground staff one day here. There's a couple of houses in the corner of the ground, so one of the maintenance managers lives there, and the groundsman lives there. And we'd had some ferocious storms. There were 2 really bad sets of storms that summer. There was one where they called it Thunder Thursday, and then trying to drive home from work that night, there were floods everywhere, cars floating off down the road in Gateshead. Rushworth bowls, and that whacks off the thigh pad of Stoneman. No, he's going to get a leg bye. Is it off the bat or not? Is it leg bye? It's off the bat, is it? Off the bat. There was the foundations of a new apartment complex just on the west side of Newcastle got washed away. People had only lived there a few months and they weren't allowed to go back into their property again. It had to be knocked down. And then there was another storm which was nicknamed Stormy Sunday. That was just as bad, but on one of those weekends, one of the guys living in the properties in the corner of the ground got a knock on the door. Stoneman bowls. This has gone off the point. No run. When he opened the door, it was the police, and they were basically there to say you've got to be careful. All the drains are flooding. All the drains are backwashing, if you like. Well, everything's flooding. But they're asking, have you seen a mini car going floating past? And they went out onto to as close as they could get the riverbank to see what was going on. He said it was a raging torrent. There was all kinds coming down the river, beer barrels and everything. But this car had been washed into the River Weir in Durham City, and they'd been chasing it down the river from there. That's a lovely little shot. That's all with the wrists, and that's 6 into the middle of the Castle stand there from Eskenazi, and he picks a ball up on a length from Rushworth and just flicks it over his shoulder and away for 6. And Durham are not at the races here with the ball, and Rushworth looks very unimpressed with things at the moment.
Yep, this is tough. You got to say at this point the decision to bat first was wrong. They've made an error there because they're in deep trouble here. Under 200 to win now.
Rushworth in again. He's lost his way. Something put him off just as he was coming into ball. The umpire, the wicketkeeper, shouting for a helmet. He wants a helmet brought out now. He's going to stand up to the stumps. .71 for none towards the end of the 10th.
Good power play this.
Put on 8 at the end of this over.
You can see the body language from Durham as well. They know this was not the kind of power play they could afford. You've got to strike with these 2 new balls at either end. Even a wicket now. Still Middlesex's power play.
Rushworth none for 36. This is the end of his 4th over. This is played into the covers to Travascus. It's a dot ball. 71 for none. After 10. Durham were 40 for 3.
Excuse me. Yep, this is, as we said, Middlesex's game to lose. You know, even at 16 for 3, it felt Middlesex's game to lose, didn't it? It was too good a start, and you felt it could have been a lot worse. For Durham at that point, Lees and Jones batted exceptionally well. Jones's century was brilliant. Chanceless, really, wasn't it? It's just that one ball from Bamber that really troubled him, nipped back and just went over the top of leg stump. But other than that, it was a fabulous century in, you know, tough conditions first up. McAlinden to Stoneman. Dabs the ball fine and mid-wicket, and they'll take 2 here. That's clever cricket. That's really clever cricket. That just says to Durham, look, we're in control here. Alright, drop 4 fielders back. We'll just push a few couple few singles, a couple of twos. Just dab that one away. Fine of Lees there at mid-wicket. Linden again bowls, and that's swung away, and fine at the deep mid-wicket. It's going to race away for 4. Didn't quite time it, Stoneman, very much the bottom of the bat, but he gets it away for a boundary. Middlesex are 77 without loss, and Stoneman's on to 47 from just 37. Well, they don't just need 1 wicket, they need 2 now. They've got to get rid of these 2. Well set, 30 Eskenazi from 25. Stoneman 37 balls, 47 runs. And McAlinden's in, bowls, and this ball's cut to point, no run.
England's women were hammered by 8 wickets in the bronze medal playoff at the Commonwealth Games. They were made 110 for 9, New Zealand 111 for 2. So they finish medallist there. Hampshire made 396 for 5 in the end, so they were 9 short of Durham's record at Beckenham. Kent 70 for 1 in reply after 13.
McAlinden bowls, wide outside the off stump. Somewhere between, well, the width just wasn't quite there on the length for the cut to go full-blooded as he guided it in the end, and equally wasn't quite full enough for him to step forward and drive hard. Stoneman. So just a gentle cut for a single.
Derbyshire are 51 for 3 at Old Trafford, chasing 222 to beat Lancashire. They were 221 for 4. 15 overs gone there. Essex 343 for 9 in the end at Northampton. Northampton 60 for 2 in reply.
Oh, full ball. Hits on the pad, falls back into the onside. Might have been a little inside edge on that as well. On Stoneman. To Eskenazi, sorry.
Warwickshire made 293 for 5 at the Oval. Surrey 67 for 3 in response in the 15th. Leicestershire all out for 120 this morning, and Sussex have won that one by 8 wickets with 191 balls remaining. They finished on 123 for 2, and it took them 18 overs to get them. That's a thrashing, especially after Leicestershire scored so many runs in their opener against Middlesex the other day.
Yeah. McAlinden bowls, and Eskenazi hooks him around the corner. They'll think 2 here. It's a big boundary out towards the pavilion. They're comfortably back for the second. 80 without loss, Middlesex, at the end of the 11th, and there were 9 off that over. The required rate drops below 5. The current climbs to 7.3.
Worcestershire 246 for 8. Yorkshire are 61 for 3 in reply in the 15th in Scarborough, where my timeline reminds me that 8 years ago, yesterday I think it was, me and my mates went off on a bike ride from Whitby to Scarborough and back along the cinder track. And I'd been... Have you ever heard of Meniere's disease, like a middle ear disorder which affects your balance and stuff? And halfway through this bike ride, my middle ear just went.
Oh dear.
I didn't know if I was cycling uphill, downhill.
Oh dear.
It's horrendous.
Oh dear.
And
I see.
managed to get back. It had been causing me problems for a while around about that period, but got back to Whitby. We were absolutely covered in cinder ashes off this old railway line. It was a really hard, dead track, rutted, and Rushworth then starts his 5th over, none for 36 so far for him. Round the wicket he comes to Stoneman, who was dropped on 3 in the 2nd over, behind the stumps off Gibson. He gets a single there. Yeah, funny enough, we've never repeated that trip, but we ended up cycling into Scarborough and having lunch in a little sandwich shop just around the corner to the cricket ground. It's a beautiful ride though. You go up out of Whitby and then you follow the road across the top to Robin Hood's Bay, and fantastic views along the cliff tops, following the line of an old railway. Discussions here, they're wanting Michael Jones moved to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket in front of the Castle stand as Rushworth comes in and bowls. That's driven hard, but it's stopped by Travaska's short extra cover. A ripple of applause for him there. Eskenazi on strike on 32, Stoneman's on 49. Just looking through Stoneman's stats earlier, he managed in his career, he's had 500s for Durham, And 12 half-centuries for them in all in List A cricket. He's had 700s and 18 half-centuries. Eskenazi is who's on strike at the moment, and he ramps. Rushworth for, has that gone for 6 or 4? 4, just inside the ropes at the far end of the ground. Chris Rushworth doesn't really have any answer to these batsmen.
What's the record opening stand for Middlesex against Durham, Marcy? That is where I will tip my hat to you, because I know that's the kind of stat that you will have immediately to hand.
I haven't. I can look at it.
Sorry, I did genuinely believe you would.
Uh, 112 in 2000. Strifes and ramp crash here. Rushworth bowls. This has gone off down towards third man for 1 to Eskenazi.
183 more to win. Middlesex 86 without loss. We're about to get their Royal London One Day Cup season up and running.
Breeze has just changed direction again there. Got any milk cartons left? How much tea do you drink a day? Rushworth. Well, 2 balls left he's got of this over. Round the wicket he comes to Stolman. Slower ball, it's a no ball. So he's still got 2 balls left, and this will be a free hit as well then. Signal by the umpire, James Middlebrook.
Rushworth, you'd imagine, around the wicket to the left-hander will be going Yorker. Mind you, mid-off and mid-on up. Actually, no, it'll probably bump. I tell you what, it was a big gap.
It's a free hit. Rushworth comes in and bowls to Stoneman, and he drives it into the ground, and he'll only get 1 run. Took all the pace off the ball there, Rushworth. Went up to mid-off in the end. 50 for Stoneman though, in 42 balls and 7 fours. Got a century and a losing cause on this ground last year in the semi-final for Surrey. He made 117 on that occasion. This is out through the covers for 1 to Eskenazi.
Well, with an opening pair of Eskenazi and Stoneman, and there's the applause for Stoneman's 50 on his return. But with an opening pair of these two, Robson at 3 and Milan at 4, Middlesex have a formidable batting lineup. And the bowling's looking pretty useful with Yadav and Bamber as well at the top. Missing Blake Cullen, he would have been away at the 100, but then that would have meant that they'd have had Roland Jones for this. They've got Mercer to return. Just a niggle at the moment whether that's fully keeping him out of selection, whether he can come back later in the competition, we shall see.
.90 for none after 12 overs. 10 from that over.
Well, didn't Somerset chase down that 119 in 12 overs? Spin into the attack. Borthwick.
Sussex. Today against Leicestershire.
No, the Somerset game the other day when they were all out for 119, wasn't it Notts? And didn't Notts chase it down in 12 overs?
Yeah, I think so.
We've said it many times. Durham got it wrong at the toss today. As forward goes Eskenazi, pushing into the offside. I'd imagine
you've
that Middlesex...
said that many times. I mean...
Sorry. I've said it many times, and a few others at the ground have said it many times. What would Middlesex have preferred today? They'd have preferred to bowl first, I'm sure. Borthwick bowls. This is pushed to cover, and there's no run. Here goes Borthwick. Eskenazi drives down to long off a single. Moves to 39. But regardless of all that, the point being as well, as we said, Middlesex have got 3 test batters in their top 4, and an England Lions batter up there at the non-striker's end at the moment in Eskenazi. Forward goes Stoneman pushing back. Cracknell where would he come in? Probably 6, maybe 6 he'd come in, I'd say, after Holman. Was a 100 player last year. Holman outstanding. Holden, a former England under-19 captain. It's a strong side at the moment that Middlesex have for the One Day Cup. And they're showing it here today as Stoneman cuts to backward point. There's no run. You know, I think that Leicestershire defeat would have really hurt them. But this will help matters for Middlesex. 13 gone. That dot ball leaves it 91 without loss. Eskenazi will have strike on 39. Stoneman on 50.
Yeah, good over.
What have you spotted? Travaskis is coming on back down below us.
I'm just seeing who's out there. It's not a bad crowd, I don't think. A little bit of a drifter, this one, from Travaskis at the start of his first over. Drifts down the leg side to Eskenazi, who plays it off towards deep square leg for 2.
You mentioned Mark Stoneman's dad earlier, weren't you? Nana Borthwick's pies, do you remember those?
I preferred her Chinese curry. That was nice. Pies were good though, but Eskenazi pushes this one from Travaskis out to deep extra cover to Clark for 1.
I never got that. The Chinese curry from Nana
Oh,
Borthwick.
it was lovely. Big juicy prawns. Bit of fried rice, fantastic. Pies were good though.
I was about to say, can I just add I love the pies too?
In comes Travaskis, played by Stoneman to backward point for 1. Yeah, sadly, Nana Borthwick left us a couple of years ago. 2 or 3 years ago now.
Yeah, always nice to remember those pies and the moments along the years.
Oh, that's gone down the leg side, it's a wide and it's running off towards the boundary at the far end. It's being chased by Gibson. They'll run 2 as well. Just lost. .98 for none, so they're approaching the 100. The Duckworth Lewis is 41, so they're miles ahead. Travaskis bowls again. This is played back to him. A good tumbling stop, and as he's sort of doing a roly-poly, he tries to throw the ball behind him at the stumps at the non-striker's end to run out Mark Stoneman. Quite a bit of dust coming up in the process. Comes in again and bowls. That's gone 2 short extra cover to Borthwick.
You do meet and get to know some wonderful people over the years doing this job, don't you?
Yeah, some fantastic characters. Ooh, an attempted sweep here by Stoneman. Playing him. It's not Stoneman, it's Eskenazi playing a miss under the over. Yeah, some lovely people you meet on this circuit. There's a few conspiracy theorists and keyboard warriors knocking around these days as well, mind.
You leave Dave Townsend out of this.
I haven't seen him all summer, have you?
No, he's up in Scarborough today. I didn't. Oh yeah, no, I have seen him. Yeah. He came to Chesterfield to do a game.
All right.
Roland Butcher, Dave Fletcher, Dave Townsend, and me. This ball short and pulled away into the onside. Start of the new over from Borthwick. Stoneman gets a single. Moves to 52.
You know what? I tell a lie, because he was staying at his sister's and he got the train up to Worcester for one of the afternoons there, so he did come. Popped in for a few hours.
This ball's full. from Borthwick, driven down to long off for a single. And as the century stand 15th over, 53 minutes, and brilliant from these two. Dropped down a gear for the moment, haven't they, as Borthwick bowls. Stoneman, as I say that, heaves on over mid-wicket. Long on will come round, hold them to a single. What was Borthwick's club? Where would he have played?
Oh, no,
back in the day.
Riot, possibly.
They have a couple. Nana Borthwick's pie is famed at the, and a Chinese curry famed at the cricket club as well.
I think she, I think she did tease at one point.
You can imagine, couldn't you? Borthwick bowls. This one's eased to backward point. There's no run. They weren't quite as marketable though. They're as Chinese curry. Nana Borthwick's pies had a great ring about them, didn't they? Ashkenazi driving a single down to long off. Nana Borthwick's Chinese curry you couldn't. It's not going to fly off the shelf in the supermarkets. The marketing folk would have to get on that one, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think she did the tease at Rye, and then at one point Scott's dad came through to play at Whitburn, but I don't think she did the tease at Whitburn. And probably by that point, I don't think my nana was doing it anymore either. She did the tease there for decades. There can't be many cricketers in the North East from about the 50s onwards who my nana didn't feed.
What was the best part of her teas, Marty? Sandwiches, the cakes, the scones.
Travaskis bowls, scones. Scone? What's a scone? 104 for none after 15 overs. First ball was played back to him. Comes in and bowls again, and that's played up field for 1 to long off to Maddinson. I don't. They're not allowed to. They're not doing teas in the North East Premier League at the minute, and I don't know how long that will continue for, because of that started with COVID. The players are meant to just bring in their own food. Travaskis left arm over to Stolman. This is up to Maddinson once again. At long on to the left-hander. 1 run. There's a little tea hut they have now at the ground where they do burgers and bacon sandwiches and hot dogs, so I think some of the players nourish themselves there. Left arm round from Travaskis, played out to Borthwick. Short extra cover, good tumbling stop from him. Remember, the target for these two is only another 7 runs away, and they've broken the opening stand against Durham for Middlesex. I think that's 6 now as Ashkenazi plays this upfield to Denithi at long on, down below our commentary position. Ball played back to Travaskis. He was trying to get in front of Ashkenazi to stop it and couldn't, and the ball just ran away from him slightly, but it's a dot ball, and that is the end of the over. 16 gone, 107 for none, and at the moment they need 162 more to win. After 8 overs they were 58 for none and needed 211, so they've dropped that then. 40, what's the maths, 38, 48, 40, 49 runs they've put on in 8 overs. Are you getting the train back tonight, are you?
I am.
Yeah. Time do you intend to be home?
Well, if these two can keep going, I could be home for 10.
Oh! Ashkenazi plays and misses at a ball from Borthwick. The motorbikers are out in numbers. It whacks out of the... he plays and misses. It hits the keeper's glove. Borthwick in again. Launched down the ground. Is that going to come down as a 6 or a 4? It's a 4. It's swung away. And that is 50 now for Eskenazi as well. In 50 balls, 6 4s and a 6.
Oh, dead ball.
Ooh, now then, they're 1 run away from equalling this opening stand now. This was your end, by the way.
Oh, sorry, it is. Borthwick. Excuse me. He's into bowl. Chop short. Eskenazi cuts him hard. Just be a single. But 112 without loss it is, Marty. Eskenazi's on to 53. Stoneman has 54. Well, it could be the record opening stand. It could well be eyeing up the record stand full stop, really, couldn't they? A List A game for Middlesex against Durham. Borthwick bowls and Stoneman turns a single. Final mid-wicket, and there's the century. There's the record opening stand for Middlesex against Durham in List A. 113 without loss. At the moment, they're two very well set batsmen. A ball that's not going to be offering much to Durham. Pressure completely off the batters. It feels like only they could get themselves out now, really. As Eskenazi rocks back and drops this one into the onside for a single, moves to 54, 114 without loss, 155 to win. It feels like a little bit of a procession at the moment, but we all know cricket well enough, Marty, that if they were to get past one of these, certainly both, then the game could change. And try and rack up a few quiet overs. Fuller on once more, Stoneman dabs into the onside, no run. That's the end of the over, 7 off it. 114 without loss, a new record opening stand for Middlesex against Durham, which will grate a little, given the start Durham had to the day.
Beat Strauss and ran Prakash here in 2000. I may well have covered that because that was the first summer I started covering Durham for BBC Radio Newcastle. Strauss scored 90, ran Prakash 46, and Middlesex won by 53 in a 45 over game. Travaskis in, start a new over. First ball is played to Borthwick in the covers, no run. Comes in and bowls again. Ball played up this time to Maddinson at long off for 1. Well, the highest one day stands 221. So
fair way off.
Yeah.
Who was that?
That was Darwin Milan and Paul Sterling against Leicestershire at Grace Road in 2013.
Oh, sorry, I meant against Durham.
Was a biplane. There's a sweep round the corner, no run.
Oh yeah. Where's that off to?
It's the Red Baron. He's lost. Nice little sort of reddish number. Travaskis comes in and bowls. Flicks this one away. Stoneman down towards deep square leg for 1. The highest against Durham.
Sorry, I thought that was what you were quoting. Is this the highest ever first opening stand for Middlesex in List A then?
No,
just against Durham.
Them against Durham, yeah. No, their highest is 221.
Oh, that's the highest against opening stand
for Middlesex. Yeah. Yes.
And the highest for any wicket?
Well, on this it's 277. Third wicket.
This one's pushed to cover and there's no run. Who was that?
That was Compton and Morgan, Canterbury 2009. That was a third wicket stand, and the second wicket stand 268 Milan and Gubbins against Sussex in 2015 in Hove. Next ball bowled by Travaskis is played up to Maddinson by Eskenazi, and that is the end of the over.
You started this job and you kind of look back on records at that point, and you get to this point and you look back and you think, I did that game, I did that game, I did that game, I did that game.
Well, it's the players over the years. I've seen their careers start and finish, you know, and go back even remembering. Paul Collingwood coming into the team and then retiring. I've seen the likes of Graham Onions come and go. Liam Plunkett.
You are
Phil
old,
Mustard.
You must miss the Colonel. He was good up here for you, wasn't he?
He was the. I think he was the guest in the restaurant the other day at South North.
The guest in the restaurant.
They had 500 in corporate, so he was the. He was the guest.
500.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, because it was the. His Borthwick bowls, and this ball's pushed just straight over the extra cover. That would be a way to finish it. An underarm throw at the stumps. Eskenazi gets through. Is it Lee's in there? Tumble forward, underarm throw. 118 without loss. Bit of flight and edged by Stoneman past the keeper. I'll pick up a couple. The slide goes in down below. The flick back. They'll come back for a third. And Stoneman moves to 59. Middlesex 121 without loss. It's not easy pickings now, as we can just see from that ball, but these two right now, 121 without loss, 148 more to win.
The highest opening stand against Durham was Bangladesh A, 209.
It's a short and cut away by Eskenazi, finding the deep cover. They'll pick up a couple, tumbling stop. They'll just settle on the couple. They don't need to run hard for the third at the moment, really, do they? $209.
Sharia Nafiz and Mehrab Hussain, 209 here in 2005.
Eskenazi backs up and punches down the ground for a single to long off. This is only Eskenazi's first List A 50, but then he's only played 22 innings. Averages nicely 41. It's amazing how few List A they play nowadays, isn't it? As forward goes Stoneman, tickling away through square leg for a single. I mean, both you and I started this job. There were 2 List A competitions a year, weren't there? There were 40 over and 50 over.
Well, you had the knockout, didn't you? Wasn't it Benson and Hedges Cup and the one-day league?
Eskenazi drives into the offside. No, well, for me it was the Pro 40 and the C&G maybe.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. And then
So
when
the
they
Pro 40 on a Sunday,
abandoned the one-day knockout cup and brought in the T20 instead, because I think too many teams were complaining they were getting knocked out early.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some talk of, or some calls for a return to a knockout for the 50 over, but I don't see the point of that really, because
not when there's already too much cricket. Well, but everybody keeps telling us, even though there's 8 days less than there were.
The problem is they're only playing 8 List A games a year at the moment, which isn't really enough for the spectators or for the players. Again, this month, I think all of the players this month would prefer to be playing more. I don't think there's any player around the country who'll look at these 8 days cricket in August and be happy with that. No county will, no member will.
Travaskis to start his 4th over, none for 13 so far. Bowling left arm over from the Finkel end. There's a single here for Stoneman. Finds his way up to Maddinson at long on.
I mean, one of the calls is keep the List A at 8 games, as it currently is, but then reintroduce the 16 first class and play 2 first class games in August, which I think there's absolutely room for. Go back to the 2 divisions of 9.
Well, they won't, because all you ever hear is this repetitiveness that there's too much cricket. Having just introduced a tournament nobody plays. That's a sweep for 4 off a full toss there from Eskenazi. And as Kevin said a few minutes ago, this is very much a procession. 130 for none here.
I mean, the game really does feel gone. For Middlesex to lose it from here, it would be unthinkable, really, wouldn't it? From their perspective.
139 more needed to win. Defended.
Durham have just got to be as professional as they can. They've got the spinners on. I think they'll bowl through now, probably. Borthwick and Travaskis. Going at 5s, aren't they? Which is below the current run rate of 6.7.
Travaskis in again. This is up to Maddinson at long. I mean, off for 1 by Eskenazi. Well, I'm looking at the scorecards, and Somerset look like they might lose again. So I think they've lost all their games so far, haven't they?
Yep.
Where have they gone? Well, played by Stormy. He didn't time that one. He walks away in anger with himself, I think, that he didn't hit that well. It's just gone along the floor to Borthwick. Mid-wicket, no run. Somerset made 199. Gloucestershire 31.5 overs in 128 for 4 in Bristol. Little nibble round the corner here by Stoneman for 1 run. Keeps the strike at the end of the over. 132 for none. 137 needed.
Change of bowling, they won't bowl through the spinners. Gibson will be given another go, which isn't a bad ploy from Borthwick. Yeah, I don't know. I suppose these two, Eskenazi and Stoneman, they have every right to think totally selfishly here and think of centuries, the pair of them. 62 from 58 Stoneman, Eskenazi 65 from 63. Gibson running in. Bowls, and Stoneman looks to absolutely heave him into the castle stand. He very nearly got castled himself. Inside edge, down onto the pads though, falls away into the offside. But there you go. That, with no disrespect meant at all to the Durham attack, Eskenazi and Stoneman will never have better chances of centuries from this position, will they? To say, right, you're on 60, but you've got a fair old chance of a century. It's a really good position for them to be in right now. As he goes from again, and he's bowled. He went for the same shot again, Stoneman, top of off. 132 without loss, and Stoneman looking to do it in quick time. Went for the huge shot the ball before, went for the huge shot that ball as well. And he's bowled by Gibson for 62 from 60 deliveries, 7 fours, and, well, unselfishly, he was looking to do it in quick time. I thought he had every right to slow down, take his time and get a century if that's what he wanted, but he was looking to do it in quick time. 132 for 1.
Well, having just said at the moment it's a procession, and there's a wicket falls.
Well, that was it. We said the only way they'll get out here is that if they get themselves out, and Stoneman's done it going for a big shot. He's hit the top of off. It was a perfect ball from Gibson, but Stoneman decided, I'm going to have some of this. See if it's my day. He lifts the bat around Chesterley Street, makes his way off. Out will come Sam Robson at number 3. But yeah, went for the big one. When, like I say, they could have been really selfish and just settled down and said, you know what, we'll take our time. There's no pressure here. We'll just nudge and nurdle it around, and we'll have a couple of centuries. Thanks very much. But just shy of the halfway point, that partnership. 132 for 1, 137 more to win.
Game on now, Kev.
Well, it's just got a bit blustery as well. Darkened up. Floodlights could be on in a minute, Marcy.
Nowhere near. Just a little bit of lower greyer cloud though, just drifting past us at the moment. So Sam Robson's in now. He's been enjoying playing Durham in recent times. Well, it was a good bowling change that then, wasn't it, really? Two deliveries in and a wicket.
Robson on strike and dabs into the onside defensively off Gibson, third ball of the over.
Well, they have got themselves into such a good position. They're so far ahead. on terms of runs per over and whatnot, because they've still got the best part of 29, nearly 30 overs to get the remaining 137 and 9 wickets to play with as well.
So it's just full of a length from Gibson to Robson, defended into the offside, throw to the non-strikers end. That would have been a way for Eskenazi to go. Backs up, back into his grounds. Two here. There's the cry. There is a slip in place now for Robson. As Gibson's in. And a single for Robson off the back foot. It has just got a bit gloomy, I've got to say, Marty. Look at those lights away to our right. There's just a particularly heavy cloud that's blown across in front of the sun, no doubt. But change of conditions.
Let's have a look at the light meter. I don't think it's anywhere near where they would go off.
Oh no, not at all. Not
or
at all.
Put the lights on. That's still up around 500 lux.
Are your updates finished after a certain time on Sunday? Did you say 1 o'clock?
Yeah. Why is there somebody shouting for me?
No. I was just wondering. I was thinking about going to make a cup of tea. Here's Gibson bowls. Oh, that felt like it didn't get up to Eskenazi. He's in nicely behind it though and pushes into the offside. 133 for 1. Eskenazi 65, Robson 1. And Gibson has made the breakthrough. He had Stoneman dropped early, didn't he? He's come back to pick him up, bowled him. Looking for the castle stand, and he did get castled himself. Brilliant innings by Stoneman. Comes to an end on 62. Eskenazi still there on 65 though. As long as he's there, Middlesex will fancy this should happen in easy enough time. Good enough time. What is it? 21st over. They've got 29 overs to complete the task, having hit 133 in the first 21, 136 in the remaining 29. There you go, that wind's got up alright. Can hear it on the effects mic.
Just changed direction a little bit, hasn't it? That's Travaskis then left arm round to Robson, who defends. Plays it back to the bowler.
Could it be pathetic fallacy for this game, Marty? The game has changed direction. Probably not.
Travaskis bowls. That's up in the air from Robson, and he's away over the top of mid-off for 4. A couple of bounces and away it goes across the line.
Well, Robson definitely fancies he should have had more white ball goes over the year than he's had, but in List A there's no reason why Robson isn't a fabulous opening or number 3 option for Middlesex.
Travaskis in, flicked away by Robson for 1 through deep mid-wicket. I thought that might have been the Middlesex coach coming into the ground, but then I realised it was actually carrying the logo of a local coach company, which is now leaving. Oh, it is. It's coming towards the stadium. Maybe it is the Middlesex coach. They're on the train. Little push up towards mid-on by Eskenazi for 1. Is it coming in here or not? Maybe that's the coach that will take them to the train station. Travaskis, left arm round. Oh, he's appealing for LBW, and Robson got himself in a bit of a muddle there. He nearly yorked himself as well. Not out, says the umpire, James Middlebrook. $139 for 1, 130 needed. Sam Robson goes for a little run. He's trying to take the pain out of his feet, I think. I wonder if he's played that ball onto his foot there. Comes back to his mark. Travaskis in, bowls. End of the over. So 22 gone here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio London, and Middlesex are 139 for 1, they need another 130. Gibson starts a new over from the Lumley end, bowling to Eskenazi, who's on 66. Ball played back to the bowler. Gibson starts his run up, keeper standing about 15 yards back, and a play and a miss from Eskenazi, who's gone down on 1 foot. The ball bounces over the off stump and through to the keeper. He's gone down on 1 knee there as he played over the top of a ball that died on him slightly. Gibson's dropped third man onto the ropes. Long legs down near the ropes as well. He's got a deep square leg, deep extra cover, everybody in close in. Ball's gone out into the covers there to Clark. Eskenazi, 1 run. Didn't take it cleanly initially, Clark. Halfway through this 23rd over, this is played on the floor all the way out towards deep square leg for 1 run.
I'll tell you what, we were worried about.
Yeah, Robson.
We were worried about that window being open this morning. The batters tell us to shut it for being open. We're worried about it being open now because of the cold. It's freezing, Marcy. What's happened?
Is it cold, eh?
It's probably the aircon upstairs as
got
well.
Those penguin things on as well. Where'd you get that from?
The Antarctic.
Yeah.
Did you spot that?
1 for 1. Gibson to Eskenazi, pulls it out through deep mid wicket towards deep square leg for 1. It was in the air for a while, but there's nobody out there. Could have got it from South Africa. They have penguins in South Africa, don't they?
No. How did you spot that?
What?
What it was?
I was looking at some of their stuff in a shop the other day.
Ah, well then you know where I got it from, probably.
I preferred Batman. 142 for 1. Gibson bowls. Robson fends the ball away out to the edge of the square on the leg side. 1 run.
There's a line in there about a joker, but I'll leave it.
So 23 overs gone, 27 to go, 143 for 1. Durham were 95 for 3 at this point.
Yeah. That's should be straightforward now for Middlesex, which is it's a rarity in List A game now, isn't it? You just see a bit of a procession. I suppose when one side are just a little too short. I mean, this one's pushed to mid-on by Robson off Travaskis. 268, should be something to play with, shouldn't it? But that was a brilliant opening stand by Stoneman and Eskenazi, and it's killed the game, really. It should just be a case of when and not if. As Travaskis moves in. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Has he got him? Not out. Eskenazi drawn forward on the off stump, looking to drive at it. Overbalances forward as Travaskis hits the perfect line and length. The bell's whipped off, but not out. Here's the call. Here's Travaskis once more. He's got a short extra cover in place. And puts that one on a nice line of length again. This time Eskenazi gets to it and it deflects off the bowler. They'll pick up a single. Eskenazi moves to 69. Travaskis bowls. Lovely little bit of drifting on that one. Robson over the top of it, drives down to long off. He's on to double figures with the single. 146 for one it is. 1, 2, 3 to win. Well, we saw an attempt at a charge from Stoneman. Swinging an inside edge onto the pad. Swing at the same ball next up. He missed it and was bowled. Oh, and there's an edge by Robson. Looking to drive at one outside of the off stump. It goes down to the vacant third. Backward point given chase. I've got two. We'll settle on that. Robson's... My apologies, that was Eskenazi. Eskenazi's on 71. 148 for one. Travaskis with the sunglasses on. Bowls a nice line and length again, which Eskenazi pushes back. End of the over. 24 done, 26 to come. 121 more to win at a required rate of 4.7. 9 wickets standing. Eskenazi well set on 71. Robson on 10, and the well, in the bad old days of Lister, he used to have a kind of middle innings lull, didn't he? Which just seemed like, oh, get on with it. You know, you wait for the end of the innings to have a thrash, and then start the next innings, has a good start with the power play, then you have the mid-innings lull, and get on with it again at the end. Rarely have those lulls anymore. The lull at the moment is just Middlesex are in control, so it's a lull before the charge to finish it off. They're too far away at 121 to be charging at anything at the moment. Gibson's in, bowls right behind this. Robson defends into the offside, fielded extra cover. 148 for one it is. Oh, someone's in a rush.
30 mile an hour as well.
Not clever. Gibson bowls short. Robson's up on his toes, pulls him away through mid-wicket. There'll be a couple here. No need to rush for the third, as we said earlier. Can just go about their business, really, Middlesex.
150 up.
Yeah, 150 on the board in the 24th. Another good start by Middlesex. Again, the other day, 200 on the board against Leicestershire, there or thereabouts, at the 30 over mark. Just too big a total to chase in the end. And Robson up on his toes, hooks this one away out to deep square for a single. Moves to 13, 151 for one. Clouded over the castle, sun out here on the ground again. Castle's dimmed in the shade.
He's never found that flag either, hasn't he?
Oh yeah.
Blew away during Storm Arwen, I think.
How far could it have blown though? Someone walking the dog one day and find a...
Probably Denmark. Actually, there were northerly winds, really cold northerly winds that week. So it's probably ended up in Brighton or somewhere.
Full one to Eskenazi from Gibson. 2 to go at the over. What is the... so from the Roker Riviera, what is the first bit of land to the east? The next bit of land to the east?
There's a sign next to the Bungalow Cafe at Roker, pointing to Germany.
Is it Germany?
Yeah.
Is it?
Because the coast tapers up quite a long way.
Ah. But if you were to go directly east...
I think I've just answered that question.
But you said it tapers up, so that's north.
No.
This ball's short and through to
it's
the
Germany
keeper.
because the coast tapers up, but you are going
All
east.
wide signal on height on that one.
Well, it's the sort of German-Denmark border.
Yeah, he's backtracking.
Around the island of Sylt. Like Aufur.
Oh yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, cool. Ooh, yeah. Oh, I snipped back into Eskenazi. Traps the bat down on it. And as far as backward point, there's no run. Yeah,
if you get the
it is. Yeah.
If you get the DFDS ferry out the River Tyne, it goes to IJmuiden in Holland, which is the port for Amsterdam.
Yeah.
And it sails south and basically hugs the coast all the way down past Whitby and Scarborough.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually, late on in the journey, it does a little sort of left-hander across towards Holland.
This ball's full, clipped away through mid-wicket by Eskenazi. It should be 4. It's a long old boundary. Mid-on's giving chase. It might just lose its legs. Oh, it's a brilliant tumbling stop. And they've come back for 3. First 3 in a while, I'd fancy. Eskenazi moves to 74, 155 for 1. And, well, listen to that applause. That tells you a little bit.
Yeah, Stanley McAlinden with that piece of fielding.
That tells you a little bit. You know, there's a good crowd in today, and 2, they're appreciating the effort that, you know, this is pretty much a lost cause, barring something terrible from Middlesex. And it really would have to be, you know, pretty bad to lose it from here, wouldn't it? 114 to win with 9 wickets standing. But, you know, the crowd really appreciating the effort still being put in. So, the quickest way to Amsterdam, other than flying, train to London and Eurostar, or ferry, as his Travaskis. He bowls and forward goes Eskenazi
Well,
defending.
the ferry takes all night. It sets off about 4:30. You get there 9 the next morning.
Okay. Sets off at 4:30 in the afternoon. You get there at 9 the next morning. All right.
They could probably go quicker if they needed to, but
just dropping a little short on this. He's punched into the onside by Eskenazi, but coming across the field off his own bowling Travaskis, he's beaten to it by the mid wicket. Travaskis, a little bit of drift. It's cut out to deep cover for a single.
there's obviously other options. You could go down to Hull and catch a ferry from there across to either Hook of Holland or Rotterdam or something like that. The sailing across from Harwich to Holland's only a few hours, isn't it?
This was punched away down to long off for a single by Robson. There's no one. From where to where?
Is it Harwich across to Hook of Holland? That's not long.
Where's Harwich? In Norfolk somewhere?
It's right on the Suffolk coast, isn't it?
Ah. Can't see it. Looking all along the coast there. Great Yarmouth, Lowestoft, Kessingland. There's a sweep outside off. Outside off.
Oh, not out, says the umpire.
Eskenazi. They could sweep, yeah, it was out.
Harwich is south, down the bottom corner, I think.
Felixstowe got down as far, I still can't see it.
Well, go, keep going.
Keep going?
Yeah.
They're down in Essex now. Oh, I see, yeah, below, yeah. Oh, look at that. This ball's driven down the ground by Eskenazi down to...
I think
long on for a single.
If you fly from Newcastle to Amsterdam, it's only about an hour, and I once did a flight from Teesside.
Did you ever play any of the List A games there?
I never went to one. They have, because I think, well, Durham famously lost a match in Amstelveen, I think it was.
You weren't trusted with the BBC Newcastle expenses in Amsterdam?
No. It was prior to the days when we used to cover the one dayers, really. What was I going to say? Yeah, I flew from Teesside Airport, which is near Darlington, down to Amsterdam once. That was only about a 45-minute flight. many overs have we had then? 26 gone, 24 to go, 111 needed to win.
There was Middlesex did play a game in Amstelveen, and I think they took the coach and then the ferry across.
Yeah. And
BBC London flew me for the game. I remember at the end doing the interview, and Merce said, "How are you getting back?" "Flying." He was furious. His Eskenazi drives down to Long off Borthwick, number 22 in his fifth now.
I remember you getting flights from Spain to here cheaper than I could get a train.
Exactly, yeah.
From Sudden
It was
York.
cheaper to cover Middlesex in Marbella than it was in London.
Yeah. Borthwick's just switching his field around here for Robson, who's on 14. And Rushworth's come jogging from fine leg of discs up to mid-on. McLinden's gone in short on the leg side. That's in the air, but it doesn't quite carry to mid-off to Travaskis. Bit of a false shot there from Robson. This partnership at the minute's worth 27. 159 for 1. Borthwick balls again, played along the floor this time to Travaskis. You feel at the minute, just waiting for this to peter toward its inevitable conclusion. 110 more needed to win, but
Durham are trying to remain professional here.
Yeah, well, they've got to get some wickets on the board, haven't they? Otherwise, it will peter to its inevitable conclusion. And they'll be heading down to Taunton for that game on Wednesday, ground where they haven't been since 2016.
Joint commentary, you and Anthony?
Gloucestershire are now 158 for 5, chasing 200 to beat Somerset. Borthwick again, this is played up to wide, long off for 1 by Robson. $161 for 1. Yeah, Robson on strike. It was Eskenazi the last shot. Sorry, he bowls. That's flicked off the hips and out through mid-wicket for 1 along the ground. The sun's trying to shine again here. Cloud has filled in a bit, but generally the afternoon is meant to be the nicest part of the day, around about 19 degrees around now. Breeze has just got up a little bit though. It's the end of another over. 27 gone, 23 to go here on the BBC. The Duckworth Lewis has the total needed to be on par for a victory at 107, and to win is 107, but they are 162 for 1.
I'll tell you what the laugh is for if I'm given permission to read it in a moment. You get a message sometimes and just think, is it for air? You're allowed to say who said it or not, and you get a little private message. 162 for 1. 107 to win. The DLS, Marty, is 107.
I know,
it's 107 to win. Did you? Sorry.
Yes.
I was reading the message, told you what I was doing.
Yeah.
78 Eskenazi, Robson 16, and a long chat here between Borthwick and Rushworth. Final throw of the dice here, really, isn't it? Rushworth has come back on. They needed a big opening spell from him. He went for 9.2 his run rate in those first 5 overs. Oh, on the way back again. Goodness me, Marty, have they not got a speed camera along that road?
Well, the dual carriageway out
maybe it's
past the ground, that's about 40-50 mile an hour past here, but the road just in front of us, I think that's 30 up the hill.
Well, even dual carriageway, they tear along that.
Yeah.
Here's Rushworth running away from us, the Finkel end here at Chesley Street. Sun dips behind a cloud as Rushworth's in bowls, and wristily worked off the back foot by Robson for a single, just fine a mid-wicket.
Has the sun moved again?
Well, that's a fair saying, isn't it? The sun's dipped.
Yeah. What happens is, in the summer, you hear a lot of motorbikes, particularly on a Sunday afternoon, because wherever they start their day and they head off up around Northumberland or the North Yorkshire Moors, around the Dales in Durham and North Yorkshire, there's a popular meeting point which is just along the dual carriageway from here at Washington at the Wildfowl and Wetlands Trust, and there's a guy has a burger van there and does teas and coffees, and he must make an absolute fortune every Sunday afternoon. So a lot of riders go and congregate there at the end of a day's riding around the the regions.
Rushworth bowls. Oh, it's driven down the ground. Lovely shot by Eskenazi. It's that typical wristy drive of his, snapping the wrist even straight down the ground. Yeah, and Borthwick not giving up chases, the skipper, but slides over the rope with the ball. No damage done, fortunately. 167 for 1. Robson's on to...
more worried
Eskenazi's on to
yeah,
82.
The damage he could have done to the advertising hoardings there. He was going at a right rate of knots.
My chuckle was it was the Middlesex Chief Executive, Andrew Cornish, who messaged to say, it's just next to Ipswich. Good job you commentate and don't teach geography.
Yeah.
I found it in the end.
Only once it was low tide.
Oh, that's run away fine. Not quite as fine as you'd thought. He got trapped a little in the crease there, Eskenazi, on that one. A single down to deep third. He moves to 83. Oh, there goes the wind again. Could be at sea at the moment, couldn't we? Wind. Me and you on a booze cruise to Amsterdam.
Well, you'd be in bed after one drink, blaming the cheap house red like you normally do.
Blaming seasickness.
Yeah.
Rushworth bowls. Forward goes Robson, pushing to mid-off, and there's no run.
There's quite a lot of people choose that route out of the Tyne in the summer holidays because once you land in Holland, it's very handy for A, Holland, B, Belgium, C, Germany, and quite a few, might drive down to the south of France from there as well.
Oh, that's not a bad shout. Rushworth bowls, and that's cut away nicely. Back at a point. Deep third's quite fine, so there's a long way to come round. Robson's on to 19 with a couple. 170 for 1, 99 more to win.
Used to be able to go to, I think was it Esbjerg in Denmark, but that route stopped. If you watch the Tour de France this year, the start of the Tour de France where they went over all those huge bridges across the bay, linking all the islands in Denmark, I think that was possibly one of the reasons why the ferries did stop, because all those new motorways and tunnels were built.
Rushworth bowls. That was a nice one, top of off. There's a bit of shape on that, wasn't there? And Robson's in steadily enough behind it, but just had to be watchful. End of the 28th. 22 to go, 99 to win, 170 for 1. Neil Smith is the Middlesex second 11 scorer. He's also a biomedical scientist, and he says, sitting on the balcony at work, on call but quiet enough at the moment for me to watch and listen to the cricket from Durham, enjoying the commentary, but would rather be at the match. Always enjoy scoring at Chesterley Street, says Neil.
I went to school with a lad called Neil Smith who also lived in our street, and he's down Plymouth or somewhere these days. Borthwick. Start of a new over from him from the Lumley end, played by Eskenazi up to wide mid-off.
Have you heard dear old Don Shelley's hanging up the pencil case at the end of the year? Middlesex score, he is. 18th season.
Wow.
18th season.
What's he going to do? Get a paper round?
He's going to travel the world, he says, yeah. See a bit more of the world.
Joining the army then, is he?
Yeah, Foreign Legion. You could see Don in that.
171 for 1. Borthwick to Robson. Robson down the wicket at him and launches it straight over his head for 4.
Leg spinner to leg spinner. Top order bat to top order bat.
$94 more to win now for Middlesex.
18 seasons. Do you know who else has been doing this for 18 seasons, Marty?
Oh, you. Borthwick bowls. Robson drives it back past him. He gets a hand on it, Borthwick, that time. Stops it running away, and then a throw at the stumps from McAlinden. Hits the stumps.
What year was your first full-time ball by ball?
The first one we did was 2004, so the T20 came along in 2003 and covered a few of those games, and then it was decided the following year to do commentaries, so I did them with Martin Spate. Yeah, but there were only 5 matches back then.
When did you start doing it properly though? Everything, ball by ball?
Cut down towards third man. Well, we did some county championship matches 2007-2008 because it looked like Durham might win the title. Both seasons finished with the last game of the season at Kent, actually, so I was down there 2 years in a row and did the matches just before the Kent game.
Where do you finish this year? It's always a sad day, isn't it, finishing the season somewhere?
Nottingham.
You finish at Nottingham?
Yeah.
Oh, you'll be over the moon with that.
Yeah. Not too far away, is it? It's defended by Robson. I tell you what, has been nice to finish. Durham finishing twice at Kent was quite nice. The weather was decent, and winning the title helped one year. But there's a couple of times they finished at Worcester, and it's always seemed to have been really pleasant weather that final week of the season.
Middlesex finished at Worcester this year.
Cut away by Robson towards the point boundary for 1. And that is the end of the over. And I feel we're now on the set of Apocalypse Now.
And the helicopter.
The helicopter's approaching. 29 gone, 176 for 1. Durham were 130 for 5.
You can't smell any napalm though, can you?
No. It's not the morning either, then, is it? I watched that again recently.
Yeah, I need to watch that again.
It's a strange film.
Do you know which book it's based on?
Heart of Darkness.
Yeah.
Was it D.H.
Joseph
Lawrence?
Conrad.
Who wrote it?
Conrad, wasn't it? Joseph Conrad.
Was it? I thought it was D.H. Lawrence.
I'm going to check it now. Oh, here comes the skipper. Ben Stokes is on his way back around, everyone's favourite skipper in the world. Here's Travaskis, left arm around, bowls to Robson, drives down to mid-off. Yeah, good time to hit runs here for Robson, in front of the on-watching England skipper. One of those, Robson, Stoneman, Hamid, Duckett, he's got to be back in the frame the way that he plays his cricket. Has he gone past? No, he's stopped to have a natter and a selfie down there, the skipper. Ah, look at that, he'll get mobbed now, the kids are on their way down.
Oh, here we go.
There's a big pick-up, mind your head, skipper. Oof! Lands into the seats, a long way wide of Captain Fantastic. And 6 over a wide long on, deep mid-wicket, 50 partnership, 51 runs, Robson 25 of those, Eskenazi 25, 54 balls. And Stokes is barely going to have a moment to get around here, is he? They're all slowly heading down. Everybody's just plucking up the courage, aren't they, to walk down and ask him, can we have a photo? Do you remember when people used to ask for signatures? A bit of flight. Forward goes Eskenazi pushing into the offside, and there's no run. Did you ever do signatures? I never really got it. Signature
yeah,
thing.
I used to collect that. I used to collect autographs.
This one's on a length from Travaskis, just a tad short. He rocks back. He's running now. Oh, he's got to run because he's behind the bowler's arm.
We've talked about that bike ride I did along the cliff tops from Whitby to Scarborough. PJ Mead has sent a lovely picture of Whitby Abbey.
Travaskis to Robson, that was a lovely length. It's Eskenazi, my apologies, I keep mixing these two up, which is not an easy thing to do because they're quite distinctive, the pair of them. Yeah, go on, sorry.
He said as well as they said as well as the, in addition to the disused railway line leading south from Whitby, there's a cliff-topped footpath as well.
Rocking back, Eskenazi pushes a single down to long off. He's on to 91, 184 for 1.
He said with a bag of cameras, I was pretty tired by the time we got to Robin Hood's Bay, but there's a very good bus service going back. Well, we had Christmas in Whitby just gone, and the famous steps up to the Abbey. And it's argued that I think there's 199 or 196 depending on who you believe. So we counted from the top down, and there was about 7 or 8 of us all counting at the same time, and we all came up with a different number. Mark Steele's in town, the comedy series on BBC Sounds. He does a brilliant one in Whitby, really, really funny. Get it on BBC Sounds. I think he's recording a new series at the moment, actually. And I think one of the episodes might have been recorded in Durham, so he visits a different town in each episode and does a lot of research into the funny things that have gone on there and what the town claims it's famous for and whatnot. Well worth a listen. 20 overs to go, 85 needed, 184 for 1, as we have a change of bowling here, and Denethi is coming into the attack for the first time, and the first ball from him is to Eskenazi, and it goes towards Jones on the point boundary with his back to the castle stand for 1 run. Dunethi made a name for himself in the One Day Cup last year. 20 years old. This is his 11th match. He made his debut at Kent. Got 8 wickets. Best bowling 4 for 36 against Lancashire and Gosforth last year. This is a dot ball down towards backward point. Also, speaking of Scarborough, there was something on my timeline today. 2015 Durham started a county championship match today in Scarborough. Dunethi bowls. Ball's played away towards deep backward point for 1. I remember that week Durham, I think I flew to Bristol, picked up a hire car. Durham had a game against Gloucestershire and Bristol and drove from there right through the Cotswolds and all the way up to Leicestershire. Stayed in a hotel at Hinckley on the Canal Basin. Then Durham played a one-day game against Leicestershire and then drove late into the night from Leicester all the way up to Scarborough for the start of a county championship match the next day. Little edge down towards third man here. No run. And Jew and the girls came and met me in Scarborough for a few days, but that was the 2015 version where Yorkshire won, whereas the 2013 version, Durham beat Yorkshire in a fantastic battle at Scarborough, and it was a real turning point in their season as they went on to clinch the title. Dunethi in, slowish delivery, and that's fired away, driven through the covers by Eskenazi for 4. So 26 matches and only the 1 centurion between these two, and today, number 27, there should be 2. So Michael Jones making 119 earlier for Durham, and Eskenazi's now on 96 for Middlesex. This will be his 3rd century in this format. Dunethi comes in, he bowls. Eskenazi pulls hard at that one. It's out towards deep mid-wicket along the ground for 1. So he keeps strike as well, does he? Yes, he does. So he's on 97, end of the over. 78 to win from 19 overs.
Yeah, even by Middlesex T20 standards, 78 and 19 should be gettable. Eskenazi 97, he's been a real revelation in white ball cricket the last few years. I say this is a top order that should put a little bit of fear into sides in the One Day Cup this year. Robson on 26, here's Travaskis 2, Eskenazi dabs a single, fine a mid-wicket. They're just getting going again now, these two, aren't they? The required rate's 4.1, the current's 6.2. Cut-off for this innings is 6:40, if I'm reading that board correctly. 6:40. That would have been a late finish, wouldn't it? It seemed like the innings break dragged on for a while today as well. It didn't feel like that was half an hour. That felt a lot longer. Forward goes Robson, dabs this one away into the offside. Just in front of point, they have a single. 98 for Eskenazi's back onto strike. 27 for Robson with the single. Sun breaks through once more. Strike rate of 102 for Eskenazi. It's a short extra cover, relatively short cover walking in. This one's given a bit of flight, forced into the onside, only to mid-wicket. Someone cried catch, but he was fully in control of that and over the top of it, Eskenazi. Had an eye on that being the century. Mid-on is up, long off is back. I doubt it'll go down the ground though. He does drive though for a single down to long off Madison Fields. He's on to 99 from 98. 194 for 1. PP2 8.2 in the top right corner. That's power play 2, has 8.2 overs to run. That's with 4 fielders back. Robson's down the track now. Oh, thought he was in trouble there. Thought he was going to miss it, but dabs it safely into the offside. Sun's back out on the castle. Do you know, the colours of that castle just seem to change every time you look at it. The light seems to hit it at different angles, different times of day, and illuminates it in a different way. This is driven down to long off for a single. 196 for 1. It's almost a yellowy brown, the castle now.
Out, get the builders back. The stonework's faded a bit.
Yeah. There you go. Sun's gone in. It's a dark brown again, but there was almost a reddish tinge to that brown it felt this morning. Well, that changed colour in the lights quite dramatically. The sun's gone again now.
Drinks break here, and the umpire's cap's blowing off his head as well. Bit of a stiff westerly breeze at the moment. 195 for 1, 74 more needed to win from 18 overs here on the BBC. And Eskenazi is at the non-striker's end because Robson is the man who will be facing this delivery from Danithi. He's just rearranging his gloves while Gibson drops down to third man on the ropes. Got a deep backward point as well. Danithi then right arm over, comes in and bowls, and Robson plays the ball all the way towards the square leg boundary to Maddinson for 1. That brings Eskenazi on strike. He's faced 98 balls for his 99. 26 matches, 1 century in the head-to-heads between these two, and then 2 come along at once. Just like buses, Kev. Just like the bus you never caught this morning.
Here's Eskenazi on strike, and here's Eskenazi bringing up that century out to deep mid-wicket, clipped away. Full ball from Danithi. Century from 99 deliveries, 9 fours, 2 sixes, and 114 fabulous minutes for the Middlesex skipper. He's batted very well. He lost the toss this morning. Not a bad one to lose, you'd look at it at this stage to say, but he and Stoneman in particular got this off to a belt of the chase and put Middlesex into a position from which they shouldn't really have lost. Robson's carried it on nicely with 29. This partnership coming together with the score on 132, so they've added 65 for the second wicket. Here's Danithi to Robson, drives into the offside, only 2 extra cover, no run.
Well, Durham were thumped by a youthful Surrey on Thursday at South North by 9 wickets, and at the moment 72 to win, but only 1 wicket down. Surely they can't lose 2 matches in a row by 9 wickets. Danithi in bowls, Robson plays it off past point towards the boundary for 1. Required rate is 4.1, so the run rate's 6.1 after that excellent start that Middlesex gave themselves. Opening stand of 132, which came to an end in the 21st over when Stoneman was out for 62. Danithi bowls, pulled away by Eskenazi for 1 up towards the deep square leg boundary in front of the pavilion. Just one little thing I think Middlesex have got to be careful about here is they don't get too casual about things. Suddenly find the overs disappearing and the runs needed starting to mount. Danithi bowls, Robson drives the ball out towards the cover boundary for 1. End of another over, 200 runs up for Middlesex now, 200 for 1.
Yep, good day at the cricket for Middlesex. Yeah, should wrap up a comprehensive win here. Happily back on that train to London tonight. Warm up for the visit of Surrey to Radlett. Trip to Nottinghamshire. A couple of big old games. They needed this win under their belt. They wouldn't have wanted to go into those 2 games without a win. Actually quite a tough group, isn't it? Nottinghamshire, Surrey, Durham, Middlesex. Maybe 2 of the favourites, wouldn't they? Nottinghamshire and Surrey.
Yeah, well.
Inside out goes Robson to start. Travasks is over extra cover. He'll pick up 2. Moves to 33.
Last year in the competition, Durham did play Middlesex, but they didn't play Surrey in the group stages, and they didn't play Somerset. I I can't remember whether they played Leicestershire. They might not have played Leicestershire either. Can you think?
This is short, pulled away out to deep mid wicket. Bit of a long hop by Travaskis in his final over. It's his 10th. And that brings up Travaskis' 50. He's gone for 52 off 9.2. Not bad though, 5.6 is...
Didn't play Leicestershire last year, did they, either in the group? Because Durham were in the same group as Middlesex, weren't they? So I think they're the 3 different teams this year.
Bit of flight on this one. Forward goes Robson, pushing back.
Played Gloucestershire in Scarborough.
Oh, because this was unavailable, wasn't it? What for? There's a lot of flight driven to cover by Robson, no run.
They'd agreed ahead of the 2020 season to play a game in Scarborough as part of the Scarborough Festival, but classed as a Durham home game, but then of course COVID put the kibosh on that.
Oh, that dies a death, and it's got through everything. Goes through the keeper as well. I'm not sure he got a bottom edge on it. Robson will soon find out from the umpire. I think he's going to raise his hand and signal byes. They've taken 2, and up goes the hand. Byes it is. Just, it did. It looks for a little late cut. Got underneath the bat and underneath the gloves as well. Whether he just got the bottom of the gloves to it or not, I don't know. Pointing the fingers down.
They had been due to play a game at Darlington in 2020 as well, but that didn't happen.
It's a nice drive, only as far as cover from Robson, no run. There's a little bit more intent growing from these two at the moment, isn't there? 208 for 1. Out at Darlington, what outgrounds have you done then? North-south?
South Northumberland in Gosforth. They've played there 7 times now, since 2014. I covered a game at Stockton in 2005. I covered a game in Darlow in 2000. I can't remember the one.
Oh, Darlington has been done then?
Yeah, that was... they played a county championship match against Derbyshire there. They used to play Darlow quite a lot back in the day. But since 2005, Kent beat Durham in Stockton, but Kent complained about the state of the wicket, but they went on to win. And then Durham didn't do an outground game for a home match for quite a long time, probably 9 years I think it was, before they played at South Northumberland, and originally that was to celebrate South Northumberland's 150th anniversary, and then they've been back 6 times since then, as my notes fly off the table. Maddinson's coming into bowl here for Durham, a bit of spin. The first ball's gone up towards long on for 1. So Travaskis none for 52 in his 10. So Robson plays this back to the bowler along the floor. Left arm orthodox spin from Madison. This one from Robson goes up to long off to Denethi, I think that is, way up there, far into the ground.
The nuke of the north. That is north that way, isn't it?
Yeah. That's a full toss, played away by Eskenazi up to long off for 1.
How did Durham end up at Chesterley Street, Marcy? I never asked you that. I mean, it's a lovely setting, isn't it, with the castle in the background?
They looked at varying options back in the day because...
anywhere closer to Durham itself, or...?
Well, they played at the racecourse at Durham for quite a while. In the first few years, the university cricket ground on the banks of the River Wear next to the prison. I was at the first game there against Lancashire. It's turned out through mid-wicket by Robson for 1.
Day release.
Yeah. Well, somebody managed to get out of his cell to watch the game in a rooftop protest.
Really?
Yeah, it was a full house as well. It was a cracking day out of that.
Did he get a cheer from everyone up there?
Maddinson, left arm round the wicket. It's a half tracker and it's away past point for 4. Not the best of balls, and dealt with.
I mean, strategically, is the positioning of this ground because actually, do you know what, it makes a lot of sense to be here, or it's in between certain areas, or...?
That's the end of the over, by the way. Let's just do the scoreboard. 216 for 1, so 53 needed after 35 overs.
I mean,
They looked at a number of different venues because...
I'm risking venturing back into geography, I hear.
No, well, yeah, but Sir John Hall offered them, apparently, the opportunity to play down at Wynyard. He said he would help develop the ground there, but that's Teesside, really. It's sort of Sedgefield, Stockton area.
Yeah.
So the board went and had a look.
A little closer to civilization.
Said it's too far south, which it is. And then they looked at Ashbrook in Sunderland, big cricket ground there with the rugby and various other bits and bobs. But Ashbrook, the problem I think was there's a lot of very big terraced houses around there, and there wasn't much in the way of parking.
Yeah.
A bit like Scarborough, really, with all the the B&Bs around the doors. McAlinden back into the attack.
Bowls now and driven hard. Only out to the sweeper for a single. Robson's on to 40. 52 to win.
And then Lord Lambton, who owns the estate just behind Lumley Castle, really up on the hill towards Burnmoor.
What's his name?
Lord Lambton. He said he would be happy, and they went to visit his land, and there was this beautiful natural amphitheatre where they thought this is perfect, a bit like Arundel.
Yeah.
Create a ground here, seats over there, pavilion there, la-di-da-di-da.
This ball's on a length, nipping back in, tucks up Eskenazi, runs to backward point, no run.
And they thought, great, we found our spiritual home. And then he said, what will you do from mid-August onwards? And they said, why? And they said, well, the shooting rights are worth a fortune on this land, and that's more important than cricket. So Durham were like, So they remained nomadic for a few years, and then this land became available because it had been farmland, and there was a few sports pitches and stuff here.
Ooh.
But it was prone to flooding, I remember, back in the day.
McAlinden's in, bowls, and nearly playing on Eskenazi. They're through for a single, but only just. It goes through to the keeper, whips off the glove and looks to throw down the stumps, but misses.
Anyway, the guy who'd been farming here, his family had leased the land from the council for quite a long time, and then he wanted to retire, and his children didn't want to take on the farm, so he basically was handing the land back, and one of the councillors realised it was going to become available and offered it to Durham, and so they came and had a look, thought, right, great, there was loads of land around here. I mean, so they built the new ground, they built the new housing estate, sports complex at the back.
McAlinden bowls, this is Driven's cover in the zone. Where's the housing estate?
Just outside the main gate.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So they started developing it in about 1994, I think, and moved in here in 1995. Pavilion wasn't as big as it is now. They've extended the pavilion probably by about a half, I would have thought. There wasn't really much else. These stands on our right weren't built for quite some time.
When did they build the castle?
96.
McAlinden's in, bowls, and this ball's driven away out to deep cover for a single. 219 for one.
I don't know how old the castle is.
Let's have a stab. Well, of the castles around the country, where would you put that? I'd say that would be around the same time as... no, younger than Windsor Castle. How old's Windsor Castle, do you reckon? Older than Buckingham Palace?
14th century castle.
Oh, a heave across the line from Eskenazi here. He'll pick out deep mid-wicket, all along the floor though. Just a singly, moves to 109, 220 for one. 14th century that was built. I wouldn't have put it that far back. Wow.
It's the property of the Earl of Scarborough, I believe.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's actually, there's another castle in Northumberland called Langley Castle where I went to a friend's wedding there. They're quite similar in size and design, quadrangular castles.
Windsor Castle.
14 overs left to go here, 49 needed.
Windsor Castle was built in, 1070, wow. Yeah, I was thinking Windsor Castle might have been a bit older, but not 4 centuries older.
No. Amazes me they had the technology in those days. Maddinson, left arm round from the Lumley end. It's dragged down the leg side and away for 4. Poor delivery, really. He was always heading down that leg side, and Eskenazi helps it on his way. In honesty, it would be better if these two got motoring again and put everybody out of their misery and got this up done and dusted, because it's just
it's been a procession
drifting
for a long
along
while,
now, hasn't it? And it's been drifting for a long time.
Buckingham Palace is barely older than Lord's. Well, it is 100 years older. Lord's 1814, Buckingham Palace 1704.
Catch it along the floor all the way. It's gone back to the bowler, but it never got off the ground. Maddinson comes in, bowls. Played back upfield by Eskenazi, up to long on for 1. What's your favourite Castle?
Roy.
I met him.
Did you? You've met everybody.
He was a lovely bloke.
He came across us.
Oh, a bit of a leading edge here from Robson. They've got 2 fielders in short and the offside. It's gone between both of them though. It was Lees and Graham Clark. 1 run. Yeah, just before he died, he did a tour of Britain. And he was trying to raise money for charity, wasn't he, and highlight cancer awareness, and he came into Newcastle.
Never smoked a day in his life, did he?
No, it was all the breathing in of cigarette smoke while playing the trumpet in working men's clubs around the country.
Came across as a lovely man on TV, didn't he?
Maddinson bowls. Eskenazi drives out through the covers for 1. He was I think he was very tired by the time he got to Newcastle on this tour, and he was too weak to get off the bus, so we got on and interviewed him at the back of the bus. But he was a really nice man. End of the over, 227 for 1.
Do you know who I did meet? Who was a really nice man? It was Roger Moore. He was in the studios once at BBC Radio London. And I think everybody's got a nice Roger Moore story somewhere. If anybody that's met him, he's just one of those guys.
There's that one that does the rounds on Twitter every now and then. When
the kid,
the little kid in the airport. Yeah. So was he in Nice airport with his granddad or something?
Yeah.
And he said he told his granddad that's a famous actor there. And the little kid and his granddad went over to get an autograph.
Inside edge on this from Eskenazi. Just trickles back down the track.
And he signed his name, and when they went to sit down and Roger Moore had gone, he'd signed James Bond. And the little lad said, no, that's not his proper name, that's not his proper name. And they went back over to see him, and the granddad said, you've not signed with your proper name. And he said, oh, I'm sorry.
This one's just full of length. Driven back to mid-on, quick single taken by Eskenazi on 216.
And he said to the little boy and his grandfather, I never sign my proper name because you never know if Blofeld is about or Blofeld's people are about. And he winked and walked off. And then years and years and years later, this little lad was grown up by now and was working in a studio, a radio studio or a TV studio in London, and Roger Moore came in to do some work there.
Just full of length from McAlinden, turn to mid-wicket, no run by Robson.
And according to the lad, he went up and said, you'll never remember me, but in Nice airport when I was about 7 or 8, I was with my grandfather and you signed the autograph. And Roger Moore looked at him and said, no, I'm sorry. He said, I don't recall that. He said, I've met a lot of people over the years. And so the lad was a little bit disappointed, and as Roger Moore was leaving later in the day, and he said, of course I remember, but I don't want Blofeld to know.
McAlinden bowls. This is driven out to deep cover and a single taken. 229 for 1. Robson's 43.
You would like to think that was a true story, wouldn't you?
Well, you would, and having met the man, I remember you're coming out of a studio, and you always pass people. I'm sure you've had it over the years. You kind of pass people in a corridor, and then you kind of double look and realise who it was. You just don't expect to see them because you're getting on with your own work, whatever it is that day. And you just remember this. He had a sparkle about him, Roger Moore, didn't he? You say that wink was something that I think everybody knew very well. This is driven back and there's no run. 229 for 1. Just a lovely charm, but made you feel.
I remember coming out of our studios one day, and in the reception was David Soul from Starsky and Hutch.
Yeah.
And I can't remember, he must have been on tour doing some show or something, and he'd come in to do an interview.
I think Roger Moore was one of the only times that I actually got a bit starstruck when he bumped into someone in the corridor.
Yeah.
This ball's full, clipped into the onside, mid-wicket fields, but Eskenazi gets through. 117 he's on to now. He was the James Bond when I was growing up, so.
I once had to present a sports bulletin while the band members from Heaven 17 were sat next to me. That was quite interesting. They were on tour in Newcastle.
I think I had to do one sat alongside one of the Atomic Kittens. I can't remember which one, but that was a bead of sweat on my brow at that point.
Wasn't one of them from South Shields?
Possibly. I'll have a look and see which one it was.
What's her face? Cheryl, who was she with?
Oh no, maybe it's not Atomic
Girls
Kitten.
Aloud, was she?
Oh yeah, it was Atomic Kitten.
Borthwick brings himself back on to replace Maddinson, who had replaced Deniti. From the Lumley end, and that's up in the air, and this might be out, it might not. Where's it gone? It bounced between two fielders. Just screwed it up in the air there, Eskenazi, and it went racing up away over the covers. Had one fielder coming in from long off, another fielder running round behind the ball, and it bounced between the two. One run.
Liz McLaren, was she one of yours?
Liz McLaren?
Yeah, is she from up here?
Borthwick in again, defended.
Kylie was in the studio one day.
This, I tell you who has ended up living in the northeast is Faye Tozer from Steps. She lives in South Tyneside. Borthwick smashed down the ground here by Robson, who's decided he wants his tee. That's it, get on with it. That's 6 into the far end of the Castle stand.
They got their eye on certain train times, haven't they, Middlesex? Century stand as well.
100 run stand.
For 109 deliveries, 105 runs. Robson 49, Eskenazi 53. Who's been your most famous co-commentator? Guest you've had on mic with you over the years?
Oh, what, on the cricket?
Ash Thorpe.
Who have we had with us over the years? There's been plenty. Played away by Robson. He's got 50 on the board as well. He's gone quietly about that, hasn't he? 50 in 57 balls, 3 fours and a 6. Said he liked playing Durham.
Forward goes Eskenazi, defending into the offside, and there's no run. Stephen Fry's becoming
he's
president of the MCC soon, isn't he? He's going to have to be one that we get on the mic at Lords at some point during a commentary.
Cut this time by Eskenazi off Borthwick for 1. Jones's hat blows off his head as he feels this. I mean, there's plenty of test players and stuff have come on air with us. I remember sitting here once covering a one-day international against India, sitting next to Kapil Dev.
But what about like non-cricketing celebrities that you've had on the mic? At the cricket.
Non-cricketing celebrities at the cricket?
Yeah, that you've had on mic with you. I'm trying to think.
Well, probably, there's not that many. Really, Stephen Harper, the former Newcastle goalie.
There you go.
I can't think of any actors or whatever.
Yeah, I had, who was it? Was he Man United keeper or somewhere? He was Ian O'Brien's mate. He was a Premier League keeper. And he came up with Ian O'Brien one day and he sat down and did a stint on the mic. I'm trying to remember who it was now. Here goes McAlinden, 239 for 1 bowls, and this ball's cut to back or point, and there's no run. In case he's listening, I have to say Roy Stride's the most famous I've ever had on, the lead singer of Scouting for Girls. You'd have been bopping to Scouting for Girls for sure. You'd have loved it.
Not on my radar.
You don't know Scouting for Girls? Of course you do.
I know who they are, but they're not on my...
Yeah, I know you're more... what was that one I looked up earlier, the electronic duo?
Who?
The one that came up when I was trying to look for Wargrave. Wargasm, the electronic duo.
Never heard of them.
From around these parts, I think, as well. Here's big pickup from Eskenazi with an exaggerated step outside off. He lifts it over a wide long on for 6. And Eskenazi moves to 125. It's 24 to win. Middlesex at 245 for 1 in the 40th over here. 640's on, Marty. It's a little later than I thought to be getting on the train today. Especially at 16 for 3, 130 for 5. But Durham made a game of it at 268. But with the ball, Middlesex got away to an absolute flyer in the power play, and Durham weren't able to rein it back.
When I was talking to Neil Killeen a few weeks ago about the One Day Cup, and he was a bit worried how light they were in the bowling unit and how a lot of effort was going to have to put in, a lot of weight was going to be put on the shoulders of young kids, just 18, 19, playing in their first matches. But I mean, this is the situation around the country. But I mean, they could be heading here for another 9-wicket defeat, and I mean, this time they're defending 269. You know, last Thursday it was only 181, but the manner is just brutal.
Low full toss, slapped for 6 out towards the ground staff at mid-wicket. Flat 6 by Eskenazi. Deep square was back, and from I think he's still weighing it up a little, Eskenazi. Or has the umpire signalled that 4? Eskenazi, is that why Eskenazi's looking at it? It looked 6 to me to the naked eye.
Well, they've signalled 6 because of 250's caught.
Yeah, 251. Or 1.
Sean says, just periodically flicking through the stream and the commentary because I decided to skip this fixture.
McLinden bowls, Eskenazi carves him to mid-on all along the floor. No, just a single.
But he says, with the wickets being a complete flat decks this season, it was obvious 250 odd was nowhere near enough. So,
well, look, my final thought, Nick, and I've said it a few times today, but Middlesex's clear strength at the moment, you look at 3 test batters in the top 4, and Eskenazi, an England Lion one-day player. Get at them early. 11 o'clock this morning, that little bit of seam movement that was there, Middlesex got him 16 for 3. If you'd have had Middlesex 16 for 3, you could be looking at a different day. As this ball's short, pulled away, that'll be 4 more. Robson getting in on it now, he's on to 54, and there is just set 13 runs to win, and that's the 40th over bowled. Power play 3 about to begin. Middlesex need 13, 256 for 1. That probably is the best way to summarise it, Marty. You know, what was their best chance at Middlesex today? And look, you can see it from many different ways, and Durham had their idea about it, but 2 new balls, 1 at either end. Middlesex, you know, you've got Rushworth, a decent bowling attack, but all right, they're a little bit inexperienced. But the best chance of that bowling attack against that Middlesex top 4 was probably 11 o'clock this morning, wasn't it? So, again, I was thinking about it, what would Middlesex have most liked, and I think it would have been to field.
Borthwick bowls to Eskenazi, who's on 132, and as such, I think now has the highest score in a head-to-head, doesn't he? Yeah, he beats O.S. Shah's 122 in a Middlesex 13-run win at Lords in 2006. So it's now the highest score by a Middlesex player in a one-dayer against Durham. He defends this one. 13 needed to win. At least they're doing it an hour early. Well, I say an hour early. There's 9.4 overs left to go, so it wouldn't have been a full hour, would it? It would have been about another half an hour or so if it had gone down to the full chase. 1 run there for Eskenazi. I find it strange these matches are scheduled to finish at 6:30. They very rarely ever get that far, do they? I mean, the scoreboard here says cut off 20-7, but Robson plays this out through the covers for 1. It shows you the good platform, though, that Stoneman and Eskenazi put on 132 in 20 overs, and they just pushed the game along so nicely, got them well ahead of where they needed to be when Stoneman was out. They were halfway there nearly. There was 137 needed, and these two, with his partnership, have now put on 126.
Have Middlesex broken their opening?
They didn't break. No, they didn't break the openings.
Yeah, they did. 113 it was.
Yeah, no, against Durham they did,
yeah,
but
yeah.
It was 209, wasn't it? Was their
But I was going to say, have they broken their opening stand against Durham and their second wicket stand now? Are they close to it?
Oh, probably. Borthwick bowls, which has gone off towards the covers.
That would have been quite an effort, wouldn't it? If you'd have broken the opening wicket stand and the second, they probably can't.
Well, they probably have. Let's have a look. Partnerships for Middlesex against Durham. 112 and 125 they were, and yes, they have. They've done both. So the previous best second had been 125, Michael Rosebery and Mark Ramprakash at Lords.
Rosebery and Ramps.
Yeah. Well, I wonder what will be said after this one. And you do fear, after these 2 performances from Durham, as Gibson comes into the attack, carved away nicely by Eskenazi, wide of third man for 4. That when they go to Somerset, both sides have lost both games so far. Will that be a wooden spoon battle 3 matches in? I didn't think it would be this bad in the One Day Cup this year. Injuries aside, Durham did well last year in this format. They won at a canter. The group scored the most amount of runs, and missing Beddingham and Dixon.
Oh,
that's a wide ball.
Outside off. Goes through to the keeper off the bottom edge. Yeah, pretty much back towards the pomp of their power as well. Razorlight were big Middlesex fans. I always wanted to get Razorlight on at some point.
Yeah, they were okay.
So we're scouting for girls. They had some real thumpers. This ball's a low full toss, hits
it's
the
gone
back
through
foot,
Maddinson's hands.
Oh, well, he's absolutely hammered it at him, Eskenazi. That was that typical Eskenazi flat bat slap. Yeah, and he's thumped it. Aussie to Aussie. Eskenazi moves to 142. 2 to win, Marty. And it's going to be a sharpish exit. So I'll see you next time. Surrey up next for Middlesex. It's a tasty looking fixture, 1 win, 1 defeat. Here's a low full toss, and Eskenazi gets it away. There's the winning runs. Might go for 4, does go for 4. Eskenazi moves to 146. A punch of the air from him. Brilliant from the Middlesex skipper. Pretty fitting that he hits the winning runs after that opening stand with Mark Stoneman. Really was a brilliant partnership that by the opening pair, which took all of the tension out of this game, didn't it? As soon as they got to a century on the board, really, even the power play itself had pretty much done for Durham. Robson's come in with a fine 55 to see at home, but yeah, the fact Eskenazi sees it over the line, quite fitting, because skipper's played it well today, hasn't he? He'd have felt pretty beaten up after that game against Leicestershire earlier in the week, but Eskenazi and Middlesex fight back with a 9-wicket win with 8.2 overs to spare here at Durham, and that's not easy to do, to come to Chesterley Street and fight back in that way, so well done them. Eskenazi's highest score in List A prior to this was 130, I should add, which he's rapidly gone past at this point, but a lovely way to do it. Marty, a lovely day to spend with you again after 4 fine days before. I feel like we only just got started on a whole myriad of conversations there, but we'll save it all for next time.
How many overs went there? What was it?
8.2 to spare.
8.2 to spare. Bowling figures then, if you can brave them. Rushworth, none. That can't be right. What's happened there? None for 54 in 6 overs, is that right?
That's about right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right, Rushworth, none for 54 in 6 overs. Gibson, 7.4 overs, 1 for 45. The only wicket to fall. He could have had Mark Stoneman out for 3 in the second over. He was dropped behind the stumps by the keeper, straight in and out of his gloves. Would it have made much of a difference? Who knows? McAlinden, none for 45 from his 6 overs. There's not a single maiden bowled by Durham today. Borthwick, none for 46 from 8 overs. Travaskis, none for 52 from 10. Denithi, none for 12 from 2. And Maddinson, none for 15 from 2. So Eskenazi then faced in the end 132 balls for his 146. And Robson not out, 55. he faced 59 balls. Right, we'll leave it there, then I'll go and try and get some reaction to this one, and if you can bear it, it'll be on BBC Radio Newcastle in the morning and BBC Radio Tees. But Durham so far has served up 2 extremely underwhelming 9-wicket defeats in this year's One Day Cup.